Good morning and welcome to the finals day of the Nelson Bowling Club Speights Premier Fours, held at the Nelson Bowling Club. You can see there the picturesque green right in behind the cathedral, right in downtown Nelson. You can see right just by the scorecard there, that's the Rutherford Hotel there at here in Nelson. So absolutely, it's a park-like environment here. So welcome on behalf of Bowls New Zealand to be able to watch this live action. And of course, you can watch us throughout the day or tell your friends to watch it on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube coverage. And this, of course, is the Nelson Bowling Club Speights Premier Fours. And we're covering this morning the semi-final and then the final this afternoon. Of course, with me is Alex Reid, and the man behind the doing all the work down below. And the camera work is Colin Williams doing a wonderful job right throughout the day. So, Alex, it looks like the adverse weather may have left us, and we may well get through with the forecast wasn't looking that bright.
No, it wasn't. But I think raining this morning and then it's cleared, Kev. So with a bit of luck, we'll just see it get better and better as the day goes on.
And of course, this is one of the few 25-end events held throughout the country, along, of course, the Taranaki Open Fours. And this Nelson event, 16 sides lining up, has certainly become one of the prestige Fours events, and that's confirmed with the calibre of what we've got this morning in the semi-final that we'll be covering. And we'll be covering the match of Sheldon Bagrie-Howley skipping one side up against Lance Pascoe skipping the other side. Bagrie-Howley side comprising of Caleb Hope, Aidan Zitterstein, of course, a bronze medalist at the Commonwealth Games in 2018, representing the Cook Islands. Craig Tinkler from Southland, and they're up against the Lance Pascoe, Shannon McElroy at 3, Kelvin Scott and Tony Grantham leading. Fair to say, really, Alex, we've got two very strong.
That's incredible, two powerhouses of a team. I'm looking forward to getting 25 ends of these guys sort of battling each other. I'm not even sure if I could pick a favourite, to be honest, Kev. It's a mix of, I suppose, the more experienced team is that Lance, Shannon, Kelvin and Tony one, isn't it?
Yeah, well, look, there's nothing between these two teams. There's international players, there's New Zealand age group players, there's national, well, I think the only one that won a national title amongst us, it would be Craig Tinkler. All the others would have won New Zealand titles, as we well know. Now, for those, the green this morning, the green at Nelson, just the one green club at Nelson. The club, of course, one of the old clubs of New Zealand, formed in 1888. So it's really one of the, along with the Auckland Bowling Club, one of the really old clubs of Auckland. Went through a lean period over a number of years, but over the last few years, the Nelson Bowling Club has had a rejuvenation, and of course, having now the likes of Joe Edwards and Val Smith there, along, of course, with Richard Collett and other top-line Nelson players. Nelson's sort of becoming, Alex, what you'd call the southern home of bowls, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty good, and I suppose that whole region's pretty fortunate at the moment to have some pretty impressive bowlers, Kevin. We've seen a few of them playing. What's interesting, and we talk about the standard of play at of the 16 players. Joe and Val played the Fours
with a very good side.
Very good side. They didn't make the top 8. I think that just shows you how strong it is here this weekend.
So there's certainly, we've got here, and for those who aren't aware, they have already played 2 days of section play and 25 end matches, no time limit. And now, of course, we're down to, the real action play. That one round of post-section play yesterday afternoon, where we saw Sheldon Bagrie-Howley defeat Lou Newman. We saw Lance Pascoe defeat Richard Collett. Also, the other semi-finalists, which are on, of course, as well as Jordan King of Auckland, up against Peter Hodson of Nelson. Peter Hodson yesterday beat Paddy Stewart of down South Island as well, and from Jordan King beat Brian Little at the Manawatu Wairarapa composite side. Because literally all the sides are composite sides, really, Alex, aren't they? So it's a bit unfair to refer to them as an individual club because they are composite sides.
Yeah. And a good opportunity. It's cool for the players that these events exist, I think, because often you do play a lot of bowls in your centre. It's nice to be able to go to these outside events and play with people you wouldn't have played with much before, Kev.
No, well, if we look at the Bagrie-Howley side, we've got Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, of course, out of the Southland Centre. Caleb Hope, who now is in Wellington. Aidan Zitterstein from the Paratutu Club in Taranaki, and Craig Tinkler from Southland. And the other side, the Lance Pascoe side, Lance, of course, now based out of Wellington, Shannon McElroy in Nelson, Kelvin Scott of Canterbury, and Tony Grantham of North Harbour. So it's a wide spread of centres throughout this semi-final. And we'll have all the action for you. And looking very early on at this 25-end match, this is the, well, highlights to me straight away. Alex at the green looks to be running very, very well. Looking at this second head with Lance Pascoe scoring a 2 on the first end. And you know yourself from playing the 25-end match. Let's not get excited if someone jumps into a healthy lead.
Even a double-figure lead isn't really, it's not comfortable on 25 ends.
No, certainly not. We've seen that so often, for example, in the legendary Taranaki Open fours. You know, we'll see the key. You know, I was always told to play in the Taranaki Open fours and then 25-end match that you play 1 to 11, ends 1 to 11 to make sure you're there, and 11 to 19 to keep yourself right in the game. So you don't get, and then 19 to 25 is the run home where, you know, you don't drop big numbers or be chasing points or whatever. And so, you know, these players are so experienced that they know how to play this. As you watch Kelvin Scott watching this McElroy bowl just coming in behind their head, resting just right on the centre line, you'll see. So very good head early on.
That was a beautiful shot from Shannon. Well protected by those short bowls, really. He's going to take a good bowl to recover from. Looks like Caleb Hope's using some different bowls.
It is. He's playing with reaching weight down through on the backhand, trying to get to that. The shot bowl or jack needs to clear the front, not just going to do so. Just got to feather off one of those front bowls, Alex, which you referred to, that creates a bit of positioning around the head.
Absolutely.
For the Lance Pascoe skip side. Now, we'll endeavour, of course, to give you as much the coverage as possible, but you've got to remember with fours, they do tend to get a number of players who can easily congregate around the head.
Particularly when they're excited.
Yes, but these players are all very experienced players and have played in a lot of these live streamed events, and they know, of course, what to do. If we look at that picture now, where Lance Pascoe walking back towards the mat, in the real old days, Alex, that's where the second green used to be in the old days, and the clubhouse was a stately old home up the back there, and that in fact was the clubhouse, which Richard Collett, in fact, has sent me some of the information on the early days.
That's fantastic.
Of the Nelson Club, and how it sort of has come about as you watch this bowler. Pascoe's trying to get down to the McElroy bowl, not far away, he needs to rest on the inside of it, and it's a very good bowl, but he will also know that there's an opportunity there for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley to play down. Doesn't have to use a lot of weight. He can reach down through there to those shot bowls, and either get contact with the jack or sit through the two counting bowls with a yard of weight down on that side, that forehand side. There's enough room down through that port, Alex, to reach to.
Yeah, the beauty being Caleb removed that short bowl with his previous bowl, didn't he, Kev? He's willing this one to hold. I think it's gone. It's gone.
You can see the great thing about those chalk lines, they certainly quickly indicate to you on the path of the bowl. You can very quickly see the line, and Pascoe on Schuer deliberating with his number 3, Shannon McElroy. He won't be, if he can finish lower the head or jack level on that same side, I think he would be quite happy. Alex, Shannon McElroy just saying where that danger is, and I can see a Kelvin Scott bowl sitting in behind the head. I presume Kelvin's playing with his normal bowls. There's a line of 3 there. Those 3 back bowls is one of Kelvin Scott's, one of Caleb Hope, and one of Aidan Zitterstein sitting there. So there's catches there all the way around. So Pascoe on his back end, he won't be frightened to draw up in the proximity to the head. Off comes the jacket for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. So
almost immediately, Kev. And Lance looking to go past. If it stops, that's not the end of the world. And we listen for the thud as it falls into the ditch.
He's either down to the ditch line, or he's disappeared into the Lebanese Lord at the bottom. But Bagrie-Howley quickly into his work, needs to have a different line with his first, and has got a different line as well. Coming down now towards, doesn't want to get feathered on this front bowl, touches the jack won't make any difference. I think that is the 2 shots. Shannon McElroy quickly indicating that it is 2. Tony Grantham in hold of the match straight away. And of course, the events such as this can't be held without the generosity of sponsors. And a big thank you to Pack and Save Richmond, the New Street Steakhouse, Hutchco, the Somerset Retirement, Pack and Save Richmond, Hutchco, Postboy, Decoral Strip, Nameplate Engravers, Jens Hansen, Nameplate Engravers, and again, now Jens Hansen, very interesting sponsor.
Yes.
Because they're the people that supplied they made the jewellery, in fact, for the famous movie, the Lord of the Rings.
That's interesting, Kev.
The manufacturing jewellers that made a lot of the jewellery required is for Lord of the Rings. But if we look at Nelson right now, though, Alex, last week we had the Stokes women's pairs, which we saw Lance Pascoe. We saw Lance Pascoe's wife, Mandy Boyd, and Kirsten Edwards run out the winners.
Yes.
The 4s got underway on Monday. This event finishes, of course, and then straight away on Friday we're into again the Stoke pairs, where we've got 1 green at thank you to the Motueka Club who have helped out. The Stoke green was a bit dented. So, and we'll be covering the finals day, quarterfinals, semi-final and finals of the Stoke pairs. So it's certainly a week of, well...
I think they said it was something like $60,000 worth of combined prize money for those 3 events, Kev, which is, I mean, in bowls, that's incredible.
Oh, it is.
Great for the area to have managed that conglomeration of tournaments, and good for the players too.
Well, we've got a huge purse here, really, haven't we? This is a big, the $20,000 event.
Yeah, worth winning.
With only 16 sides, and when I say only 16 sides, the reason why there is 16 because that fits in with the green here. So it is absolutely ideal, and they get the best players around as well that line up in this event. So full marks to the people, Richard Collett and the team at the Nelson Bowling Club, who rejuvenated this tournament, so to speak, and they've certainly got a magnificent event.
We see Aidan Zitterstein's bowl on his forehand as a lefty. Sort of, not horribly, won't be unhappy with that as a start. And Kelvin Scott always confuses me, Kev, because I couldn't tell you if he's on his forehand or his backhand here.
The only person that really knows, well, we think the logic, we use logic first, but other than that, the only person that knows is Kelvin Scott.
Kelvin, and backhand was the answer to the question.
And a good line coming down towards the jack, might just sit outside it and sits on the bowl, sits on the lead bowl of Craig Tinkler, and it's good to see, and it was evident last week in that final at the Stoke Women's Pairs. You get it with the calibre of those top players, the consistency of the draw, getting back to the centre line and to the jack. As we see the Zitterstein bowl just coming around behind and falls in, might make shot, but and of course the great thing about these heads, if you can get that consistency, Alex, you're not looking at big numbers.
Big numbers one way or the other aren't going to happen.
No, they're not.
Really. We'll see lots of heads build up nice and tight.
Another semi-finals, as I say, we've got Jordan King of Auckland up against the local Peter Hodson of the Stoke Club, and we'll be giving you updates of those scores throughout the morning of this semi-final that we're covering. Here's McElroy, long-standing, of course, New Zealand representative, on his home tracks here at Nelson's. Going to get under the front bowl. No, it's not. Just going to get onto the side of the Tony Grantham bowl.
I wonder what the conversation was, Kev, when they were putting their team together with Lance and Shannon and Kelvin and Tony. I wonder how they decided the skip and 3 combination. It'll be interesting for. I'm not sure if Lance will have skipped for Shannon before.
No, but it's interesting that of recent years, Lance Pascoe, great bowl coming here from Hope, sits right on top of the jack. But I'll come back to that point in a moment. Alex, but in this particular game, we can say, yes, that's a great bowl. But with the calibre of these players, it just also lends itself for a bit of jack and bowl movement. Once you get those bowls in and around the head, McElroy going to be wide of what he wants to go to. In fact, will turn the bowls over behind the head. Lance Pascoe, in my view, over the last few years, really, Alex has become, I'd just about say, of the domiciled players, or the New Zealand domiciled players, I'd say that he is our number one skip.
Oh, for sure, and we saw him win the convincingly win the national peers in Carlton with Jamie Hill leading for him, and he just played an incredible skip game for that entire tournament.
He has, and he's been thereabouts, of course, playing, with Mike Kernan in a couple of nationals recently, but without doubt now that to me, if we take the domestic-based skips, we've got Ali Forsyth, of course, in Australia, but I personally think now that Pascoe's wears the mantle of the number one skip.
I agree. I've got a correction for us, Kev, and it makes what we're saying better, because the team of Sheldon and Caleb and Aidan are joined by I'll get the word out, Brent McKeown, not Craig Tinker. Brent McKeown plays out of the St Clair Bowling Club in Dunedin.
He does.
So it's an even more mixed up team than what we originally thought. And Craig must have originally been in that team and been replaced. So it's Brent McKeown off the front for Sheldon's team.
So here is Pascoe. Very good. Another thing about Lance Pascoe, he's got a very, very good delivery, playing with weight, down to get to the jack, and be close to getting the bowl. Unfortunately, though, got his own as well, and left the two Aidan Zetterstone bowls sitting there for shot, and in fact could be three, because that would be a Brent McKeown bowl. That'd be right out to the side of
Yes, I think so. God, that's gone badly for quite a good bowl, Kev.
That was a good bowl right on target, but could have created a situation. The closest bowl looking at the head here is the bowl sitting in it's either the Grantham bowl or Scott bowl, and we'll see. Here's a big chance now for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, one of the up-and-coming players of New Zealand, to get a counter in there, really put the pressure on. Looked light out of the hand, Alex, to be fair. Look at that, though. And
must have been a good delivery.
Well, but the good thing about that bowl, doesn't give a shoulder to Pascoe, who I'm sure will come down on the backhand, try and play down through, get reductions, play that triangle. And that's exactly what he's doing.
He's not going to be short. He's hoping not to find the gap.
And, well, he reduced the count for sure, but with plenty of room, of course, here, though, for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley to draw another one. And as Lance Pascoe has played his two bowls.
They're just going to look, is there they're just looking to add a bonus, aren't they? The way they were looking, I thought maybe there was a bowl they could pop out, Kev, for a number, but it's a pretty scattered head now. Not at the beginning, obviously, but when you have two run shots, the head's sort of spread out a little bit.
It is spread out, and this is a big opportunity now, and I'm sure we'll see Sheldon Bagrie-Howley take full ownership of that and draw another one. And
you've got to, don't you? You have to make these bonuses count.
Well, especially you look at, we look at the outside there now. Alex is, well, by goodness, he'll be disappointed with that. He'll be very disappointed with that bowl, because perfect weather, no wind, no nothing, and plenty of room there to draw another counter, and just a lesson there for, I'd say, younger players. You might have 6 feet, but forget about that. And just
because psychologically, what's happened there is, even though Lance's team have dropped a number, they feel like they're on a win.
Absolutely.
Psychologically, they're not going, oh, no, we've dropped 3. They've got, we only dropped a 2. He had room to draw, so you don't really get that psychological advantage if you don't make your bonus bowls count.
So playing down towards the clubhouse, will Brent McKeown, the Dunedin player, and where they're playing there now, Alex, I don't know it at Nelson, but there's a terrace, grass terrace up to the side there. And that's where where they're playing now, just in behind there is where the old green used to be. And it was actually given to them, not given to them, but granted to them by the bishop of the time in the 1800s, because right out the front of the club, of course, is the Nelson Cathedral. and you'll hear it today at some stage because the Carillon goes every day at Nelson Cathedral. And so out to the right-hand side is where the cathedral is. So when the club was formed in 1888, all of that area, and where you can see the brick house behind there, was all part of the cathedral regime.
That's fascinating. That's brilliant. You can always tell the really old clubs in New Zealand are named after the cities, aren't they? Not the suburbs. So you
Correct.
Nelson,
Auckland,
New Plymouth, Auckland,
Canterbury. It's New Plymouth's another example. That's one of that old brigade of clubs. And so the Nelson, it's only really where the club's located, only a block and a half away from the centre city, but it's in a real park-like location, and it's got some magnificent stories about it. And I'll tell you one. I'll read one later, which Richard Collett gave me about the ladies when they came to the club. It was quite,
I look forward to it.
How times have changed.
It's fantastic. There's always some good old stories and some great history in all of our bowling clubs.
So Aidan Zetterstein, of course, plays at the Paratutu Club in New Plymouth, so certainly not well known to play the 25-year games. Of course, Paratutu, the home, the headquarters so often for the Taranaki Open Fours, where I see already, Alex, are up to over 100 entries.
What an incredible story. I mean, I suppose we should just quickly talk about the Taranaki Fours because it's the other 25-end Fours game, I suppose, in New Zealand. But I think it's just amazing that for so long, not only have they run a big tournament, but for 3 or 4 decades, it's been larger than the National Fours tournament.
Absolutely it has. I can remember in my days, for example, playing in the event where the entries are up around the 500 team marks for it. I remember the year that we happened to fortunate enough to tie the event. I think there was 460 odd teams in it that year. So it's another good bowl here from Zetterstein, getting down, touch on the jack.
Good shot.
And very early on in this match, Alex Aidan Zetterstein has had his very distinctive bowls. Are they the Cook Island coloured bowls for the Commonwealth Games?
That's a good question, Kev. No, I don't know. Well, it could be.
It certainly has got that colour in a lot.
They look like they're arrows to me with the groove grip and the sort of the nice colours, the 3, what do they call them, the trifecta ones.
So Zetterstein, of course, played in the Commonwealth Games with also another ex-Auckland player, a Kahu Bay player, an Onehunga player, Jason Lindsay. They played together. They played at the Commonwealth Games recently in the UK.
Yeah, he's got a good pedigree. Does Aidan Zetterstein been successful in both sports? His father,
John, yeah, absolutely.
John's still playing a little bit. I think I saw him at the. He might have won a Champion Fours centre title last year or something. I think.
And of course, Aidan's mum is a absolute workhorse.
Oh, she does some incredible tournaments for the Paratutu Club.
She's always got the various events and fundraisers, all sorts of things going. As we watched now, McElroy, the painter of Nelson, and it's great to see his wife, of course, unfortunately beaten on the last end.
Goodness, didn't she play well on that, Piers?
Certainly did, for a girl that doesn't play a lot of bowls so much now, but it just highlights, though, doesn't it? If you're playing in an environment where you've got Joe Edwards, Val Smith, Kirsten Edwards, you've got so many of those top players that the consistency in their deliveries, all those things that make up the composition of a good player just doesn't go away, Alex, does it?
Yeah, they put the hours of work in. So it's just like, I suppose it's like riding a bike. You might not be quite as steady on it when you get back home, but you can still ride the bike, can't you, Kev?
Yeah, it's great to see Amy back playing. And Shannon, of course, very generous in his sponsorship as well at Stoke. And great to see him playing. And of course, he'll be off to Australia, of course, very shortly as well, because he's playing in the Bowl televised event, the Bowls Premier League. He's looking for the jack.
How's his weight,
McElroy's. He needs 2 more rolls. But the good thing to me, Alex, the screen's going to quicken up. Looking very quickly at the screen already this morning, it's got a very, very good draw that would appear on either hand, on either length. Doesn't seem to be sort of tracking or wavering around. So full marks to the greenkeeper there, who's done a wonderful job, because they have had issues at Nelson. Last year they were very sceptical about whether the green would be up to standard. But if you look at it now, looking around the green, you can see
it's lovely coverage, isn't it?
I was just going to say, got a coverage right to the ditch board, haven't you? Right around the green. So, and that's always a good sign. Here's Bagrie-Howley, the promising man from the deep south, on the backhand, trying to get with Aidan Zitterstein. Oh, it could be holding a couple with the bowl out to the side as well. How quick?
Quick.
Needs to gets a flick.
That touch. He would have been heart and mouth there, I think.
Yeah, because he was a yard really heavier than what he would really like to have been.
I think he grimaced the moment he let that ball go, so he would have known that he was overplaying it. And at that point, you just pray that you don't do too much damage, Kev.
So the Lance Pascoe skip side, of course, Pascoe the only player in the side that hasn't actually played for New Zealand.
Yes.
But I'm going to say will play for New Zealand.
Oh, for sure. It's particularly in a sport where if you're competitive, you can keep playing for, how much longer has Lance got in his career? Decades. I'd be surprised if he didn't before then, and certainly got all the pedigree.
He certainly has. And the good thing is he's got that consistency in his play. He's the former West Coaster. It was the Pascoe name on the coast, synonymous with our sport. Is Lance Pascoe down on the head. He's playing with weight again, trying to get to the jack. Just going to go by the jack. But that's a very difficult shot to play, Alex, because it certainly wasn't a straight run to the jack, was it? You've got to get some mark in the bowl.
Yeah, a fine line. Even if he might have been looking to be 1.5 poles wider and tried to use the blue bowl that sits at 10 o'clock.
I was just going to say that, a touch on the McElroy bowl or a flick off the inside of the McElroy bowl would have been beneficial, because Tony Grantham's got a bowl buried in behind the back of the head as well. So there is the opportunity in that. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, I'm sure he'd like to.
Yeah, he'll be looking to make a correction on his last one and just add a bit of pressure, although it is super early in the game, to be fair. Look, came out of his hand nicer, Kev.
Yeah, on that back end, how's the line?
He's got the right line. Now we're down to weight.
Needs to get through this port between the Zitterstein bowl. Is going to do so and get right down to the jack. In fact, gets a toucher and sits in a good position.
Good shot, although if that bowl had been there a bowl earlier, we would have seen a kill, I think, because it's about where the gap was that Lance
Absolutely.
Found.
And the good thing there with that ball actually finishes for the Bagrie-Howley side really is the front can't get directly to the jack. You'll see Kelvin Scott indicating just what we were talking about before, in that to get to the blue bowl. That's the drive angle, and I'm sure that's where Lance Pascoe will endeavour to play that line to get that. If he can get to the shot bowls, fine, but he's got the opportunity. Looks to be, I don't mean much of a breeze. He has to look around.
Yeah.
Pascoe, it doesn't look to have any. Here he is now on the
less weight than his last one. He's in the right area.
He's on a good track coming down towards that area. Gets one and got a good result. Would more than likely only be just the one down.
Just the 1 year. So Sheldon will be happy that he's got his bowl there. Lance just in a better area. He was maybe half bowl wide, shunted the bowl in for second shot. But happy days at this point. 3-4 is the score.
Good to see both these sides and it's a compliment to the green that are playing confident shots. They're playing, with weight, not driving, but reaching weight. That just highlights that they've got the confidence early on of being able to play the full array of shots on this ring. So Brent McEwen now with the blue bowls on his forehand, 3/4 length head. Looked a pretty good arc on the way out. How's the weight, though?
I think he's going to pull up a little bit shy there, Kev. Lovely green. That's going to be an easy thing to do for these players because the green is level, so the bowls are coming back, and it can trick you into thinking it's a little bit quicker than it is sometimes.
The yard behind the jacks, the main ingredient here, Grantham, looks to have got improved on what was the McEwen bowl and has done so. He's going to finish just sit alongside the jack, fall over, toucher.
Great bowl.
Great bowl.
I really enjoy watching Grantham play when he's on form, Kev. He's one of the better leads we've had, and probably for the last 20 years you could say that about Grantham. He settles right into his work and it looks good out of his hand.
It does. The only thing I'll say, and I'm sure Tony Grantham would actually agree with me with this, is that he certainly does. He's got a great delivery. but I'm sure he'd like to put into his briefcase that consistency right throughout a day. It's because, as you well know, Alex, if you can drop off for a few ends type thing, and Tony is, now if you can keep this sort of consistency up, doesn't matter whether you're playing 5 ends, 15 ends, 25 ends.
Oh, yeah, if you look at those two bowls,
it's fairly hard to beat, isn't it? So they're starting on the backhand, trying to reach up. Been impressive, has Aidan Zetterstein early on in this match.
Lovely delivery as we watch this bowl.
Bagrie-Howley looking closely at this. This is a great attempt by the Taranaki boy. Just going to fall short. And
it's heartbreaking because it's also sat down. He's within a foot and a half of perfection.
What it's actually done as well, Alex, is taken that natural draw past the bowl to get to the jack, isn't it? Because it's fallen right in front in that line. So to get the shot for the Bagrie-Howley side now on that hand, it's a turnover of a bowl to get there. I'm sure. Another good bowl coming in here, Mr. Consistency.
Lovely shot.
And good to see. I see the high performance squad. Kelvin Scott now added to the New Zealand high performance squad. Was winner of the New Zealand singles last year. And
let's wait here, Kev.
Early on, Aidan Zetterstein on the charge. He's going to get the front.
Clear.
No, he won't.
Yeah, let's try and get past.
Well, I suppose he's cleared the block out.
Well, it's better.
I
got no problem with that really, Alex, because it's better to do it with your number two's last bowl. Clear out the debris. You can see the head now. You can choose the weight now that you want to play to the head.
Yeah, I quite like it. I think we'll see a bit of that in this event because all of these fours teams will have 4 players who are not afraid of using weight and will have played skip before.
Absolutely.
So you don't have to direct your lead or two based on their experience. You can go, well, it's actually best to hit this. Hit it, please, Aidan.
And Caleb Hope can play at weight, which he's doing, trying to get to the dead target, just going to go by. You've all got a rock on the
literally moved the
bowl. But, it's quickly shown how this head's going to be. And they can't drop a big number. And they won't, because the way how the head's situated. And they've got a bowl at the back as well.
It's a split. Tony will go straight through onto the jack, mate.
Kelvin Scott.
If he hits the white, they'll just peel off.
Without doubt, would be one of the most consistent players around.
So
and his reliability on the draw makes him such a fours game.
He's brilliant.
It just gives you a real strength, doesn't it? Then you've got Shannon McElroy coming behind you.
Try and get in here.
You don't mind skipping, really, do you?
Yeah, and he must have been one of the. He's got one of the bigger gaps between New Zealand singles titles as well. Kev, having won one of the late '90s and then last year, it's a pretty good sign of form.
Well, he's sort of been known, and let's say in the back room in the bar as the runner-up king, because he's had a few of those, and over the years. But no one would ever take away the ability that Kelvin Scott brings, and his whole disposition on the green. He's just he's one of the good guys. So here's Hope again outside the target straight away. So we know what Bagrie-Howley's going to do. There's no.
Well, I'll be very surprised if Sheldon is short.
There'll be no drawing for one here.
And that's because really, if you had to draw, you've got less than a foot of room to try and draw the shot, haven't you?
So is Shannon McElroy going to endeavour early on in this game to really put the pressure on? And Lance Pascoe and McElroy are talking about it, playing across the head. No, he's gone back to outside the head now. Initially, McElroy was...
I didn't mind that idea, to be honest. The bowl of Aidan Zetterstein that sits at 10 o'clock on the screen doesn't actually need to move that far to turn it from a 2 to a 4.
It actually makes... It also just puts another thing in your head, doesn't it? So McElroy now, of course, former world singles player, the title holder on the back end, looking for the draw, and it's on a good line. This bowler McElroy is going to go by the head
track,
but he'll be more than happy with that, sitting in behind the head. And really for Sheldon could it happen that he could peel that Zetterstein bowl clean out of the head?
That's the concern here, because those bowls are a foot and a half low of the jack. he could get super duper unlucky. He's just saying, look, they're going to split off and whatever happens, happens.
But one could stay and still be forward out.
Yeah, I'll be intrigued as to what weight he plays. He could play it with more weight to get his collision bowl to be the stuff doing the work, and instead of that super quick weight that we saw Caleb Hope go at it with.
Well, I think he's got to get the middle of the triangle. There's 3 bowls there, and I think the problem with I'm not going to say problem with Caleb Hope, but perhaps when you're trying to steer your bowl with pace, you're going to get that under the head, and you're right.
Stressy.
There's a different weight altogether from Bagrie-Howley, and this really, he'll be disappointed with this because this really became a nothing bowl. Now, I think they're going to play that shot now that we spoke about.
You may as well try and put the pressure on. I mean, if you look at it, tell me how it can go wrong. You've got 2. You're probably still going to have 2, even if you miss, aren't you, Kev?
Well, you're sitting there as well as a skeptic thinking, we're up against a very, very good side. It's early on in the game. We're 4 apiece. How many 5-shot opportunities am I going to get throughout this game? In a 25-inning game, you will always say with a skip, his role or her role is to play 5 or 6 bowls, big bowls throughout the game. Now, this could well be one of those shots early on in this match.
I entirely agree. As we see Lance on his backhand. Looking on a high line. Maybe they're leaving it for the last ball, Kev, if Sheldon does nothing.
Trying to get to that draw line to the centre line. Shannon McElroy was looking at it early on to see how far that it was going to get back. It's going to go in behind their head, which is certainly, it's not all bad. And the problem now, I think that Sheldon Bagrie-Howley has got, he really played a no-weight shot with his first. And I think it, to me, gave a bit of an indication. I'm not 100% confident really what I am going to play. So
I don't think...
if you're not confident, then just whack it. And I think that's his best option.
Yeah, that's what Caleb's indicating. Hitting that front white bowl even or something square through there and try and get your collision bowl to follow through.
Through the triangle.
They've got a back bowl that sits at 6 o'clock. Is that, or is that not Brett McKeown's? Must be Brett McKeown's.
Brett McKeown's bowl. One back there, the Kelvin Scott bowl back there. But the big thing for Bagrie-Howley, and it's been, I'm not saying a fault of his play at all, but one of his inconsistencies we saw with Caleb Hope, sometimes we just try and drive a wee bit too quick, and thus, you lose that control of the drive. And no, he's on the conservative side. He can certainly see danger. And so trying to get down, and it's going to go by. I'm sure that we're going to see him. I'm sure he's going to play that shot. Well, even
unless they're already holding 4, I can't see any reason why you wouldn't try and roll Aiden's bowl out for 5 or 6. It's a huge bundle.
Of course, $20,000 the winner of this event, Alec. So
not to be sneezed at.
Not to be sneezed at. You're not playing for a packet of wine gums, are you?
Well, there's nothing wrong with a packet of wine gums.
No, there's not. But I'd prefer the $20,000.
Oh, fair enough. Just Lance again on his backhand. We'll see if he goes for the bonus or to roll the bowl out.
Well, no, pretty quickly out of the hand if he's looking for that shot that we spoke about. And yes, he is. He's on that tighter line, trying to play down to the shop. That bowl, he's
Golden
close.
Opportunity here
he's
from
close,
Lance.
and he's going to get it clean. He'll get it clean. Well, did he push it far enough? God, because you pushed it to just about a jack level.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if he was 6 inches short or didn't quite get that bowl in the right place, but a fantastic effort from Lance Pascoe.
It was right on target all the way and got the bowl clean. I've taken 2 bowls out, 2 shots out. They're now measuring. I think Shannon's pretty confident that it's 3. The other good thing, if you're looking at Shannon McElroy and Lance Pascoe, they get on well together on the green. They get well off the green. We know they get on very well. But on the green, more importantly, in these sorts of events, this is a side that complements one another. They're all good players, and they complement one another. So, you saw McElroy and Grantham, and all involved in talking about it. So it was a 3.
3. Yeah, particularly when you're talking a $20,000 event, I think, Kev, it's important that your team is compatible, because the pressure, well, I can't speak to it because I haven't played in a $20,000 event, but I would imagine that the pressure gets there sort of at the point end of the games if it's close. Everyone wants to win.
It does. It does.
So it's important that they're all mates.
And, you know, and you're all playing, and no one wants to let one another down. So you just got to, as a team, you've just got to be able to, you know, just get on well and just forget about what's happened, move on to the next end, and you'll see Grantham is going to come up short with that bowl. McEwen has struggled a wee bit if we compared to some of the other bowls that we've seen.
So he'll be wanting this one to be good, won't he, Kev? Particularly to bounce back as a lead. You think, oh, gee, we just dropped a 3. It's time, you know, if the opposition lead's just showing a little sign of weakness, Brent will be really focused on getting this one close.
The gate's open.
Lovely delivery on his forehand. The right line, how much is it going to drop down for him? Down to the weight on behind this bowl.
Still going to finish jack low, but it was on the arc to the, you know, to the jack. But he'll be wanting to capitalise.
See Tony Grantham with the Mount Albert apparel on. That's another one of the older clubs, Kev. It's been around for a while.
Certainly is.
I think it started off as someone's backyard entertainment, wasn't it? There was a family there.
Correct. Well, there's so many of the clubs around Auckland or around the country have all got little stories about, like just down the road, West End Bowling Club in Auckland, the Auckland Bowling Club. You know, there's so many of those really, you know, as I say, Mount Albert, but down south, you know, in Dunedin, you know, some of those clubs down there, they've been around for so long and been such an iconic part of the sport.
You're probably there, mate.
And it's interesting now as we move towards, you know, and new surfaces. And I've still got my reservations about how far we're going with that, you know, the indoor complexes and artificial surfaces, etc. I'm still one of the old traditionalists.
Yeah, I don't think as a bowler you'll ever beat what it feels like to play on a 17 or 18 second Maniatoto green that's been well looked after. You know, I don't think you can beat that really.
Well, I just think that as a lover of the sport as well, Alex, I just think that we've got to preserve that. And, you know, we, as you well know as well, you know, we can go down to Taranaki as a case in point. You can go around the country greens of Taranaki, you know, around to the Midhursts and Rahutus and all of those little places around the province. And you know that you're going to play on good Leperton, you're going to play on very, very good services. When we went down the Nationals, of course, the fours and mixed pairs down in Central Otago, we went to all of those little clubs out in the country who had just one green clubs, but had a surface which is just...
Well, it's the pride and joy of the club, isn't it? And
absolutely.
It would be right. It would be a shame to see that fade away. As we see Aiden Zitterstein on his backhand, playing well in this game.
Well, I think he's been, no disrespect to the Bagrie-Howley side, trailing 7-4. I do think that Aiden Zitterstein has been, I would say, the consistency in the glue that's getting them bowls around the head and hasn't sort of allowed the Pascoe side to build really strong heads against them. So Aiden Zitterstein from the Paratutu Club certainly showing all the class that we know that he brings.
Absolutely, as we see on the forehand here, Kelvin Scott's elbow. There we go.
The split of McElroy, the run and push onto the shot bowl. You know, these are if you take the Pascoe side as a case in point, Alex, that shot that we just saw, it's the experience that this side actually has got within it. You know, their shot-making ability, knowing what weight to play. And Kelvin Scott, McElroy, they certainly bring that to the camp.
Yeah, I think they're a really dangerous team. If you were playing them, you'd be weary, because they're also probably a team that can just, over 25 ends, and we saw it, I suppose, on the last team, but there's a big chance that a few times all four of them are going to have a good end together, and they're going to have 8 bowls, and the 8 bowls are going to be within 2.5 feet of the jack.
Well, the good thing is, Alex, that this rink that they're playing on, the green they're playing, you'll see a bit of breeze going through the Shannon McElroy short. You'll just see them moving a wee bit. But to me, you seem to have with a drying green as well, next to perfect conditions, which I'm sure these guys will lap up.
You just enjoy it when you get those chances, don't you, Kev, as a player? Hoping it's going to hold up and go square through. That was beautiful weight he just played. He was looking for that, his own bowl square, wasn't he? And that would have sort of rolled Aiden's bowl away, and collision bowl would have followed through.
Good thing is as well that Shannon McElroy didn't lose his bowl. It's still sitting right down towards the back of the rink there. And it's that maturity of knowing what weight to play.
Yeah, I think we'll see that a lot as well. I think that's an important takeaway for anyone listening who's sort of new to the 3 position, I suppose, is if you can make it that you don't lose your bowl, even if you miss your initial target, you've improved the head for your skip, haven't you? You've made the opportunities become more rather than less.
So Caleb Hope trying to draw down through the port to get to the Zitterstein counting bowl. Now we have a look at this head very quickly as they change over, Alex. You can see again the vulnerability that the Bagrie-Howley side has got on the head, because it's only really what you would call, what I would say is the bowl of Aiden Zitterstein at number 2, just sitting slightly jack low, which is the shot, which is what you would call is an effective part of the head. And whereas the Pascoe combination have got about 4 bowls in and around the head who can sit.
Yeah, it just skews the percentages slightly into Lance Pascoe's team's favour, doesn't it? There's just slightly more, you can miss by more and still get a good result in their team at the moment.
Well, he can play with a wee bit more weight. And he's on a good track here, gets onto the front of this bowl.
Very close.
Gets it clean. What a shot that is. Got the bowl clean.
Beautiful stuff there from Lance Pascoe, and Sheldon having a good look at this head.
Well, it's definitely the shot bowl sitting right, Jack. And of course, the difficulty now for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, where do I go? We've got bowls in the front of the head. Well, personally, I don't think that's the draw option. I think that,
he's just indicating there, if he hits that blue bowl, it's set at an angle to shuffle off. So that's the blue bowl that's at, 1 o'clock, shuffling off the bowl that sits next to it towards the area of the jack. So I think we'll see Sheldon arrive with weight, and if he's narrow, he might hit something. Trying to give himself the opportunities here. As you said, Kev, it's hard when your head's sort of built in the way that this one is.
Adventurous shot player is Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, playing down on the backhand, trying to reach through the bowls at the front, but the danger is, of course, cutting the green. Gets the bowl, the jack, and turns the bowl through, and that would be a Kelvin Scott bowl sitting.
Yeah, I think he's 2 down there, maybe 3.
So the bowl's out to the side of the head that I can see there, the multicoloured bowl of Aiden Zitterstein's. The bowl in front of that is the Caleb Hope bowl, and to me the 2 bowls sitting inside that are the 2 bowls.
Yeah, so he's two down there. The only positive,
but there is a shot there for him to play.
Yeah, for sure. There's there was underneath his line and possibly slightly underplayed it, but he has changed the head in a way that there's room now, depending on what Lance Pascoe does. He's just looking like he's deciding whether he's going to try and draw it on his forehand or his backhand.
Well, he would have tried to get another bowl on the head, but not near the 2 shots.
Yeah.
If he can get another bowl on the other side of the head and still count, but making it more challenging for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. So on the backhand is the former West Coast player, now of course based in Wellington, breaking down towards the head. Looks fairly quick on the way through. Is he going to get the jack? No, he's not.
No mucking around here from Sheldon.
It's pretty obvious here.
May as well put flashing lights on those 2 bowls.
Yeah, they've got big beacons on them. And he's got a clear view to those.
Doesn't even matter where he hits them, Kev. He can hit almost any part of
same result. Doesn't matter where it gets hit.
I feel like even though this is early in the game, it's quite big in the context of the game, just for the momentum, isn't it?
It's interesting where they're playing here. A couple of times I've been down there, and you'll see the door open there by the clubhouse. I've seen a couple of times Jack actually go through. So here he is on the drive. He's close. 2, gets 1, gets 2.
Great shot, well played.
And pushes one of his own out. I can see definitely Caleb Hope bowl is shot bowl.
Yeah, that's brilliant stuff there from Sheldon. And interesting, because we look at this head now.
Oh, this could be different than what we thought, actually.
1 conceded, 2 conceded. What an incredible, if he scored more than 2 out of this, that's amazing from Sheldon. And it was a great shot to get rid of the 2. Lance would have known that he needed to draw, even a 4th shot on his backhand would have been okay.
You're looking, I think it's the Aidan Zitterstein bowl out to the side would be the closest bowl, which is by,
I believe.
It's the bowl out to the side here.
We'll look for indication from anybody. That looks like that's Shannon's bowl, isn't it? And back to Aidan's.
Oh, this is interesting. McElroy's bowls are the multicoloured blues.
Yeah, the ones that split in half. Two
it was. You heard Shannon McElroy. Well, it could have been. It could have actually been 4 on the measure.
At a glance, it looked like a 4, didn't it? Also, I think Colin, our man who's doing the cameras, is through the door apparently, Kev. So he's a bit concerned that if there's a drive, it could be some flying projectiles. I'm sure you'll be fine, Colin.
The Nelson Club, as I say, just a one green club, and went through rejuvenation a few years ago, and there's been some great workers at the club who got that rejuvenation of the club going, and it's now, well, a very, very convivial club, a strong club on the green as well.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things for me, Kev, is as long as you have a club with facilities, it doesn't really matter how small your club gets, because all you need is 2 or 3 champions, 2 or 3
Correct.
people who want to be proactive and get stuff happening, and it can grow from there again. As long as you have space for the club to grow into, so a green, somewhere to play bowls in a clubhouse. There are so many stories of clubs that have gone down to 3 or 4 members, 5 or 6 members, and been looking down the barrel of sort of winding up, and someone gets in there and thinks, look, we want to kick it back into gear, and boom.
Well, it was the Cordwell fan, John Cordwell, who was, I think, the main driver, and he got some of the other. Richard Collett was one of the early ones that came back to the Nelson Club, and we have seen over the last 5 years, the greens, and the other thing which needs to happen, which has happened, of course, Alex, is they produced a good surface to play on.
Yes,
and that also makes such a big difference. And it's got a very good social environment. They get it. They're into the bowls 3-5. They've certainly sort of enveloped in everything. They've got good sponsorship in the club and good players, and really now have got the right formula. And as you're so right, it doesn't matter whether you've got 1 green, 2 green, 3 greens. If you've got the right environment, you'll bear the fruit for it.
Absolutely. It's good to see. Good to hear those positive stories as well, Kev. Aidan Zitterstein again.
Here's Zitterstein again, just going by the jack. He's certainly been consistent as...
The only issue with those bowls, so my bowls, as you might recall, Kev, have about 20 different colours on them. They're multicoloured ones. It's fine when you're playing well, because people glance over and see, when you're not going so good, I sometimes wish I didn't have those coloured bowls.
Absolutely correct.
Rather just have the ones that blend into the pack. Thank you very much. As we see Kelvin Scott on the back end.
Mr. Steady would finish just sitting.
Beautiful stuff.
One bolt, back bow, and the target here for Aidan Zitterstein is to sit on the back of the Tony Grantham bolt, and behind the jack on the backhand is the Paratutu number 2.
Very smooth delivery, Aidan Zitterstein. Looking to clear the front. He's got the weight. Not quite the green, and he'll be disappointed with that. He hasn't improved the head.
Well, what's happened as well down in Taranaki of recent years with a number of the younger players that have come in, Hamish Carpy, and there's a lot of them down there now. And one of the comeback stories was been having the great John Murtagh, who's back.
Yes, I'm going to talk to him. I want to talk to him, Kev. I want to have him on the podcast. I need to reach out and talk to John Murtagh.
John, I was fortunate enough to play my very first representative fixture was actually in the Taranaki junior side, which was the brainchild of John Murtagh and the late Vic Blanche. And I was fortunate enough to play at Paratutu and play alongside John Murtagh and play in the Taranaki events with John. And he is Mr. Methodical, and of course was one of the early coaches.
Was he after John Flett? Was he the one that came after him? Yeah.
Yes, he was. And of course, John represented New Zealand on a number of occasions. And in those days, of course, with Paratutu, you also had the great Dave Baldwin there as well, father of Ryan. who's just recently
Third shot.
retired from his job
So I don't mind,
as
mate.
the
If you want to draw
secretary
there, you can, or
manager
you're
of
beating this for
the
another
Pascoe
one.
Hill Club on the
That's
Gold
just
Coast.
out.
So Paratutu has just had, they went through a bit of a
Oh, I think you play there.
bad period, but just not quite as strong as previous years. And now they've got a number of the young guys throughout the coast who've joined up with Paratutu.
Did I see that Dean Elgar's playing some of bowls out of there as well,
Yeah,
Kev?
yeah.
That's not bad.
Yeah. Dean, of course, he's Mr. Taranaki Bowls, really. He's won everything.
How's he away? Oh, that's good stuff there.
Well, the difficulty that's creating itself at Sheldon Bagrie-Howley is having to end after end, having to.
We're seeing much more attacking from Sheldon's team, aren't we? Because they have to. Like, again, we're going to see Caleb Pear have a good nibble at this. There's a 2-bowl target for him. And that gets tiresome, and over 25 ends, you're not going to hit all your shots. He's looking for a good result here.
Need some luck here. Goes by.
Yeah, there's only so much you can salvage. So while it's okay at the moment, they're trailing 6-7, and Sheldon might well salvage this end. I think it's just about time you have a little chat to your team and just go, look, guys, we need to just step it up that 1 or 2 bowls more an end effective.
Well, what can happen, unfortunately, Alex, is you can drop a couple of big numbers very quickly. They can just disappear out the door. And I'm not saying the game's over with that, but it just, and this head right now is a difficult head for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley to play to, because there's no bowls to come off. There's the Grantham bowl as well that's sitting in behind the head. So the nearest, it's just a tacky head to play to.
Yeah, it's ugly. It's fine margins here. I don't know what he's going to decide. Even if he hits it, he's indicating his forehand, maybe even through the white bowl that sits at, 11 o'clock on your screen to try and pop the jack back.
Well,
I don't know.
Well, we can't see the exact angle, but whether he can play underneath the Aidan Zetterstein bowl and roll it into the head as well.
Yeah, I suppose the issue with Aidan's bowl there is it changes the weight that Sheldon has to play with if he wants to connect, doesn't it?
Absolutely. So, if he gets contact on it and moves it close to the head, it's fine, because then what it does do is it opens the head up further for him to play a different shot with his second bowl. And, it's just they're difficult heads to play at when you've got bowls literally on your run to the jack.
Yeah, you can do it for so long. So we'll see Sheldon here on his forehand side. Interesting to see what weight it comes out of his hand. Looks almost like a draw weight here. Kev maybe is trying to draw around Aidan Zetterstein's bowl. He's overplayed that, I think.
It looks to be
willing it
on
to
the
turn.
wide side, coming back a long way. It was
okay, that was
clean inside, going to go by. And that was a great attempt from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. He's more than likely cut one out.
Yeah, that was a beautiful bowl there from Sheldon, really. And he got it to turn a lot, Kev, which indicates the quality of these greens.
Oh, absolutely. That turn, you can see from where we're sitting, you can see the tracking on the green, but that came from on a 3/4 length head.
Yeah.
That came back a long way.
Yeah, I doubt he would have looked at that and thought, I can draw to the other side of the jack. He probably was looking to turn the third shot into his jack and sit on that.
So Pascoe trying to add to the head.
On the backhand side, out of his hand. Very efficient delivery from Lance Pascoe. Willing it on.
Shannon McElroy trying to get to the Bagrie-Howley bowl. This is close.
It's not far away down to the weight.
Needs a couple of more rolls.
Gee, those are frustrating bowls to play because you're on the right track, and for the sake of 2 or 3 revolutions, you would have been fine. And Caleb just indicating
same shot.
And based on how much it turned, he could just about draw a back toucher here, Kev.
Well, we saw that last bowl, come back all that way towards the jack. And if he follows that line again, and you're right.
He needs a new bowling rig, though.
yeah, he does.
Here we go.
On the forehand as we play N7.
Oh, he's liking it.
On 25.
He's liking it. Chasing the bowl up the head.
Here's the weight on the way down. Here's the weight. Needs to draw inside the bowl now. But they're 2 magnificent attempts from the man from the deep south, Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, another one who's part of the Bowls New Zealand high performance scene, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's been capped for New Zealand. He played one game for New Zealand at the Trans-Tasman just before COVID, so about 20 years ago. That's how it feels.
Yeah,
but certainly right in that space. I think he's number 114. I think
that was on the Gold Coast.
113. Sorry,
I remember that day on the Gold Coast when he played that match. But early on in this match, and as you well know, Alex, it's about owning heads that, it makes such a difference, doesn't it? And the Lance Pascoe side to date in this match have as we come to the end of the N7, they've owned most of the heads, really, haven't they?
Yeah, they'll be feeling good, and I think they'll just be looking to keep playing ends of this length. Whereas certainly,
here's a good look at this. Gets past the bowl clean.
Lucky.
Just need another roll, I think. So
got one clap from Kelvin.
I think the McElroy bowl got all outcomes to measure, but from our angle, that bowl at McElroy's looked to be in the number.
I would say so. As we see Caleb go to Sheldon's bowl first, the one split in half, and then back around. And a good start to this game, but yeah, as you say, I think it would be fair to say that Lance Pascoe's team's had the rub on the opposition so far, and probably should feel like they could be a bit more in front than what they are. But Sheldon's played some great bowls, as we see Caleb concede that one.
And this is the Lance Pascoe bowl. Doesn't look that's going to be into the count. No, it wasn't. Two it was. And you'll see Shannon McElroy quickly indicating how far Lance Pascoe's bowl was out of the count. Well, it was only just out of the count.
There's nothing you can do about that. He played it well, didn't he?
Well, it's very good to see. What I like so far in this game, Alex, is that we're seeing with all the players that we're seeing the bowls coming back to the centre line.
Yeah, it's
all
lovely.
The time,
yeah.
Which is, one, of course, comes back to players' ability to be able to play the shots, but of course also the green as well. That you've got that good consistency in the draw, and you'll be rewarded if you get it right.
Yeah, and we'll see this green, if the rain stays away like we've been told it will, we'll see this green dry out and speed up as the day goes on.
And it will.
The bowls are only going to turn more into the head, and I suppose that gives the players more shots that they can play, doesn't it?
So if, Alex, you remember of the Nelson Club in 1898.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. So Ponsonby had been around for 5 years.
You would have got this. You would have got this letter. Ladies are not allowed to play, but are admitted into the green at any time during play. 2, we find there is not the slightest objection to ladies being present, and their presence is encouraged. 3, light refreshment is supplied to ladies on Saturday only at the expense of the lady presidency. Excepting tea, sugar and milk, which is paid for by the male members, paying threepence for a cup of tea for themselves, ladies free. This results on the whole profit within the club of £1 or 2 a year. And the presence of ladies is a help to the club in our experience. I may add that our practice is to place a list in the tea kiosk, and those ladies who are willing to preside at the tea table put their names down on such dates as suit them. We provide a gas stove, crockery, spoons, kettle, teapot, tea, milk, sugar, afternoon tea table and wash-up tin. Any lady presiding can invite her special friends either to help or as guests.
Right. I don't think we'd see a little like that nowadays, Kev.
I think you'd be finishing up in the year one, you'd be in trouble, wouldn't you? But yeah, that was Richard Collett got me some extracts from some of the part of the history of this very, very proud club in Nelson, and it's great in my viewpoint. Alex has been a lover of the sport. These parts of our history of the sport, to me, is something that we should be proud of.
I entirely agree.
And we preserve that. We preserve that history. To me, it's part of what we do. So here's Kelvin Scott, Mr. Consistency, playing down.
Good bowl again.
Another bowl from Scott sits inside. What is the shot bowl? Zidestein again.
on the forehand. Lovely smooth delivery there from Aiden. Down on the head. Willing it to turn. I think he slightly overplayed this one. It's going to be a similar bowl to his first.
Just going to go by with weight. Well, of course, it's one of those situations, Alex, as you would well know, is playing at number 2. You don't want to be short. You're down on the head. So you're certainly going to endeavour to play with weight to get to that jack line, to get to the sit on the bowls.
Yeah.
But you just go a wee bit out, you can miss, and you go by for a metre, and it just makes it, when your leader hasn't really...
It's particularly frustrating when you do the same thing, exactly the same thing twice.
Exactly the same twice.
It's given it every chance, and just that slight, little flick of the fingers or whatever it is, and just that little bit heavier than what you wanted to be. Caleb on his backhand.
And what the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley side are really desperately looking for is to own a head.
Yeah, this is close here from
he's going to sit it.
Caleb.
Sit one outside, got the port, with the one down.
The unfortunate thing about that is he couldn't have locked Kelvin's bowl at more if he had tried. Like it's sitting, it'd be very challenging for them to move.
Well, there's 3 bowls literally locked.
Yeah, you can't move Kelvin's bowl, so then you have to either move the jack to score or draw within an inch. Is the only way you're going to score if you're Sheldon's team at this point.
Well, it's interesting that the good thing for the Pascoe side, having someone like Kelvin Scott playing at number 2, no disrespect to Aiden Zitterstein, but on the consistency basis, you're always going to have bowls within a metre around the head.
Yeah, I mean, Kelvin's proven that, having won the national singles recently and played in part of the South team, he's always just ridiculously steady at 2, a very good two position.
And we'll get Colin shortly to get someone within the club to go and do a runner.
Yeah, we'll go find out.
And get an update on that other semi-final match, the match between Jordan King of Auckland up against the Stoke man, one of the Stoke favourites, Peter Hodson, who yesterday defeated another favourite from the region, Paddy Stewart, Mr. Crayfish.
As we see on the forehand side. So that must just be, that's a good shot there from Shannon McElroy, just covering where the jack could move. We see a challenging hit again for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley's team here. They're 1 down on the card. Sorry, not 1 down on the card. 1 down on the head, 3 down on the card. We get a good view of the 3. They've just seen the camera. That's great from Tony.
Thank you, Tony Grant.
Oh, dear. It's lucky that they're experienced, Kev. At least they know the cameras are here.
They're fine.
And Caleb on the backhand here. This is Wellington Bowls hoodie.
Former cyclist.
As we see, this isn't far away if he clears the front stuff.
It'll depend on the weight down to the line. He's not far away here as Caleb Hope. Oh, he's going to be unlucky.
Yeah, see, there's that bowl locked in. He's
locked in.
He locked it in with his first bowl. And if his first bowl hadn't been there, he would have set it out for 1. So 2 well-played bowls.
Played 2 very good bowls, Caleb Hope.
Ultimately unsuccessful. At least he's unlocked it, I suppose. There's no longer a bowl touching Kelvin's shot. And
Yes.
I can tell you the score, sorry, Kev, is 3-4, not to Jordan. 3-4 to Peter Hodson after 6 ends of the 25 that they'll be playing. So a very tightly contested game there. 7 points scored in 6 ends.
Well, there'd be a lot of running around, I imagine, because Jimmy Pugh is playing, of course, isn't he?
Not afraid of following his bowl up.
Well, he'll follow shadows, but...
Following something.
Yeah, because Peter Hodson, another of the very, very top-line players out of the Nelson centre, certainly got some big names that come up out of that, and out of that Stoke club as we watch Pascoe on the forehand, holding 1 shot.
Looks like it's out in the rough a little bit to me.
Got out on that widest side. Actually, it was good the other day when we were doing, Alex, the Tyree event, Brent O'Reilly and myself. They were playing on an end rink, and there was a cut line, which you could, we picked it early on, was the draw. And we could sit, and you could just sit, if you're...
See if it's there or not.
Yeah, it was absolutely perfect.
Always helpful. Sheldon on the backhand. He'll be trying to do a similar thing to Caleb, and now Kelvin's bowl not locked in, so it will move, and so will the jack.
Oh, he's on a...
Down to the weight. He might have underplayed it here.
He has. and made the line harder. And now alters his weight now with that next shot, really, Alex, because you'd think to draw around that to the shot bowl.
Yeah, not going to draw around it.
Not going to draw around it on that line to the shot bowl. Underneath it with weight is there. So Pascoe and McElroy having a conversation, and you know it's a head they don't have to do a lot with, isn't it? Really, they're holding the shot, another end gone.
Yeah.
And drawing down to the Shannon McElroy bowl, which is sitting out from the head a wee bit. I can't see really a chance for a big score for the.
Nah, they'll be happy to get the one, as you say, tick the end over. So it's just about making it as hard as they can for Sheldon to salvage. And it's I mean, as it sits, even if Lance does nothing, it's a very difficult shot for Sheldon to try and play to get any result that's better than one down.
There's a lot of room there, is there?
Lance on the forehand. Just taking his time. Right, what's he doing, Kev?
Oh, he's on that wider line again, and that was really more weight than anything. You know, it was that you could see it was a yard through their head, a yard and a bit through the head, regardless.
If Sheldon's just one down, does he just take the one down?
No, I just wonder whether he can. Yeah, it's one of those hits where with the way that front bowl's positioned there on that.
It's hard to see. If the jack isn't touching the white bowl, he might be able to get the jack.
Well, he's
back.
Talking about
instead
trying
of squeezing across.
He's looking at trying to play under that front bowl to get down to the jack. Now he's looking at the other hand.
So
Well, all I'll say, Alex, is too many options just creates too much doubt.
Yeah, he'll decide on one before he goes down. I think they'll end up on the backhand, Kev. I think he'll look sort of almost ditch weight underneath that white bowl that you can see at 1 o'clock, looking for any movement. I think he's probably, well, it's hard to tell. If he's one down, I'd just about take the one down. But if he's not one down, certainly worth playing a shot. They're getting Brent McEwen here to have a chat and see what he thinks.
Yeah, I tend to think, really, Alex, that you can deliberate a long time on these shots. And it's different if you're looking at a 3 or 4 shot result, but really, you know, so the end result. So what am I looking at? Am I looking at scoring 1? Am I looking at scoring, you know, is he 2 down? May well be 2 down.
Oh, that's a good camera angle. As we see in the background also, some of the other games going on this morning.
And you can see Olivia Blomfield and there's Aidan Takarawa. They're on that next rink, that match.
Yeah, that's the other semi-final, I speak.
Which is pretty close. So we'll see here now. Bagrie-Howley.
On the back end, he's moved over on his mat, using it, taking it early, so he's looking to get some late swing. Out of his hand nicely. He's not far away from a result here if it holds on. Needs it to hold.
Needs a flick. Got the flick. Out to the side. Caleb Hope, shot bowl.
Well,
is it?
You take it, don't you?
I think so.
I think Caleb might have just flicked away one down.
Well,
one there, so double figures now for.
I know it's one to the. It is your one to the Pascoe side.
Just about one to Caleb Hope, wasn't it?
Just about. Well, it was. It was for a second.
Randall in the background.
Randall Watkins. So 16 sides started off in this event 2 days ago and played their section play. They played 3 rounds of 25 ends, playing, of course, on. They played 4 rounds, was it, Alex? I'm not sure.
I think 3 rounds in 1 round of post section, wasn't it?
It was, yes, correct, yeah. So
I believe there was a 5-hour game there somewhere as well, or a 5.5-hour game thrown in the mix. I believe Jo Edwards was involved in that one, and she came off skipping and said, "I've just played bowls for 5.5 hours without without a break."
Yeah, that's the thing about the 25 enders, isn't it? That they can sort of push the old clock out. But these guys, yeah, we've seen already that we're at 9, and we're already 2 ends ahead of the other semi-final.
Yeah, working their way through nicely. And a good shot here from Brent McEwen. That's a good bowl. He'll be pleased with that one.
Yeah, he's starting to get a bit more consistency now as the Dunedin men that lead.
I suppose that's one of the good things about those 25 ends that you do get, Kev, particularly when you're playing either lead or two, which are usually shots that aren't it's not a wide variety of weights that you're using, is it? It's just you can settle down on your line and your length. Even if you start off poorly, you can just work yourself into a rhythm, as we see Tony Grant play an absolutely beautiful bowl there.
The good thing is, playing in the 25 game, I've always thought Alex on a good green, is that once you work out where that arc is, it's really just in control, just getting the weight. And the player who, and this is why you see these players with looking closely here is McEwen getting a touch on the jack, front toucher. And this epitomises with these 4 lead bowls, Alex, is that with the good players on a good green, they find that line, you're going to see a number of very, very good heads. And it's just that concentration for the 25 ends to be able to hold that.
To set a name, yeah. And Kelvin on either his forehand or his backhand. I'm going to say backhand here. I think he's pointing more than normal to his backhand side.
And yes, it is.
Yes.
Got it.
What a great start by the Leeds, Kev. That's incredible 4 bowls. Here comes a 5th one.
And Kelvin Scott's going to nestle in here as he just slips by. But just playing to get contact. You see the 2 Bagrie-Howley bowls of Tony Grantham's just sitting in behind the head. Here's Zayden Zitterstein now on his forehand, who followed the Kelvin Scott bowl. Looks to be under the line and is.
One of the looser ones we've seen from Aiden. He's been playing very well this game so far for the previous 7 or 8 ends, and he gave a good line. Is it a slightly longer end than what we've seen, Kev?
Well, I just wonder whether Alex's bowl, although the leads have proved me wrong on this, that sometimes you can play those in between lengths, which is neither short or long, and you just see players sort of just difficult to get their weight and line. But if you look at these 5 or 6 bowls here now, those 2 right on, 3 there just in behind, and the Scott bowl only a metre past on that draw line. They're pretty handy.
Yeah, and to be fair, they'll be closer than they look, although this one from Aiden's won't be closer than it looks.
Well, he adjusted the line, didn't he, from his first bowl, but went out on the wide side.
As we see, Lance have a studying long and hard at this.
I favour ours slightly, mate.
There we go.
So they favour the Pascoe. You might have heard him say that. Lance Pascoe just saying is he mic'd up, Lance Pascoe?
Yeah, Lance is mic'd up, and I believe Sheldon said he'll mic up later on in the game. So maybe he had some stuff to say in the first 10 ends that he didn't want us to listen to. We got a mic to the skips, which is quite handy. Shannon, beautiful
just going to die on weight, but was certainly on the line to that. Change of hand here from Caleb Hope, indicating that we need to try and sit on the bowl or play through the bowl on that forehand side.
I'd be interested to know what model of bowls Caleb's playing with. They're different to the ones he used to play with Dreamline XGs, but they look almost on an older model bowl that he's playing with there, Kev.
Well, he's certainly getting some draw to the head, isn't it? There's not that, it's got more of that natural arc coming in towards the head, which is always good to see. McElroy here will try and just get past his own.
As we see this bowl,
Kelvin Scott, the general, number 2, having a look at the head.
If he gets a clean run, he's close. Oh, just got to work. Great effort there.
Feather. He was close, all right, if he gets past that.
I think we are seeing bowls almost come back. I mean, we're never going to go back to the massive turns that we had, but we seem to have gone away from the poker, the dead straight bowls, Kevin, back to those ones that turn a bit more.
Well, even if, in saying that, Alex, even if I've watched a lot recently of a number of the events on the Gold Coast. I agree with you on that statement, because we'd seen so many bowls where just yard of weight, straight line, yard of weight, straight line.
Yeah.
But watching the recent championships and the Australian Championships on the Gold Coast, we saw, in my view, certainly saw a lot more draw of the bowl.
I've never understood the advantage that you think you get from a straight bowl. It's fine on a lovely green, but if you come across any wind, if you come across anything that's slightly inconsistent, if you have to draw around a bowl, if you want to get a run shot to swing, you need a bowl that's actually going to do that for you, Kev.
Well, I just wonder as well whether the greens on the Gold Coast, you and I have been there that way. Well, we haven't been there since the COVID thing, Alex, but, they were push and prod greens, a number of those on the coast. And I know at Musgrove Hill that there was a definite wish within the club to try and, one, get another couple of seconds of speed out of the green, and just to make it more. One of their viewpoints was that it just becomes a push and prod game.
Yeah.
And of course, Brian Baldwin, who now just retired as the general manager there, I think it was, and with Gary Mouncey there, Krista Leave, and now, of course, Drummond as well is there. Ross Stevens plays there as well, another New Zealander.
Yeah, come from a space where we're used to bowls coming back into
and it's and they're more conducive to what would say we're traditionally used to. It's interesting. Krista Leave is an example whereby he still plays with his bowls that he played with in New Zealand, which I think are a quite antiquated set of Drake's Pride.
They are a set of Drake's Pride, is my recollection.
And they're sort of not customary to the sorts of bowls that are played with now. But so I think if you're good enough, because he's used those, he's done pretty well over at the Gold Coast.
They do what you tell them to do.
What you tell them. So here's Bagrie-Howley under the head trying to, well, that indicates that it is still although it doesn't look like it on the camera angle, it's the bowl of Grantham's shot.
We heard Lance Pascoe say, I think we've got it on a measure. I don't understand this finger measuring thing. That's okay. Tony, just having a look to see which is closer there.
Did you see by any chance, Alex, some of these new measuring devices that they're using out of Australia?
Yes.
More weight.
Yeah. You have to go to night school first, I think.
It seems a bit complicated. We'll just stick with the tape measure.
Yeah, I think so.
So we have Lance on the back end. Nice delivery. Must be looking for...
Under the line. Well, he's playing on that basis of...
means you're down, doesn't it?
He's one down if you're playing with that line to try and obviously get up to get some turn on the bowl. So we'll see here, it's 10-6 as we come to the end of end 9 of 25.
Sheldon. We'll see what he does here. If he's holding the shot, he doesn't need to be too positive, I suppose. Nice forehand. He's taken a high line, but we know it does bite back quite dramatically.
Well, we saw his bowls definitely bite back in that last egg coming this way, and there's only a bowl out of it, and Shannon McElroy, out comes the calipers.
It's
really
got to be a caliper situation here.
Has to be, surely, isn't it?
Yeah, Caleb Hope.
Yes, it is. Caleb's got the calipers out. Tony Grantham's got the mat.
Caleb won't be afraid of calipers. He plays a lot of indoor bowls. That's what we use in that game for measuring.
Was it the New Zealand singles?
He was runner-up in the New Zealand singles,
yeah. Of which, of course, you won the pairs. You and Colin won the pairs.
What a day.
Yeah.
But no, great effort there from Caleb, and competent indoor and outdoor bowler. Started off in the Southland region and is now domiciled in Wellington. And he's gone. All right, we'll see. Whose eyes are better? That's the question. Lance Pascoe thought it was one to him. Tony Grantham thought it was one down. Coming back around the other side.
Is it an umpire?
Oh, he's going for a small adjustment there. Serious stuff here, Kev.
Tony Grantham's pretty sure they've got the shot.
Well, he's got the mat, doesn't he?
Well, it's his bowl. It's in the measure, so...
Tony's eyes are pretty good.
It is the one. It is the Tony Grantham bowl. It's at shot, which puts the Pascoe skip side now to 11-6. That's the Lance Pascoe skip side. Of course, with Shannon McElroy, Kelvin Scott, and Tony Grantham up against the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley skip side, with Caleb Hope and
Brent
Brent
McEwen.
McEwen,
I just- I
and
don't
Aidan,
know, head the way.
and of course
Doesn't
Aidan
too much
Zitterstein
mate,
out of the
so-
Patatutu Club in
Wide.
Taranaki.
As we see Tony on his backhand, leading off. And a 11-6 lead. That's a lead that's beginning to build nicely enough there for the Lance Pascoe team. They'll look to maintain that 5-point buffer and try and improve on it if they can. As we see Shannon come down this end to have a chat to Lance. I don't mind that over the 25 ends, the 3 being up at this.
Oh, it's fine. It's quite it's quite traditional now that you see it in England.
They do it all the time.
They do it all
don't
the
they?
time.
Yeah. I can remember we had a guy come to Point Chev, Callum Height.
Oh,
He's
yes.
now off. He's overseas somewhere. Got another job, but he was there for a few years and he played at a high enough level in the UK. It was our first interclub foursies in Dubai, says Colin. I'm not sure if they have bowls in Dubai,
Yeah,
but that's
right,
where
mate.
Callum is. Anyway, we had our first interclub thing and it was a fours event and he was in my team. And he said, "Are we playing threes up?" And I said, "What?" And he said, "Threes up." And I said, "I don't understand what you're saying to me, Callum." He said, "Are the threes up at the same end as the skip?" And I said, no, we don't usually do that here. It was a very confusing conversation we had.
Very handy player.
Yes, yeah, he plays a good bowl.
So this green they're playing on here, Alex, at the Nelson Club. This green, in fact, right there, that service was opened in 1923.
1923, so just about a centenary for that surface.
Yeah, so this is the green here. Yeah, there was many proposals where the sites were to be, but the present green right here, the first green was opened in 1888 on the church property, and that was used until this present green, which the guys are playing on right now, was opened in 1923, and remains the.
It'd be fascinating to do a soil analysis, wouldn't it, Kevin? There would have been lots of stuff that green has gone through over the last 100 years. I would say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Past the time where we used to compress our greens down, and they were quick because they were hard.
Well, it's interesting. The greenkeeper. I'm not sure what year this was put together, but the greenkeeper, the greens guru there, was the man that went to Stoke and has only just recently retired as the greenkeeper at Stoke, whose name just slips my mind at this point in time. But yeah, he's in his 80s and only just retired in the last 2 years as a
Don Carter.
Correct.
Yeah, I think we did a story on him.
Correct.
Bowls New Zealand did a story. Don Carter.
That's the man.
Not bad.
So, so he is mentioned here in this history of some of the things that went on with the club, not in the 1800s, but a number of years ago. And of course, then went to Stoke and was a greenkeeper there at Stoke for a long time.
He started in the early 70s at Stoke, apparently, according to a story on him. So he must have been involved at Nelson sort of just before then.
And the Greens, one of the Greens is named after it, isn't it? At Stoke.
That's right. It's pretty incredible. It'd be fascinating to have been a greenkeeper for that period of time and seen, how it's changed, what the greenkeeping looked like back then to now. And we've gone through some different surfaces as well. Of course, now settled on the Maniatoto seems to be the one that's nice to play on.
Well, yes, it is. As we've seen Aidan Zitterstein get a trail on the jack, and McElroy very quickly in securing second shot. But the good thing with the Zitterstein trail, though, Alex, it has opened the scoring opportunity up early on.
Yeah.
On this 10th end for the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley side, got a trail of the jack.
And with those 15 ends to go, I suppose they'll be happy enough, even if they can just hold on to 1 or 2 points. That's a great shot there from Caleb.
There.
Yeah, this is good stuff. Sitting down, good shot. Because they want it to be, if they can score 1 or 2, they can then start dictating some terms of their own, can't they, Kev?
Absolutely. They dictate the length. They get that first that lead bowl counting, and it just puts them. Well, you change your shot selection because they have been playing a lot of searching shots to try and, as we see, McElroy.
4 ball here from McElroy.
Going to be well under the head. And so really it's
a real opportunity developing. You almost don't want to go near this, or just what Caleb won't want to do is make a target here.
Or doesn't want to shoulder.
No shoulder. So he'll be playing this on the tighter tighter side and looking to finish past if he can.
Well, he was on that outside line.
Don't want to leave a split. And he didn't. That's brilliant.
They're two magnificent bowls played by the number 3, Caleb Hope.
If he doesn't get a high five for that, I don't know what you can do. That's fantastic.
You just saw the hand come out.
Very good, good.
Yeah, the jack had been moved off the centre line. And Aidan Zetterstein, the Paratutu number 2, got a trail on the jack, and Caleb Hope straight away. So right, here's our opportunity.
Yeah, he couldn't have played 2 better bowls there, Caleb Hope, and that's absolutely great stuff. And we're going to have to see some magic from Lance to well, even cut it down. He's going to need magic. They've got 3 bowls within 8 inches there, Kev, and not many ways to get to them.
Well, there's not much of a line down on that other hand with this. You know, you see Shannon there, you know, pointing how you can chop down through the middle there, but looks a difficult shot. And I think Pascoe's going for that backhand draw, try and sit inside, get second shot. That's good skipping rather than trying searching for shots. He's got the bowl out on that wide arc. Shannon McElroy's looking at it, but it's going to go by on that wider line. Well, it had the line, just really was that metre of weight. Alex had the...
Yep, it was fair effort. And if you're Sheldon, do you do nothing with this bowl? Like, are you best to try and block it and then draw a 4th? Like, the way it sits here with the 3, that's a brilliant 3 that they're holding.
The last thing he wants to do is draw a jack low counter.
Yeah. I think 3's good here for Sheldon's team. I think we'll see a bowl that doesn't give anything more for Lance to do. I think we'll see that and then a bonus with his last.
Well, 25 ends, you don't have to hunt for shots at this point of the game, Alex, as well. Now, this looks to be
just going to
on
pull
that wider line again, but we know what his bowls do at the finish, and it's going to, in fact, come up short. Well, that's a good bowl, actually.
Yeah, he's happy. He'll be happy with that.
It's a good bowl because it just about makes that line. Now, hear that? Lance Pascoe saying he's going to drive that Shannon McElroy bowl or Kelvin Scott. Well,
there's options there, isn't there? Sort of, as long as you, I suppose they just have to look around and make sure they're not going to accidentally cannon out the 4th shot.
Well,
so
they
they're
don't
not going to drop a 5.
So the point is, they don't want to lose that bowl. It won't matter, if they were to lose the Shannon McElroy bowl in the front, because the first bowl as well that Lance Pascoe drew him behind, it's not going to alter the count. So it's fair to say there's going to be a forehand weighted shot with a bit of a hit and hope to see what happens.
Yeah, in the right area. You've got low bowls to hit, so there's stuff could happen. It just might not. He's very close to what he pointed at.
It's in that target area
connection.
that I was looking at. You've got one, so you'll be
good bowl.
Be more than happy with that. Got the double cannon, so to speak, and got the Jack Lowe's bowls, which ran onto the counting bowls, took one of them out. He'll be happy with that. Another end comes to an end. He's got a chance to draw for a 3rd. Does Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, which would take us to 11-9, but I won't preempt that. We'll just wait to see where this bowl comes to rest. Because other semi-final, as we said, a couple of ends behind on this. That's the game between Jordan King of Auckland up against Peter Hodson.
And Hodson leads that game 6-5 after 8 ends, Kev.
Oh, well, there's nothing in that, and needs a bit of luck here. Not going to get it, though. Well,
he had probably nice weight there, didn't he?
Did have decent weight. 2 it'll beat. So important now that they've got the mat.
That's the first time they've scored in 3 ends. We've seen they've won, 3 ends, I think. Maybe four ends worth. Sheldon's team and the other team have won the rest of them, but they'd had 3 ends in a row against them, so we might see a different length jack here.
Well, it's important here now for Brett McEwen to, give the good start for his side.
Yeah, and sometimes it's if you focus on throwing the jack, it makes it easier with your first bowl, doesn't it? Because you've concentrated on the weight that you need with your first one of the jack. And we'll see Brent here on his forehand side.
Just going back quick, for Don Carter.
Yes.
So Don Carter was appointed the greenkeeper. Remember, he's only just in the last 2 to 3 years.
Just retired
from Stoke, right? Don Carter was appointed to control the greens and both greens at Nelson. There was 2 greens there. The other one up behind behind here, with a building there. And that was prepared for the centennial year. So the club was formed in 1866, 1868.
Yeah.
Great shot, Tony.
So 1888, sorry. So in 1988, the greenkeeper was Don Carter. Right.
It's not bad, eh?
Who only in the last 2 to 3 years has stood down from his position as greenkeeper at Stoke. So it's fair to say that he'd be an iconic figure in the greenkeeping world, and would have certainly seen some big changes, wouldn't he, over the years?
Yeah, no, it's wonderful. So we see Tony Grantham playing a good ball on that long end, and he'll be looking to back it up. The second one, they do lead 11 points to 8 on the 11th end of 25.
So it's our pleasure to bring you this live coverage of the Speights Nelson Bowling Club's Premier Fours, where we've got a total prize money of $36,000 and $20,000 to the winner, who will be crowned the winner later on this afternoon. And look, I'm not 100% sure, Alex, but that would be up. Is that the?
Yeah, you beat the last one.
Would that be the number one biggest purse for a New Zealand event?
I'd say I'd be comfortable saying it's certainly the biggest purse for a fours tournament. Yeah, no, we'll go for it. Or just put an X out. I think it's the biggest purse that you could see at a New Zealand tournament, especially when you consider, I think, that there are only 16 entries here.
Absolutely.
What an amazing result that is for the Nelson Bowling Club to be able to offer that level of prize pool.
Well, I think the other message there, Alex, that I see is that, and it's a message in general, although so many clubs do it so well, and that is to have that close association with the local business community, whoever it may be, because when you want people to put their hand in their pocket to assist with such events, they've got every team is sponsored in this event. Sure, there's a couple of there's a double up on some of the sponsorship, but it's fantastic that they can host such an event. Each team got sponsors, and I know that I've been at the event. Of course, that you get well looked after at Nelson, whether you be at Stoke or whether you be at Nelson. They always look after you, and I think what confirms that really as well, Alex, is the strength of the fields of which they get in their events.
And I think for a club to just think to themselves, look, we're going to create an event like this 4 or 5 years ago, it just shows, it tells me that the game's alive and well. If you want to do something, you still can.
Well, John Caldwell, who was the initial man behind this, and of course his son, Gareth, who's now, I think he's got the supermarket down in Kaiapoi now, but they had a bar in Nelson, and John was the man that sort of was the instigator of saying, right, we're going to make Nelson something insofar as bowls is concerned. John for many years was the manager of the Nelson representative side, and as we've watched over the last 15 years, we've seen the strength of Bowls of Nelson sort of built around the flagship of Joe Edwards and Val Smith and Shannon McElroy. But if you take the overall strength of what it's developed within the sport in Nelson, it's been significant.
Oh, it's great stuff. And they're a strong centre in all senses of the word, aren't they? Because they've got strong umpiring and strong coaching and good sense of administration.
Absolutely.
All the bits and pieces are ticked off there for Bowls Nelson.
So every centre in New Zealand's fortunate that within your clubs you've got, let's say a couple of driving forces that can make such a difference to, the whole environment. And we're seeing that now in Wellington as well. We've seen some big changes in Wellington. That's great, and it's good to see, as we see
on the forehand. He needs it to hold and hit anything. Hold.
Well, we got the dead stun shot, but the good thing was that his bowl continued on through the head, just a metre in behind.
That was quite a nice weight, wasn't it, from Caleb? Because it ensured that his collision bowl was going to be helpful at the end of the day.
Wasn't going to lose his bowl off the head, giving the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley side, another bowl on the head. As we see, Shannon McElroy
is going to draw across the head here.
Well, look, there's plenty of room there now. One down to score. Just the one down.
Just exchanging a glance with Sheldon. Yeah, little low five, whatever you call it. Brett McEwen, the old one out with the shorts, Kev.
Yes.
Got some blue shorts on. I noticed that Sheldon's got the old New Zealand development shorts on. They've got a chamois on them, which I think is brilliant. On the pocket, there's a chamois there if it gets a bit damp. Not that it's going to rain today.
Well, talking to Richard Collett 2 days ago, they were watching the weather. Watching the weather very, very closely, because we know just over on the coast they're copying it now with floods again.
Yeah.
And talking to Richard, that they were very, very concerned. He spoke to me again yesterday morning. And is Sheldon Bagrie-Howley going to hold up long enough?
We will never know.
We'll never know. Thank you, Kelvin Scott.
He's a nice guy. It's good to think. It's lucky he's a nice guy. He is
a nice guy. We'll see in a moment. Pascoe.
On the forehand. That's Pascoe. Kelvin's. He's looking for Kelvin's. About where his rag is. As we see. There we go. Good work, Colin. Switching the camera angle.
Colin, thank you.
Made it just in time. Bigger target though. I think Sheldon might need to be asked twice.
Well, he can play that. He can play down there. He can play that split weight through there.
Oh, that split looks beautiful, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Even if you go that last bowl of Lance's at 11 o'clock square, you might pop the jack out the side.
He can play that shot and not actually lose his front bowl.
Yeah. No, it's a perfect bread and butter shot for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. Will have done this an uncounted number of times in his bowling career.
And it's fair to say he's quite partial to playing with a bit of weight.
Yeah, it'll just be bread and butter. He'll look at that and go, I can do that. It's easy. So I would expect, I'll be comfortable in calling now, Kev, that I think is going to get a good result from this bowl.
The big thing is, and that's for those perhaps not so technical, it's just the biggest thing is he doesn't curl his hand inside like that.
Oh! Well, he got a result. He'll be disappointed with that bowl. That's not gone well.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to play down Sheldon Bagrie-Howley at all, but it's so important, though, when you play those shots, Alex, that your hand at the delivery point doesn't just drop inwards, because, and that's exactly what happened then, had the weight to get that split, but of course, you drop that hand in, it's just going to come off.
Yeah, you pray to work off a short bowl at that stage. So disappointing there, and that was pretty poor commentary for me, because I thought Sheldon was going to nail that, but not to be. So we'll see a number here, I think, to Lance Pascoe's team. And on the subject of weather, Kev, I was talking to Andrew McGregor on the Bowls Hour this week, because I'm tootling down to the charity pairs that they have over Cargill.
Great event.
He's warned me that the weather forecast is not ideal for that event. But I'm hoping he's just pulling my leg and it's going to be nice and sunny.
Well, may I say, Alex, that the weather has got a history for the charity pairs of been challenging.
Yeah, I think I've played in 2 or 3 of them, and I don't remember it being sunny yet, but I'm sure it'll happen.
So yeah, the charity pairs in Southland's been on the calendar now for a long time. And it's certainly it's an iconic event for all the right reasons for what it does in the region, and of course Southland. They're very fortunate down there with the trust that's down there and the work that they do. A good opening bowl here from Grantham, 13-8. This consistency is what you want. But so the Southland charity pairs has been on the bowls calendar for a long time, and they certainly make it an enjoyable environment for everybody that goes. I
think certainly as a player, it's probably one of the better events I've attended. Not so much, not necessarily for the standard of bowls that there is, which is high obviously, but more for what it means. And at the end of the day, after the 3 days of play or 2 days play, whatever it is, you all sit down in this club room and the winners get told that they're the winners, and then everyone who's a charity who's applied for funding from the Southland Charity Pairs Trust gets up and gets presented with a little cheque and tells the people what they've applied for the money for, and it's such a special moment.
And that's one of the great things about our sport is that how it still involves the community, and Southland, the charity pairs, well known for it. Taranaki, known for the Taranaki Open Fours. Nelson, now known for, these events have been around for a while, but now it's consolidated into, let's say, that
this week of bowls.
The week of bowls, There's the seafood tournament at Kaikoura, and there's others all around the place, and they also do their thing for the whole local community, and the local community gets involved. And you know, Alex, as a case in point, going to the Taranaki Open Fours and going out to those country areas, how the local community just completely wraps their arms around the tournament, don't they? And
it's fantastic, absolutely.
All good, mate.
Interesting. That bowl's gone a bit wild.
Well, I'm just watching here. I've seen those two of Brent McEwen's, the two Kelvin Scott bowls, and all of a sudden we've got the Wanders. So Aidan Zitterstein, the sun is on, and that's
drifting a bit as well. I wonder if there's a gust, or maybe it's an end. It's a bit longer. Might be hitting something up on the green to our left there. It certainly was a bit snaky, wasn't it?
And Kelvin Scott, I'm sure he's certainly adjusted. You can see with the second. Has he?
He's taken a tighter line, so we should see it break back. I'm not sure about his weight though, Kev.
He's got some gallops on it on the way through, and
intriguing. This is probably the loosest end we've seen so far.
Certainly has. Because they've had the bowls around the head.
Oh, the score on the other semi-final, by the way, Kev, is 7 apiece after 10 ends.
So anyone's match in that game between Peter Hodson and Jordan King in the semi-final.
Can see them on our right, crossing over as Aidan Zitterstein falls agonisingly short there with his second bowl.
This is the Speights Nelson Bowling Club Premier Fours. With 16 teams lined up on this event, starting, and they've had a day and a half of section play, 25 ends. Of course, run in conjunction, you'll see alongside, is the plate event. And that, of course, is for those who didn't qualify. McElroy, well, he was always going to be in that area, and there was nothing really close. Got to.
It's good enough bowl, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You're not going to feel like you're lucky to get that result.
I see the wry smile from Shannon McElroy because he used his teammates. Shannon McElroy's bowl to get to that result. And here now is Caleb Hope trying to get down with a metre of weight.
Very close. He's played some good bowls in the last few ends. It's Caleb Hope.
Clear split, trying to get in between the two. But
it's fine, isn't it?
Absolutely, it's fine. You can afford to be reasonably aggressive. So get another bowl, ideally for the Bagrie-Howley side, on the other side of the head would be fine, and then they can attack that.
Absolutely. So he set up a nice target for Sheldon. As we see
McElroy, that's a lovely hole in behind the head. And of course, the vulnerability for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley is that there's only two close bowls into the effective area of the head, with only one bowl really, and that's the first bowl at Caleb Hope.
There'll be a temptation. He's saying beforehand. There will have been a temptation from Caleb's end just to hit it. You can see 2 or 3 bowls.
Oh, absolutely.
It'll be tempting. You get itchy fingers, but Sheldon's saying, look, put a bowl where my foot is, and then Sheldon can perhaps play some positive shots with his last 2. Caleb wants to hit here.
Yeah, well, this is where you can get into that uncertainty. 6 down, there you go. That's
pretty convincing.
That's sort of telling you, isn't it? And that's that danger of one bowl on the head and losing that bowl. Yeah. So rightly called by the skip, Bagrie-Howley. Let's be more conservative. Let's get another bowl on the head, but they're not going to do so. And because what this does, it does allow the Shannon McElroy skip side. They've got a free rein to the head, really.
Yeah, the only good thing about that from Caleb is he stayed up on the turf, and it's near the ditch. So maybe it means that Sheldon will feel more comfortable having a nibble. Although in the back of Sheldon's head will be the fact that he missed his last little run shot, drive shot. So it's building to be quite an important head here, I think, because we see Lance Pascoe's 13-8 up on the scoreboard, 3 up on the card. If they get another 2 or 3, you begin to get not a comfortable lead, but a lead that's going to take a while to peg back.
Well, also in the back of your mind, when you're looking at it, Alex, you're knowing, saying to yourself, well, we haven't really had many big heads for ourselves. You know, we haven't really built some big numbers up. So
yeah, from Sheldon's point of view, if they are going to win this game, they're going to do it in 1s and 2s.
yes,
So they need to be about five behind when they start that. You don't really want to fall any further back than what they are now. So a big end in the context of this game, I feel.
well, in 2021, you don't want to be any more than 5 or 6 behind. That's the run home, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see, Lance on the back end here, looking just to change the way the head is sitting.
Hasn't got the weight.
Diving away. I think we're going to see a brave bowl here from Sheldon, Bagrie-Howley. I think we're going to see him on his back end, heading for that split with a bit of weight.
Well, if he's going to play it, he's got to go really quick.
Oh, he won't be short here. He's got a 2-bowl target, so he should back himself to hit that much. And we've got a bowl at the back from Caleb. It kills a better result than the Jack Stain and bounds here, to be fair.
I see Jimmy Pugh sitting in there behind there, quite comfortable, relaxed, who's actually playing in the other semi-final, talking.
Obviously not needed
He's
at the moment.
telling the guys, I'm playing over there.
Sheldon with big weight on the back end. Here we go. Look at this bowl.
Going to get the front one and got,
Wow.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Interesting.
Or no, 3.
3, I think.
3. Yeah, that's a Caleb Hope bowl. And of course now, so with his next bowl now, this is where you get caught in that sort of predicament, isn't it? What shot do I play now? Obviously,
after he's played with so much weight already as well, Kev, it'd almost be tempting just to be brave and go again. You've got
he's got to bowl very deep on the rink as well.
Yeah, I think if as long as Lance doesn't change the head dramatically, we'll see Sheldon go with another full butter drive on his back end here.
Well, they're looking to try and move the jack, was the call from Shannon McElroy. On the forehand is Pascoe as we come to the end of near the end of end 12.
Interesting to see if this one drifts out like we have seen on this.
Won't come back from there, Alex.
Just holding that little bit.
There's that just a little patch there where it holds a wee bit.
On this length, I think.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see Sheldon be brave and just go. He's getting quickly into his work and shed a smile.
The purple out clean is more than likely 4, and I'd buy it. I can't see that happening.
Here we go. On the back end, is he more controlled weight based on the stance?
He'll be happy to get the jack on the way down.
Yeah, much more control weight. Looking for jack or bowl.
Needs to get under
needs it to break. He's not far away here.
Needs to get under
Sheldon
the Caleb Hope
Bagrie-Howley's
bowl.
not far away.
There's a big bowl.
Got it square.
Big bowl. That's a fantastic bowl from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. Down again with 3 or 4 shots.
Beautiful stuff
Drove
there.
with his first, came down with draw weight, or just a metre over, got the right contact and turned it and sat on the jack.
And psychologically, that's the sort of thing that keeps you alive in a game, doesn't it, Kev? They're thinking, we were staring down the barrel of not a good time there. He's played a perfect bowl, so Sheldon will still feel like he can do anything.
Well, it was really a 4 or 5 shot turnaround.
A great shot. So only trailing by 4 now, 9-13 on this, the 13th end. Brett McKeown on his, I'm not sure. Forehand. Got another Kelvin Scott on our hands here, Kev.
I'm just looking where his feet sort of
straight up the middle. Must be on his forehand.
Must be, I would say. Oh, and is very tight out of the that body line, out of the arm. And it's a very, it's sort of a fixed delivery.
Gone pretty well.
But that's just going to sit him behind the head. That's a good opening bowl. That was a
good time for us to focus on Brett McKeown, wasn't it?
Well,
what a great
thing about it as well, Alex, is you score and then your lead delivers you one right on top straight away, just puts you in a different mindset. But Grantham has been pretty consistent, as we've seen again right throughout. Getting applause from Lance Pascoe, just coming up lower the jack. But, that's and of course the big thing about bowls like that is even after the first 2 bowls, you're in a position where the likelihood of dropping a number is greatly reduced.
Well, your scoring area, isn't it? You've got for Sheldon's team at the moment, they either need to get, they can only fit 2 bowls within the next closest one anyway, or you have to move the jack somewhere else where you can fit more bowls in. So that becomes more of an effort because then you need a bowl to move the jack.
Well, the other thing as well, where the bowls are positioned so early on in this head, virtually right on the centre line, that means the drive or really weighted shot becomes less of an opportunity.
Yeah, for sure, and particularly if the jack does move because we've got bowls that are shy in the way. So it's going to be interesting to see how this end develops, but looking okay at the moment for Sheldon on this early stage. Interesting that Aiden is on his forehand here. Just fallen away a tiny little bit in the last few ends.
He hasn't the young Paratiri player, the last 3 or 4 ends, just hasn't had that same consistency he had early on.
See if we can get a bit of the comment. No, still just that little bit off. It may be because, and to be fair, over 25 ends, the greens do change.
But certainly do change.
We know it was raining this morning, so the green will be in the process of drying off and speeding up, and that does change the lines that your bowls take.
You can see, just looking down there, we've got a close look on the green. There's still moisture in the green. You can clearly see that. Here's Kelvin Scott looking for the sit on the shot bowl, gets a touch on it, rocks it. So
far away.
That's the right, well called, Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. Change your hand, Aiden Zitterstein. You try and get to that the jack, move it around. You take that shot away.
On the backhand side. The other semi-final, Kev, is 10-7 to Hoddy after 11 ends now. So it's still anyone's game over there.
Yeah, I like
Aiden Zitterstein will be very disappointed with that. He was certainly on a good line. The Paraturu player on a good line to the jack, but left it a metre short. Kelvin Scott again will play with that. The great thing about Kelvin Scott is his weight control that he can play, but by goodness, I gave him the curse there, didn't I? Because that's really going to disappear into the never land.
The issue with commentating.
And that wasn't the green that caused that.
If we do look at his weight, he had the same weight with both of his bowls. He does have, you're right, he does have good weight control. Caleb Hope on the forehand. Played some really good bowls in the last 4 or 5 ends. Here's Caleb Hope.
Well, he's kept them in the game, actually.
Giving his team some real opportunities. If he clears this front one, it's a good bowl. That was millimetres away from perfection.
The bowl, 2. Get the piece of the jack.
But trying to, being the theorist about these sorts of things, that last ball of Kelvin Scott's, it's a wee bit like playing golf. If Scott just dipped his hand, if you dip your hand in at the last point prior to delivery, and that's where the bowl will go, just like if you hit a golf ball, that's where the golf ball will go, and that's where your bowl will go.
It is a danger in these 25-end games because you feel like you've got so much time. Sometimes you've let go of the bowl before you go through that little, it might even just be a second less on your pre-shot routine, but you don't tick all the stuff off your list and you let it go and you go,
I wonder,
taken more time.
I wonder, though, if you look at some of the, and I don't agree with it, but it's each their own. If you look at some of the Australian players, Aaron Wilson, Aaron Sheriff, they're literally playing the bowl as they walk onto the mat.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. That does my little head in, Kev. I just can't grasp. I can't grasp how that works.
Here dipping badly under the line. Well, what we saw there was McElroy really playing that literally hard to be effective shot.
Yeah, and it swoops away. I think going back to your point with the Australian players, it's probably because they practice so much. So their muscle memory's quite fresh, I suppose. Kev, they play a lot of bowls, those ones that are in the Australian team. Maybe they just play so many that it's just muscle memory for them. Whereas
but not the women.
For us mere mortals.
But if you watch the Australian women's side,
they take their time like you should. I'm not even arguing because they have fantastic results. You can't argue with it.
And like Ryan Bester, another one. It's Aiden Zitterstein. Well done, Aiden. Just
moving out of the way. I have to tap my foot a few times before I let go of the ball as well, Kev. So I'll be absolutely done.
Now I think they have actually. I'll wait till they turn around. I think they've got.
Sheldon not looking very happy. Just have a look at the head. If someone's not in the way, they probably are. In the background, on the reflection, you can see the Point Chev shirt of Jordan King there, I think. Here we go. So what's the situation? What are we talking about?
So wearing the Dion Nash branded shirts, his range of aftershaves and that's it. Triumph and tragedy.
Here we go. Sheldon on the forehand.
13-9. Lance Pascoe leading Sheldon Bagrie-Howley in the semi-final of the Nelson Bowling Club Speights Premier Fours. 20,000 to the winning side, all up 36,000 in prize money will be distributed at the end of the play today. Here now is Pascoe in his backhand, and the key is not to try and play searching.
He missed
and
it
you
out of
heard
his
that.
hand. Look at that drift. So that's probably because it's outside of the played area, isn't it,
Well,
Kev? You get on some unplayed grass.
Yeah, there's a tight line. Just the green's changing, Alex. Is that, there's no doubt about that. No, drying out a bit. There's no wind. You can see that. There's literally no wind. Drying out a bit, and it's changing. And see, looking there on top at the head, one would assume that it is the bowl of Brett McEwen's.
Yeah, Brett McEwen's definitely got the shot there. And it's sort of, there's not a huge amount of room, is there, for either player? Don't know what. Is Sheldon looking at chipping it out? What happens?
Well, yeah, there's a touch on the Jacks 3 as well.
Yeah. Interesting. So I suppose they have to make a decision. I'm not super sold on playing a shot here. They're only trailing 9-13. They're on their 13th end. They've got 12 ends to go. At the moment, it's a hard bowl for Lance to play.
You don't play. Look, doesn't matter if it's 25 or 10 ends. You don't play shots where there's I'm not saying a high chance, but it's a risky to try and get a number. Now, there's another shot here.
And with Lance with the last bowl as well.
Correct. And Caleb Hope did indicate it to Sheldon Bagrie-Howley that there is that draw trail on the back end. A touch of the jack.
So let's see when this one breaks. It's drifting here. You saw it just pull out against the bias. It's exactly the same track that Lance took.
Well, you can see a line down there, actually, Alex. There is a bit of a, just would appear that if you're outside it, you're not going to be compensated.
I think they did make the right decision there, though.
Oh, absolutely.
Lance here, I mean, if he plays it, it's a great bowl, but a bowl with a high degree of difficulty. So
trying hard, just going to go by. Great attempt.
Great effort, but one there to the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley team. They gallop into double figures now. They've gone 2 ends in a row. They've scored 3 out of the last 4 ends, Kev.
Yeah, well, that's starting to morally, you start to sort of, get a bit G'd up a bit now because all of a sudden, you're getting hold of the mat, 2 ends or 3 ends out of 4 now, and just, you can start to putting that 13-10. It's no one's, it's.
Anything can happen at this point still. It's very tightly contested, but Sheldon's team were feeling pretty good at the moment because for the sake of, we've seen maybe 3 or 4 really good bowls from Caleb and Sheldon respectively that have kept them within Cooey in this game.
So So here's another bit of trivia for you, Alex.
Fire away, Kev.
In the oldest bowling club, of course, the Auckland Bowling Club, in 1888, they bought a new mower. Now, I want you to tell me how much that mower was.
Okay. 15 pounds.
£6.
Oh. Bugger. I feel like I was within the area there.
Well, you were, really.
£6 for a new mower. That's not, well, I don't know if that's bad or not.
Yeah.
What do you reckon, 1888? I'll put it into an inflation calculator and we'll see.
Well, prior to that, they used a scythe on the green.
Jeez.
So it's interesting reading some of the history of these clubs and what has gone on. So the Auckland Bowling Club, they bought their lawnmower, their mower in as I say, and they paid £6 for it.
Yep. Well, I just put it into inflation calculator, Kev, because I've got a computer right in front of me. It would work out to be actually a relatively cheap $1,481 in nowadays money, £6 in 1888.
And what's the mower now? Look at a good head here. There's a great bowl from Grantham, gets the jack,
good shot.
Just moves it around slightly.
I'd imagine that if you bought a mower for $1,400, it might not do a particularly good job of the green nowadays. So that's good. They've done well there. It's gone up 12,243% apparently in 134 years.
There we go. Aidan Zitterstein from the Paratutu Club, the number 2 for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, trailing 13-10.
Yeah.
One down on the head, trying to get a sit through the port to the shot bowl. Close, gets
Good
it done.
stuff.
Does so,
Great
sits on
bowl.
the jack. There, you look at it there, 5 bowls. You wouldn't get it.
And a toucher as well, and Aidan will be happy with that. He'll try and use that to kick himself back into gear. He hasn't been missing by much, but not as good as he was in the first half of this game.
Well, those 5 bowls really, Alex, all sit with the T-tail size around them, aren't they? You know, so Scott will play on that backhand, try and reach through the port, try and get to that shot bowl, or jack, turn it through the head, under the line.
He's tight there as Kelvin Scott. He'll be disappointed with that bowl. So we see it just go under.
That's good, mate.
That's good skipping there from Lance, just saying, look, your weight's fine.
So now Zitterstein will endeavour to come around the shortish bowl, because even to get to another counting position, he needs to be on the outside, and that's what he's endeavouring to try and do. And he's on a pretty good line here.
Great bowl.
This looks pretty good. Comes in behind the jack. Well,
hit.
Well, I think what Lance Pascoe will want here from Kelvin Scott ideally is to try and get another bowl on the head on that backhand side, and that's what he's doing to try and get down to it. He's on that wider side, might go past with weight, not get anything.
This weight control you're talking about, Kev, this bowl should stay on the green, and that's a really good shot there from Kelvin.
Well, it's a jack in the ditch shot, isn't it?
Even though he hasn't.
You can see it there right under the number.
It's actually brilliant. I know he didn't get what he was asked to do, but that's really clever from Kelvin, because he stayed on the green and he's made it infinitely better for Shannon McElroy here, looking down at the head, because you've got bowls at the back.
Straight away, I'd have to question the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley side here. That bowl should have been played between the head and the ditch.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that. I think he probably let it go funny.
He did. Yeah, leaves the gate right open for McElroy to play through that port. Going to be outside it though. How far is it going to come back? We might get. Well, that's not all bad for the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley side, because actually tipped the bowl around the corner.
Sheldon correctly identifying that that might be the danger there. But Caleb won't need to be told twice.
But it just makes it a wee bit more challenging, though, to get to the jack without the lean bowl there. It's just a one-bowl target there. McElroy, I'm picking, will play this quicker down through the port. It's going to stay up. Yes, it will. And you see Lance Pascoe just giving encouragement to Shannon McElroy, and playing more direct to get through the port. You'll see that weight, but no.
That might get lucky here, though, Kev, if he gets a little rub off that front bowl.
Well, that's a Brett McEwen bowl.
Yeah.
So it's definitely 3.
This is probably the worst end that Lance will have crossed over on for his team. He's crossing over 3 down. Even though it did, I mean, they have got bowls at the back, but it's still the pressure. There's a bit of pressure there.
The good thing for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley is he doesn't have to draw a counter with his first bowl. He can put some insurance in with his first bowl, and then see what happens. So, and that's Julie what he's doing. He's going to that forehand side.
Forehand side.
And he'll endeavour to get past the head down towards the deeper portion of the rink. But has he got the weight to get all the way down?
Oh, we've seen some almost some sticky bowls just about.
I just wonder whether there's a yard of difference of pace on that ditch hand. I'm not sure, but that certainly. So Lance Pascoe here. Does he go twice?
It'd be tempting, and he'd back himself to do so. It'll just be interesting to see what weight he... Sheldon disappointed there. What weight he plays with. Again, it's a big bowl in the context of the game, because Lance leads by 3. He's 3 down on the head, but he could turn it around. It's going to be a 4 or 5 point swing if he gets the jack.
So here is skip Lance Pascoe on this, the 14th end, playing down on the backhand, going to hold up to the jack. Is it? Yes, it will.
Got it. Great shot there.
That was the shot. That was we spoke about, and right under the number.
Great shot. And Kelvin Scott's bowl there, counting as well. Perfect stuff there from Lance Pascoe.
Well, I hear Pascoe mumbling to himself there through the microphone. But, you know, those to me is what I'd like to see now with Lance Pascoe and the maturity of his game, that he played that with, you know, the right weight, came through that port. You know, and those are the options, Alex. You might get, say, 3 for 25 in game, 4 or 5 chances in a game. Looks to be going quick, and is. And the shots that can turn a match around.
Yeah, great shot there from Lance Pascoe, and certainly they were staring down the barrel of 3 or 4 down. Now they're holding 2, looking for a bonus shot for 3. Turn the head right around with 1 bowl. And I think important to note that Kelvin Scott's bowl at 2 is one of the ones that's counting back there.
And we said at the time, didn't we, that back bowl right under the number. So, why?
What's happening?
Well, sorry guys, because this is going to count. Is that well?
Sorry, he cannoned. What happened?
Yeah, that was very fortuitous.
He cannoned one of his.
Well, I'm not sure what shot he's actually trying to play, to be fair.
Sorry, mate.
Are they 1 down?
4.
What?
I think. We'll see from the scoreboard change, but there's
lots of sorries.
Well, there is. We'll see in a moment.
I saw a bowl get cannoned off. Was it one of Shannon Bagrie-Howley's bowls that got cannoned off? Have they dropped a big number here?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, that's good. I think it's I think it might be a 5.
Colin will have that updated in but a moment because Lance Pascoe is apologising.
That's good sportsmanship from Lance Pascoe. I like that.
He's off target. We'll get that confirmed in a moment, what that number was.
Yeah, I think it's a 5 there, Kev.
The shortest thing on the ring onto theirs.
You would have heard Lance Pascoe apologising. He hit the shortest bowl on the green, and there it was, 19-10. 6. And in doing so, it took the Caleb Hope bowl out.
Yeah, cannon it clean out. But good there from Lance. I like that he apologised. You know, you're always going to take, you're not going to.
In a match which converts to numbers, well, Lance Pascoe, as we play in 15, has played 2 of those in this match.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, look, there was luck in the final number, but there wasn't luck in the first shot.
Oh, his first bowl was brilliant. And, you know, it was a harder shot than it looked as well because he had to play with weight to get his bowl to swing and get that jack square in the guts like he did. So that was good stuff and, a fortuitous result, but they would have scored regardless, wouldn't they, Kev?
Oh, to me, I think they were still holding 3 with the bowl in the ditch.
Yeah. Yeah. Although interesting here, his team haven't really jumped on the 6. We see usually you want to sort of go for a bit of blood after you get numbered, particularly if your team's been a bit lucky. You want to really rub the salt into the wound.
Hayden Zitterstein turned his back on that bowl very quickly, didn't.
He's almost blocked that forehand side up, although Kelvin going to stay on that forehand side. So if he clears Aiden's bowl, he'll be the shot.
It is correct. He's got a metre to get past that bowl.
Out of his hand, lovely. Yeah, we'll see how much it turns. It's been turning a bit on that hand.
Sitting out there now.
The other game I have an update for us, Kev, is 12-10 to Hoddy after 13 ends. So
they're moving up now. Right.
At the halfway mark. I don't think much of this not having a cup of tea at the halfway mark on this.
Well, you would know, as an example, Alex, playing in Taranaki, it's always been.
You get a delicious couple of sandwiches, a cup or some refreshments, depending on what time of day it is.
You've got to leave it in the cream scones.
It's pretty good. I think the Stratford Club is pretty good as well. I've played there.
Very active club.
3 rolls maybe.
But how often you see the 25-in game after the morning tea or afternoon tea break, things change.
Yeah.
There just seems to be this dynamic there. Things can change. 3 down on the hit now. Look, this is just what you spoke about. So between the side so far, this is going to be fortuitous, just bowler Shannon McElroy, because big help was the call, because they had nothing really. Now 1 down on the head.
Still a better head here for Sheldon. This team, I know they're trailing by 9, but there's opportunities here, I think, if they can keep this up.
gates open, sit the
close
bowl
this
out,
gap. Yeah.
change over, holding 4. Looks to be outside the line, needs to get inside that port. Aiden Zitterstein pretty keen.
He'll just pray he's got good weight.
It's all right, it's over the
bowl.
head, and that's fine. He can play that shot with confidence. Shannon McElroy will want to try and improve on his first, although it's shot, it was certainly off the line. Thank you, Sheldon. And again,
this is closer here from Shannon McElroy.
He's going to get the front bowl, is he?
Oh, very good, Shan.
Oh, that's fine. Finishes just literally jack level, but
got to move the jack a foot and a half
big
here,
bowl,
Caleb.
Absolutely. Big bowl here for Caleb Hope. The jack level bowl's his target area. If we can get not under the line,
he's in the area here.
And he can get that touch.
I don't know why
jack.
I'm leaning to look. Get out of the way. Oh, he's disappointed.
Ran into a Grantham bowl.
Be disappointed with that, and it's become a difficult shot now for Sheldon to play. They look like they had the better of this end for the first 2/3, first half of it, but
well, the point there really
so
was for Caleb, and he's certainly trying to play the shot, and it's so easy to happen for it to occur for you. You take your line inside rather than outside, and in that particular case, the line was to the Shannon McElroy jack level bowl. And if you're at that line, the last metre, you're gonna move towards the jack. But if you try and play inside that line with that drawing weight, you're not going to have an effective bowl.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
You're better to back yourself to get, because if you're outside the bowl, you are a chance of getting a slide as well.
We see Lance crossover, holding 1.5 on his forehand by the looks. We just be drawing another one there or thereabouts.
And as you rightly said just a moment ago, Alex, this is the point of the game where you don't want one team to break away. If it's all of a sudden they get a couple here, 21-10. It's just the challenge just becomes that wee bit harder, doesn't it?
Absolutely. So a big bowl here from Sheldon. It's easy. Well, it's not easy. It'll look like it should be a simple enough shot on his backhand side, but just to our right, just to draw to the jack. If you move it, and that's good news. You'll get a 3 or a 4.
This is what I'd say is an Alex Marshall specialty.
Oh, absolutely.
This is you just about guarantee the jack's going to move. So here he is on the backhand, Bagrie-Howley.
Out of his hand, beautiful.
Gets inside that McElroy bowl, and he can get to the jack. Is it going to drift under it? No, it won't. Just goes by. Played with good trail weight.
Yeah.
It's imperative here, though, that Lance Pascoe best endeavour to get another bowl in and around the head, because that shot is still on. 4-shot trail. Still haven't got it is the call from Lance Pascoe.
And a massive bowl here upcoming from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. It's worth 3 or 4 points if he can get it. It'll get his team, right back in this. Instead of trailing by 9, they'll trail by 4 or 5.
Wasn't far away. So
big bowl.
Here's the Southland skip on the mat. Nice delivery.
Out of his hand, smooth.
This looks pretty good line, is it?
Overplayed.
Just a bowl wide. Another end gone. Definitely 1. We'll see if it's 2 or not. The measure. Yep. Out comes the tape from Caleb Hope, the number 3. Now playing out of the Stokes Valley Club in Wellington. A strong club in Wellington now is I shouldn't say now, has always been a very formidable club, Stokes Valley, but they've certainly got a pretty good array of players.
A large group of talent there. As we see the measures come out. Caleb going around. 2
it was. 21-10. 10
ends to go.
Probably tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Of course, Lance Pascoe. Well, all of these players, I think all of these 8 players will also be lining up on Friday morning in the Stoke in the Piers.
That's my understanding, and that'll be another great event as well, the Stoke Stakes Men's Piers, Kev.
And we'll be bringing you live commentary again on Sunday.
The 6th, yes.
Quarterfinal, semi-final and final.
That's the one. It should be a good day of bowls.
Well,
I've been assured the weather's going to be fine.
Yeah, the weather. I've had a look at the long term, the long distance forecast, and it looks good. And Stoke, like Northeast Valley Singles, Stoke Piers always attracts a very, very good field, and they've done that again this year. Very, very good lineup. There's 32 combinations, and they'll play one day at using 2 greens, one at Stoke and one at Motueka. And they'll swap over on day 2 days of section play.
And good of the Motueka Bowling Club to step in and help the Stoke Bowling Club out after we had a wet and windy weekend, and one of their greens has been ruled out of use for this weekend coming up. So they asked nicely, I presume, and were rewarded from the Motueka Bowling Club with one of their greens.
Well, Wayne Hodson was telling me, in fact, just yesterday, that he regards Motueka as not much difference to Stoke. Good green, and the good thing which they've done as well is they've organised transport.
Oh, brilliant!
So the whole section will literally move en masse in a bus out to Motueka and bring them home. Of course, they see a wee bit more of the players, see a wee bit more of the Nelson area, but they've assembled another very, very good field for the Stoke, for the Piers, and we'll be there for the, as said by Alex, we'll be there for the quarterfinals onwards. It's interesting, I'm watching, it's 3 bowls now, Kelvin Scott, last couple of ends coming this way, and
it's intriguing to me that people are, or the bowls are hanging out wide, because the green should be speeding up. So I'm a bit confused.
Well, and that's definitely staying on a line.
They're going out wide and staying out wide, aren't they?
And if you look at this line of Aidan Zitterstein's, he hasn't got the weight. But that line was, well, you can see it's a metre inside that line that Kelvin Scott's. So Kelvin Scott's line now, that very short bowl of Zitterstein's, that's his line actually, just outside that bowl with another 1.5 metres of weight.
If a green sweats a little, does it slow down? Could it be slowing down before it speeds up, Kev?
Well, it's not going to affect this bowl of Kelvin Scott's, as it's going to get up. No, you're right. I think you're right there, Alex. I just think we're seeing, it is, because I noticed before standing in the front of the mat, you could see like dewy. So until any sun comes out and gets rid of that, you go through
the initial sweat where it might be. We might see a green that's slowed down by a half a second or so. And Brett McKeown also has, I think, had the better of Tony Grant in the last 3 or 4 ends. He's switched it on, and a good correction there. He switched hands as well to Aidan
very
Zitterstein.
good correction from Aidan Zitterstein. Drew past the bowl of Brett McKeown's.
That's sometimes a better switch, isn't it? If you play a bowl that misses by so much with your first one, you better almost to switch hands and just start from scratch.
And you're just dreading, the only thing you're dreading is don't block the other hand.
I've been there and done that, Kev. So we see this one here on the backhand. It's a big bowl here.
It's just
from Shannon.
Fighting to get back.
Holding.
Get back. So there's a good line now for Caleb Hope. He knows if he's just outside the Brent McKeown bowl on the line of the Aidan Zitterstein bowl, he'll be counting.
And certainly we've seen in the last 5 or 6 ends, and it's ironic because that's the ends where we've seen the scoreboard blow out more on the Lance Pascoe's team favour, but more of a team effort in the last 4 or 5 ends from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley's team, and some better head developing.
They've actually had more balls around the head, Alex. And if you look now, you know, they've got, you know, the Pascoe side will be disappointed, and they'll be disappointed with this one as well.
And here's a chance here, and Sheldon and Caleb, as 3 and skip, need to make sure that they jump on these opportunities. They trail by 11. It's the 16th end. You want to be, when you cross over holding like Sheldon will, you really want to be scoring on that end.
Well, he's just got to make sure he's past the Brent McKeown bowl, and he's going to count. Doesn't want to, you know, he's going to get clean, is he?
Needs it to either turn or hold.
I need to get a turn on the bowl, but it fell over.
Possibly slightly underplayed there based on the fact that he bumped into Brent McKeown's bowl and nothing really happened. He was maybe a foot and a half shy of where he would have liked to be.
I think the danger is, Alex, as the green's sweating like this, that you really, you know, your line on the draw is really to the bowls behind the head, not the jack, because the danger is that you are going to lose that metre of weight trying to dead draw. So that's where your best option is. your thinking option on the mat is that bowl of Aidan Zetterstein's is that's the shot, that's the jack.
Absolutely, and if you happen to pull up a little bit, it's no worries. As we see Lance Pascoe walk down to his end again, sort of
I heard
2 or
him
3
talking
down.
on the mic. I heard him mentioning, talking to Shannon McElroy, 21-10 as we play in 16, that he's going to play through those bowls.
On his backhand, he's not short here. Lance Pascoe, he's taken a high line. Look at that drift. He's just sort of got a bit snaky.
You saw it move again then. It did move twice, that bowl, and then out. So here's the chance to get right back into the game here, I think, for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. They can pick up a 4 here. It's
a big opportunity here for Sheldon. If I was him, I'd chase this bowl down and stand with my team and watch Lance and cross all my fingers and my toes that it's an ineffective bowl coming up. As we see Sheldon, he is chasing his bowl down. I like that. That's a good call. He wants it just to turn late.
Well, if he's inside this
to come back
here,
in.
That will count.
Good stuff there.
More direct is the call from McElroy, and it's a good call from Shannon McElroy because it is going to make it will make Lance Pascoe tighten that line up and not get on that wide side. Here he is, certainly tightened the line up. What's going to happen here? Well, he got one of the Brent McEwen bowls at the back of the head. To me, still holding 3 though. Could be 4.
Big end here for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, and two bowls he'd rather forget, I think, there from Lance Pascoe. Sort of a mixture of everything happened there. He was aiming for his target area, pushed it wide with his first, and a little bit tight with his second one, and an opportunity.
And there is the man from Stoke standing in behind, having a watch.
Oh, that's wide, isn't it?
Mr. Hodson standing up there watching. Oh, he'll be disappointed with this.
Wide here.
Because he needs to, if he draws
God,
into
he's
the
still
pool,
willing it back, Kev.
I think he might be wishing a bit too much there.
Couple of bonus bowls gone missing here in this game. We'll see.
I'd
a number scored nonetheless.
I'll back it for 4.
Only 4.
It is 4. I just heard confirming there.
So 14-21, a good end there from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley's team, and they'll look to back it up here. See if they can get another number. They'd lost 2 ends in a row. They dropped 8 points in 2 ends on the 14th and 15th end. So recovered with a 4 and now trail by 7.
So the big thing is here really now for the Bagrie-Howley side is they want to score again. That's the, even if it's only a 1, doesn't matter.
Absolutely. As we see, Brent McEwen here, he's really got into his work these last few ends, and again, a pretty good bowl. Good start.
Opening bowl. And sitting right on that centre jack line, Alex, so he's not far away.
Yeah, good shot.
But you rightly said the last couple of ends, though, that we have seen the Tony Grantham,
great bowl,
front toucher, falls over. But we have seen the last few ends, more than likely that the Bagrie-Howley side have had more effective bowls in and around the head than what the Lance Pascoe side have been able to have. So.
And Brent McEwen, only in his 7th year of bowls, Kev, having played 100 games for Otago at the National Interprovincial Golf Championship. So a golfer through the bowls. As we see, a good bowl from Brent before, just touching the jack out a little bit after tapping Tony's bowl. And Tony staying on that forehand side. Good leading from these two.
Real good, mate.
Good stuff there from both of them. As we see Aidan Zetterstein on his forehand side, our right. Sort of an openish head there. And a reasonable line down to the weight. So a little laughter going on somewhere in the background. That bowl falling a bit short there from Aidan Zetterstein.
Got 1. Just trying to get to here, Kelby.
holding one on the head. Well, that's Pascoe's team, leading 21-14 after 16 ends of the 25. So just asking for a bowl past the head. They need to really score numbers here for this 4. As this bowl of Kelvin's makes it past, and a well-played shot there. Decisions here for Sheldon, isn't it? He's either looking to get Aiden to go past the head, follow Kelvin's down and do the work with the last 4 bowls, or you could a more positive bowl.
Well, you've heard there, you got to hold underneath to Aiden Zetterstein. So he needs to play with another good couple of yards of weight to get underneath that to get to the jack. You'll see now it will start to dip.
Yeah.
And it will, because it's not quick enough. And it's no disrespect to the player at all. It's a very hard line to play, Alex.
Yeah, it would have been tempting. The 2 options for Sheldon were either to get Aiden to play a bowl that same weight he played, but sort of where Lance is sitting, which would make it easier for Caleb, or you back your 2 to play an effective bowl, and he backed him, and it just didn't quite work on that occasion. Down to the weight here from Kelvin. This is a perfect line. He might end up making the target a bit bigger there.
Well, this now makes the shot quite easy. Well, not quite easy at all.
Easier. It's got to be a forehand.
But the options of what weight to play become significantly easier with that bowl of Kelvin Scott's dropping in that vision line.
Hit it on the forehand is what Caleb will be seeing from his end. And the score in the other semi-final, just quickly, Kev, is 11-13 to beat Hodson after 15 ends.
Well, nothing in that match, that's for sure. In that semi-final, it's in this finals day of the Nelson Bowling Club, Speights fours $36,000 in prize money, $20,000 to the winner. Oh, this is peculiar weight that Caleb Hope is playing now.
Would have been tempting to play more.
Well,
maybe he's trying to stay on the rank if he misses, which could be helpful, I suppose. If it stays, it's good. Yep, that would indicate that it didn't stay the way that Sheldon went down. And that's disappointing there from that team.
That's level.
You've got the the problem that they've got now, of course, though, is the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley side. There's nothing really behind the head to have a good scoring opportunity. Randall Watkins there, North Harbour man, sitting there watching on.
Yeah, you're right. It's not a big scoring opportunity, which is almost why it'll be tempting just to go for the kill. It looks like an easy enough end to kill there, Kev.
We haven't had a kill yet, have we?
No, it's about time. And we've got these players here that are probably capable of killing it. So why not just have a proper nibble at 12 o'clock onto that touching bowl, shoot the jack out the side. It kills it. You get another opportunity to build a head that's going to score more than 2.
Well, because now, of course, the Pascoe side with that bowler, Shannon McElroy, has got 2 bowls deep down over their head. So here's Caleb Hope with his last bowl on N17. But this becomes the story that we spoke about. We'll be happy if it stays up, and it has stayed up. With an ineffective bowl, and it's playing that in-between scenarios, really, Alex, isn't it? And I agree with you that the shot was to play for it, I think, drive it. And even if you lose your bowl, it doesn't really matter. You're going to get some jack movement.
Okay, yeah, it's difficult to see a way they could hit that with weight and not kill it, is what I was trying to say. So it would have been tempting just to have a go. I suppose Caleb's bowl sat there now. We'll see what happens. There may be another shot on for Sheldon.
So is McElroy looking at, I can play that bowl through that. So you've got 2 bowls behind the head. So if I play down there with reaching weight, can I turn that bowl of Brent McEwen's completely out of the head?
That's the conversation, and he's certainly good enough to do so.
Because sitting around there is the 2 Tony Grantham bowls and a Kelvin Scott bowl sitting lower the jack, and of course 2 lovely back bowls here and behind belong to the Lance Pascoe side. So is this the time where you take that gamble to say, right, let's try and turn this into 4 shots on the changeover? We're leading 21-14.
Shannon on the forehand side.
No, he's not looking for that. It was McElroy former world on the world singles. Now, really, I suppose you could say you've got to be a bit careful here.
It's almost the moment's almost past now.
Correct.
For the kill to happen, I think. So, yeah, I'll be quiet and see what what Sheldon opts to do.
Well, if it doesn't go right, you only got one bowl then to get out of it, haven't you?
Yeah, I think.
And conservative is the call from Bagrie-Howley on the forehand. Trying to get another bowl up there. Needs to get past this front bowl.
Got it square. What's happened?
It's McEwen's bowl. And gives them another bowl. And on the head. And it's really now can Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, he might be able to. So you might have heard Lance Pascoe ideally endeavouring to get a metre past the head.
Yeah, they're holding one. I suppose from their point of view, they're 21-14 up. They're unlikely to drop more than one here even if Sheldon plays a perfect bowl.
No need to gamble.
You know, you're going to dropping a one's fine, isn't it? You've then played 17 ends and you're 21-15 up, which is, there's no worries. So just covering a possibility.
Well, sometimes it's a matter of you owning the shot, and that means you own the head rather than the other way around. And at the moment, that's where it sits for the Lance Pascoe side. But I still...
And Sheldon just looking to see what happens if he does hit Brent McEwen's bowl. And Mike cannon it out clean, to be fair.
Correct.
That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, pointing at that. This could be a very interesting shot to watch.
Gets onto that bowl, he could move that front bowl. It could, in fact, dislodge the bowl of Tony Grantham's out of the head.
Cannon's out clean to our right at 90-degree angle. It could be worth 2 points here for Sheldon. He's going to have to hit it reasonably hard because it's sitting level with the bowl that he wants to hit. So some weight transfer needs to happen. We'll see Sheldon here on his forehand. This could be a cool shot to watch.
He's certainly playing with that weight.
He's tight. Okay, now he prays for a good result.
Fresh air.
Yeah, it was good weight for it. He was just 2 feet underneath the line, and we're going to see a point scored by Lance's team. Is there another bowl to come? Have I missed something? There must be. Yeah, there is. What are you going to do?
What? Clip it out, man.
You hear Kelvin Scott saying, tip it out, play with weight, push the jack back into here, the 4 shots.
Is there confusion about who's holding the shot here, Kev?
I think so.
I just presumed it was the Tony Grantham bowl sitting at 11 o'clock.
Well, the way how Sheldon Bagrie-Howley played the shot, said we were down.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's how the head's been built as well. From that angle, I'm not sure. This is intriguing. So the danger for Lance is if he plays on his forehand, he could accidentally play Sheldon's shot and cannon Tony out. Interesting. Yeah. Even the way Lance played his first bowl, which was to cover the danger. I don't know.
There's a lot.
I'm confused.
Well, there's those 3 bowls back there by Shannon McElroy's, and there's a McElroy bowl, a Grantham bowl, and a Scott bowl.
Okay. Right,
One. One to who's the question?
To
see Tony Grantham picking up the mat. I'm not really sure. Okay, well, that's fine. As we see Tony Grantham on the forehand, not on the forehand, delivering the jack after that 1 point's been scored by his team. 22-14 is the score. Not entirely sure what the conversation was about, but it's now irrelevant.
With nice weight, I couldn't see it going wrong. You know, if I played to the 2 metre weight and got the white ball over 4 rolls or 3 rolls onto the jack, and goes past your back blue one to all ours, as long as I didn't play it with heaps of weight. Even if I got it onto the black bowl, it jams in with the blue bowls.
Lance just explaining his logic there. So there was a scoring opportunity at 22.
Were you trying to get
21-14.
outside edge? You could have gone really bad. You could have popped it out there to Caleb's, and that's worth 3 or 4. But rather be holding. The way my last 2 runners have come out, I wouldn't worry about it.
As we see Brent McEwen on his backhand side. Good shot. He's playing well. He's leading well as Brent. And Tony Grantham on the backhand as well. Good shot. Great bowl. Brent McEwen on the backhand. It's been a really good battle of the leads. I've enjoyed watching this battle of the leads. It's been pretty evenly shared. I think Tony probably had the rub in the first third of the game, but certainly Brent on the last 5 or 6 ends has been playing very well and putting lots of pressure on the opposition. We've got Kelvin Scott on the forehand side. Good shot there. Ada Zetterstein as well on his backhand. We see it drifting when people take that sort of wider line. Good shot there from Aiden. Played some pretty good bowls in this game. The players now beginning to adjust to the slightly different green speed that we've seen in the last 5 or 6 ends. We think the green has sweat a little bit and slowed it down, which is why instead of seeing the bowls break back nicely, they've been tracking out with Kelvin Scott here looking for the jack. That's a beautiful bowl there from Kelvin Scott. A little bit unlucky not to follow it clear through, and I think we're going to see Sheldon's team sit with one. He played that well. He was a little bit stiff to get bogged on some bowls with this collision bowl, and Aiden Zetterstein doesn't look like he likes that bowl at all.
Pretty good, did he? Right up, mate.
Don't know why I didn't like it. It's brilliant. Good shot there. So Sheldon Bagrie's team holding a 2 here. They do trail, remember, 14-22 after 17 ends. And they've scored on 7 of those 17 ends, whereas Lance Pascoe's team has scored on 10. I think a key point in the game really was when Sheldon's team got back to trailing 10-13 after 13 ends and built a reasonable head, and Lance Pascoe sunk the jack in the ditch for 3 and then sort of was a bit narrow with a run shot and cannoned one of Sheldon's bowls off to score a 6. They scored a 6 and went from 13 to 19-10 up. We've seen Sheldon's team just working to try and reduce that deficit over the last few ends, and a poor bowl there by Caleb Hope. Score on the other semi-final now. They've played 16 ends, and Peter Hodson's team leads 14 points to 11.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
a close game there, though. Peter, I think, has been in front almost the entire time, just by a couple.
Bowl last time. You can get both these bowls, edge of the blue, or Scotty's bowls. Nah.
Just hearing Lance and Shannon have a conversation about what to
Good
do.
lines down there. Why don't you stick to it, mate? Yep.
And Lance saying, look, stay on your backhand. Pretty good head, to be fair, for the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley team. They've had a few scoring opportunities in the last 7 or 8 ends. As we see Shannon again on his backhand side. If he clears that one, he's very close. If it stops, it's good. That's 2 good bowls there from Shannon McElroy. Sheldon's team sitting with 2 on the head. And Caleb looking to improve on his first bowl. Giving it half a chance here, down to the weight now from Caleb Hope. He's got that perfect line. Willing it to run, not to be potentially not close enough to give Lance something to use, which is the only positive. And we might see Lance play on his forehand side here.
What if Scotty's one disappears?
Just making the decision.
I'll go for the edge of the blue, eh?
So see another end here, Kev, where Sheldon Bagrie-Howley's team is holding on the crossover. I got that shot bowled by Aidan Zitterstein.
And sitting right on top. Really the jack. It's a one-shot head, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, and having a good nibble here is Lance Pascoe. He's not far away off that one.
Cannon.
Cool, good effort.
And so that was a Brent McEwen bowl that got...
Yeah, it is a Brent McEwen bowl. So Sheldon's team sitting with 2 there. Lance with 3rd shot. And Shannon down at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock with 4th. And Sheldon really, I suppose, will just be looking at a bonus, won't he? Just try and get big counting.
The door's open to, really. Lance Pascoe's sure got a bowl left, but it's going to get past clean.
Very close here.
Needs to get past of everything, and does.
Great bowl.
It was a fine line down there past those 2 bowls of Caleb Hopes, really, wasn't it? It was,
he had about 3 cigarette papers to play with.
Yeah, he just got by, didn't touch anything.
Great shot. And they're going to have a look at the head. The back end doesn't even look that good, really. I think Lance will probably stay on his forehand side, but maybe play with less weight than what he did before. Just
if he plays the back end, he's got to play the Caleb Hope bowl with weight through that, right through to that. Yeah, that's it. Yes, that's exactly where Shannon McElroy is indicating, down through that port. You could use the inside of the Caleb Hope bowl. You get the inside of that. It's got a natural line towards the jack. You may not get the shot itself, but you're going to reduce the number as it sits at present.
Just having a look
down there now.
If you like it, you like that. If that's what you feel.
I get it off mine, eh?
Yeah, right.
Whereas Lance still wanting to play the forehand side, so just having a conversation.
Well, I just think the percentage shot was the earlier shot, I think. And also the other reason why I say that as well, Alex, is because there does seem more swing on that hand than what...
Yeah, that's true. We've seen bowls die up in the rough, haven't we, on that the ditch hand?
They've stayed out there. So, just seemed a better percentage shot on that backhand, but Lance is on the mat. He knows where he's got to go.
The weight will be intriguing. The weight that he plays with this will be intriguing. He's
certainly on a tighter line.
More weight than I thought he might play it with.
Feather here, bang and through. It's well played.
Good shot.
Well played. That was called. There's no luck in that.
Yeah, good shot.
Got the cannon off the inside bowl. Got the jack to move. Now, the thing so that's what's outside the peg. So is there a bowl there to be played to, and just to see if we can get a look at that head?
Looks like there is. Sheldon just saying, look, what do you want me to do?
But the thing about that, Alex, it comes back to why now I am convinced about Lance Pascoe. He converted to get 3 down.
Yeah, he's played some good bowls to salvage even when he's crossed over ugly, and certainly that was where we see...
and he nominated that shot.
Yeah, he did. That's what he wanted to play. It's a good shot.
And he's played about 3 or 4, what I would say, telling bowls. And also the combination with McElroy and Pascoe has been, I think, very, very professional.
Oh, Sheldon looking to remove the shot bowl. He's not far away here. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley not far away here. He's got it. Great shot. Well played.
Well played.
He'll be happy with that.
That was a difficult shot to play down through that port to get to the bowl after we saw Lance Pascoe play the cannon shot that he called. And equally, Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, he called the shot there that he was going to play.
Very good stuff there from Shannon. We've seen him him and Caleb really keep their team and with a real chance.
Missing the Great Wall. I made up for it missing the Great Wall
Well, I
Still with a
think
chance, so we'll just wait and see how many that was, Kev.
Lance Pascoe just saying, I made up for it. I got that one genuinely, not like the last one going down that way.
Good to see that sportsmanship between the players. They all know each other, don't they, these players? They've been around the country, played nationals with and against each other and other large regional events.
Never look like missing.
Just could say a hard way to get one, but it was well played and complimented by Lance Pascoe. He said it never looked like missing. So there's Brent McEwen drawing right on that centre line.
Yeah, I've been impressed with him, particularly in the last half of this game, Kev. I think he's
struggled early on, didn't he?
He did. He was sort of a little bit finding his line and length, but he's kept up with Tony Grantham. I think they've been going pretty much toe-to-toe, and considering Brent's in his 7th or 8th year of bowls, and Tony's just come back from the Commonwealth Games, Brent should be pretty pleased with his performance here today.
Down there, yeah.
And of course, Grantham, was it the semi-finals at North East Valley that he got beaten in the other?
Quarters. Yeah, the quarters. Maybe to Blake Signal, I think.
The eventual winner.
The eventual winner, Blake. He played very, very good bowls in that event. And congratulations again. It's good to see Blake back on the on this side of the Tasman.
Yeah, and of course now working for Bowls Wellington and doing a sterling job. He did a great job. He'll do a great job there. And of course he'll be part of that Stokes Valley club.
As we see Tony Grantham here on the forehand.
Well, this is 2 consistent bowls. Might go past, but sits
good
inside. It's 1 on, 1 over. That's what you want from your lead.
Great leading there. And Aidan Zitterstein called to play his backhand.
Well, in 19, it's now the crunch part of the game. And this is really where Aidan Zitterstein has got to be on his mettle.
Yeah, you want to try if you're Sheldon. You're thinking, if we can be within 3 on the last end.
Absolutely.
It's a win. So they trail by 7, and they've got, 6 ends to go, including this one. 1 or 2 innings is still okay at this point if they can string them together. But probably a 2 you want to score, wouldn't you, Kev?
Oh, you would. But the key thing is here from the Lance Pascoe skip side as well is that, if your lead can give you that start at these back end of the game, it certainly just safeguards yourself against dropping a number.
Definitely. And the score on the other semi-final is 14 all now. They've wasted the first 17 ends of that game, all square after 17.
Well, it's what you want to see in this stage of the event, don't you?
Yeah, it's good stuff.
This bowl of Aidan Zitterstein's hunting its way down towards the jack. Is he going to get all the way? No, he's not. Need another roll.
Get someone to jump up and down and make that bowl sit down.
Not one, mate, but stay there, Kelvin. Try and trail it.
So you hear there, and see that to me is good skipping from Lance Pascoe. Try and trail the jack. Just it makes that bowl of Aidan Zitterstein's, which is second shot, makes it become ineffective because we've got the trail on the jack, and if I don't get it, I got myself a back bowl anyway, which is
he wants a clean run.
Going to get the outside of the bowl. It's another bowl on the head though for the Pascoe side.
Yeah, it's good enough bowl, isn't it? So we see Caleb Hope here on his forehand. That knee, every time I see that knee, it pains me, Kev. It looks like it would hurt a little bit. His right knee tucks in behind the left leg.
He does.
It works very well for him, but
he'll like another metre away.
Stretchy. And we got Shannon McElroy
one down, mate.
I saw it. In fact, it was the first year that we did the live streaming of the Nationals, and it was in Dunedin, at Tyree, and I saw Shannon McElroy defeat Caleb Hope, I think, as a second-year player, 21-20 in the either quarterfinal or semi-final of the national singles.
I remember watching that game, Kev.
And Caleb Hope was right in it, to the...
all the talent in the world, for sure. Caleb not happy with that one. If we look at it, he's got the same line twice here. This will come back to be in line with his first bowl. So it's only just the weight. It's very frustrating when you're playing because you know you've got your line perfect and it's just for the sake of just what feels like not much difference when you let it go on the weight. Shannon McElroy here. Looking for a snick of the jack. Wants a snick, not at full.
He got the snick, got the double cannon.
Good shot.
and may still only be one, maybe two, but of course it's just changed that whole head around for the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley side as well.
And it's important for Sheldon because he will have been expecting to play a very different shot to what he's about to play. So you need to set yourself before you get onto the mat, and he'd back himself to draw. He should draw the shot here. He's got 2 or 3 feet of room.
Have to go on that ditch hand, well, that backhand side.
Trailing by 7. So it's important that they do score on the backhand. Now, how's your weight, Sheldon?
It looks short out of early on the delivery, and he'll be disappointed with that because that leaves a good 1.5 meters really to the jack and leaves a free door to Lance Pascoe.
Yeah.
So he'd been disappointed with that bowl that he didn't at least, get to. Well, I'm not saying the shot, even second shot, but he's really left it now in a position where Lance Pascoe's got a good 1.5 meters to draw another counter on the backhand. The former West Coaster, of course, the name Pascoe on the West Coast, synonymous with bowls. Bowls in rugby league, that's it.
Not a bad family.
Is it coming back? No.
Yeah, you see that just holding there, and that's the frightening thing is the players will know if they push it just 6 inches to a foot wide, your bowl's not going to come back.
Correct. It's a very tight line on that backhand. Is Sheldon Bagrie-Howley.
Have you made your correction, Sheldon?
No, he hasn't. Has he? Always? Has he?
I think he's close here, Kev.
He's down past the line here.
Yep.
Needs to get to the jack, does he? Well played by that Southlander. Draws a front touch up.
That's really classy there from Sheldon because there would have been
big pressure.
Yeah, lots of stuff going through his mind, particularly considering his first bowl was a metre short. We know the hand holds if you push it wide. Good stuff.
So Lance Pascoe will try and play through that bowl with a yard of weight. The semi-finals, the game, which is so tight. It's Jordan King and his composite side up against Peter Hodson on Stoke. We'll see here, trying hard, got the split, got the jack. That's well played. I think that's the McElroy bowl that's back there, the Caleb Hope bowl in front.
That was a beautiful shot there.
It's another conversion shot from the skip.
Yeah, beautiful and very good touch there from Lance Pascoe.
Great weight control, didn't waste his, hard shots to play those, Alex, aren't they?
They are very difficult.
To play that yard of weight.
One, great ball there.
Well played. Well, both of the skips played 2 magnificent bowls there firstly, we saw Sheldon Bagrie-Howley turn the head around when he was down on the head. Drew a touch up at Lance Pascoe, to me, is proving why, in my viewpoint, he's destined sooner than later to have that silver fern.
Right, so what's the equation, Kev? We've got 5 ends to go, 8 points the difference. If you're Lance, they haven't trailed. I don't think they've trailed at any point in this game.
No, they would not have trailed at any point. You're right, Alex. He's got to, really, by end 22, you'd think Bagrie-Howley has to be within 2 or 3.
Yeah, I agree. So sort of Lance's team at this point will be feeling pretty comfortable, and then you just make sure you don't want to lose your focus in that last 5 ends. You know you're on the last 5 ends of the home stretch. You know you've been winning the entire time. So you just if you score on 2 or 3 of the last 5 ends, well probably 3 of the last 5 ends, Lance and Co are home and host.
Well, as the great Nick Unkovic would say, get me second shot with every bowl. It's
It'll do the trick.
And it's so true. The shot doesn't matter, but if you get me lots of second shots, they're not going to get many at all. So, and it's the art of playing the board, isn't it? And I think Lance Pascoe, he's got enough experience now, and he knows that the Southland skip side, that's Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, Brett McEwen's going to be under the head again, and this is where
first little chink we've seen in Brett McEwen's armour in the last while.
He's been consistent for sure. And this is where the players like Kelvin Scott, with their vast experience, can just make life, when you're chasing, make life very, very difficult.
Nearly weird.
So Scott is going to go just by the jack. He's over the head, and that's fine.
Good, mate.
And you hear there Lance Pascoe saying track was really good. Aiden Zitterstein here must draw the shot on the forehand. Is the Paratutu player. And I question that line.
Willing
out of
it,
the hand.
be willing it to hold. It looked tight the entire way. Willing it to hold.
It'll go now.
And then it sits against the bias. No, it's going to stand up. That's just about as good.
Second shot, most likely. Scott now.
Must be on his backhand. Even though he looked like he was lined up on his forehand there, Kev. For all money.
He'll be quite happy here if he can get close to, gets a touch on the jack. Lance Pascoe looking closely at this bowler. Scott's not going to have the weight though. But
it's made it interesting, hasn't it?
It's just finished well short of the jack, but it's certainly in a line that...
it means if Aiden plays that hand, he almost has to get his rake out. You know, you almost have to be playing reaching weight. So he's been opted to play the other side. That's a reasonable call there from Sheldon, because there was no draw line on his forehand side, so he's been switched to his backhand.
What really, Bagrie-Howley saying, give me the shot. So
I think we saw a word come out of Aiden Zitterstein's mouth there. That's a good thing he doesn't have a microphone on.
Yeah, he knew.
One down.
Let me let it go.
Well, there's one down to that Zitterstein bowl. Just a call there from Lance Pascoe. McElroy now on his forehand. We'll just try and draw inside the Aiden Zitterstein bowl, which is sitting high the jack. As McElroy needs to come past his front bowl, going to do so. Coming down now towards the jack in the target area. It needs to sit inside it and does so. More than likely would have made two of it. It's got one turn out of the bowl, and that's made that line now so much harder, hasn't it, Alex, that backhand line?
Yeah, that was classy from Shannon McElroy, and I think Caleb's going to have to play reaching weight here on his backhand. I don't think there's a dead draw weight. That looks tight to me.
Looks tight.
He's got weight, though, to hold it up, Kev. Willing it to hold.
Needs the jack. Or sit clean. Well, sat past the bowl still.
Another good one, mate.
That was a good shot. He had good weight there. I mean, I know it's a hard shot to play, but at least they've given themselves some sort of option. Certainly the shoe you'd rather be wearing is that of the Lance Pascoe team.
Well, absolutely. I know we're on the run home. McElroy's short.
It's accidentally, I know, he's not quite in the way. Makes it harder.
Well, as you would know, Alex, you're standing on the mat, and the more that are there, the harder it always, you know. And the skip could get a different view of it to what you've got, obviously. And I know he's sort of...
Every chance here from Caleb Hope.
He's playing the hangman's game, trying to get to that jack, does he? Yes, he does. And, well, did he make shot of it with his bowl sitting in behind? But the issue here, though, for the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley side is they're not going to score very, if they get the shot. That's really what they're going to get.
They want to be scoring. You sort of, in your head, you want to be scoring in twos at this point because you've got 8 points to make up and 5 ends. And realistically, you're not going to score 5 ends in a row. You're probably going to get 3 or 4 if you're going well. So you need 2s and 3s.
Well, at this point of the game as well, it highlights that when you've got the experience that sits with inside the Lance Pascoe side, you know, Kelvin Scott, New Zealand singles winner, Lance Pascoe, Shannon McElroy, world champion, Tony Grantham, New Zealand player. You would think, really, Alex, experience wouldn't see them in a position where they play a bad end.
For sure. So you won't be seeing chances for more than 2 or 3 anyway.
Absolutely. They're all going to build ahead for let's say a number more than 3 becomes very challenging.
Absolutely. And it'll only be when you've got last bowl, which isn't going to happen that much if you're expecting to score multiple ends in a row.
Well, you just saw the camera flick around there from Colin, and it looks as though it is the McElroy bowl, which is shot. So Lance Pascoe skipped this semi-final very, very well to date. Well, well, he didn't. He was in the area, that's for sure. Might have lacked a wee bit of weight, but you know, yeah, you can see there. There's Sheldon Bagrie-Howley,
Hideous, isn't it?
The old head roll around. You know, not being disgruntled, but just, well, what can I do? Where do I go? Where can I, you know, score?
He's looking like he's going to play on his forehand, trying to sit the blue bowl at 12 o'clock, up and over 2 or 3 rolls. Very hard shot to play.
I was just going to say, Alex, you know, your judgment of weight playing down that line, we know the line, you've got to get it right, because if you do get out a wee bit wide, you're not going to be rewarded. So getting both of those facets right.
If he clears the front, he's in with a chance of something.
He's not going to.
Just slightly underplayed that, did Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. You look at his weight, he's level with the jack, so if he'd made it to the blue, he probably wouldn't have sit it up and over, I don't think.
So really, it comes back to what we were saying before about that. The difficulty is, Alex, is that you're playing a 2-shot mind game of what you actually, and very, very difficult. And his only chance really is to get a touch on the jack onto the bowl, where there is the bowl of Aidan Zitterstein bowl sitting there, and there's also the Caleb Hope bowl sitting there, and that's where Kelvin Scott is saying to Lance Pascoe, try and draw down there to get a cover on those 2 bowls. That's the yellow and green multicoloured one in the bowl just in behind that,
yeah,
which is the Caleb Hope bowl, to try and get down into that zone, as that will negate that 3-shot possibility. There's Jimmy Pugh again, not sure which game he's playing in.
He's having a good day, isn't he? Just play his 2 bowls and sit and chat and have a look at how it's going. Embroiled in a close game as Jimmy Pugh. 15-14 now to Hoddy after 18 ends of the 25. As we see Lance Pascoe on the
There's
back
a good
end.
attempt here from Pascoe. There's just more than likely only half a bowl away from getting to a perfect spot.
He put that in the right area, and is Sheldon going to have a go at this? He indicated he swooped his arm on his backhand. I wonder what the gap is between the shot pile and the jack. If you get an edge of it, will it chip out?
Well, if the jack moves, sadly, if the jack moves out to the side,
Can't afford
with weight, it's not good news.
Yeah, absolutely. On the forehand, backhand, Sheldon here.
Hard shot down through
He's
that.
not far away.
There's a good attempt.
He's not far away, looking for a chip.
That's well played. That's magnificently played. Deserves 2 shots. Has it been rewarded? It is 2. So that was a fine control weight shot there from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. And those...
It's hard to explain how difficult that is, Kev.
Very difficult. New Zealand selector, Sharon Sims.
Wearing a bowls 3-5 shirt, looking like a happy woman.
Well, for the New Zealand people, you know, the high performance people, it's a big week down in Nelson, isn't it?
It has been, yes.
You know, the women's pairs, now this, then the Stokes men's pairs, and there's so many of those who are, let's say, in the New Zealand squad, knocking on the door of the New Zealand squad. And this is the sort of level of events whereby...
You've got to be playing in them.
Absolutely.
You have people like Mike Kernahan, the head coach of the New Zealand team, participating in some of these events. I think he was playing in the 4s.
Well, Kernie, you might like to listen to me now. It might be better that you watch and observe as a selector rather than play.
Jerry can look to his left and his right when he's chucking some bowls up the green. So we got Grantham here leading off. So the score 17-23. Still a chance here.
Oh, that was a big end, in fairness to Sheldon Bagrie-Howley side, because, you know, 6 behind, we're playing, you're still right in the game. Tony Grantham draws just jack high. Brent McEwen just slightly jack low.
On the forehand, and the other semi-final now 16-14 to Hodson after 19 ends of 25. So a close game has remained close really the entire time. That other semi-final you can see to the left of your screen there. Jordan King sitting here with his arms,
it's been very close, that particular match.
As we see Tony Grantham here, another good bowl on his forehand side, just holding that little bit.
Good, mate.
Sitting literally a jack high, but on that line. You know, Zetterstein now needs to make sure that he gets in front of the Brett McEwen bowl.
He let that one go a bit funny.
See how far is it going to come back from there. Needs to work now to get back into the counting area, into the jack line.
How's your weight, Aidan?
Just going to sit literally
He'll be
jack
happy.
level.
Yeah.
He'll be happy. Call there from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. I think that made shot of it on the forehand. Is that the defending New Zealand singles title holder?
Yes, and he'll be participating in the World Champion of Champions singles a bit later on this month, Kev, because we're in November now, aren't we?
Here we are. And Nine gets a turn on the Brett McEwen bowl under the head, and that makes definitely the shot.
Yeah, that event from the 19th to the 25th of November. The World Champion of Champions singles down in Nine. I think there's about 30 men and 20 women who've opted to make the trip from whichever country they're from down to Nine to play in that World Champion of Champions singles.
It's one of those strange events. You never know what to expect, really.
And anything can happen.
Yeah, you just don't know. And, of course, Bowl New Zealand will be bringing the coverage of the, perhaps not all of the coverage of the World Champion of Champions singles, but there will be coverage.
I think the last 2 days, I think the finals days, 24th and 25th, will be covered from down in Nine, and they're going to play them. The event will be played on their grass greens at Nine, and I think we might be lending some bowls to some of the international players who come from slightly different home greens to what we've got here.
They come from, it's interesting. The last time in New Zealand, and I covered it. And it was when we had it at Fendleton in Christchurch, and the difficulty at that, things have changed significantly since then. But a number of the overseas players just trying to adapt to the New Zealand conditions, the New Zealand greens. When you got representatives from Spain and all sorts of countries that. And New Zealand's got a very, very good record in the World Champions. Well played by McElroy, sat on top of the shot bowl, but still a chance here, of course, for Caleb Hope on his forehand to get a touch on the jack. McEwen bowl sitting there waiting, needs to draw now. Looks as though it's going to be outside the head, runs into his own.
Oh, Sheldon.
He just saw
Sheldon remaining calm.
He did. That was that. Grab the rag shot.
Just. Oh, dearie me. Just taking a deep breath. They do trail by 6 points. 5 ends to go, including this one. Holding one. Just having a look here. See what the best option is for Shannon McElroy.
The Pascoe, the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley side have actually done, no disrespect, the game's certainly not over, but they've done very, very well to stay within a striking distance.
I think they've responded very well to the pressure, Kev.
Because there has been heads whereby, they could have got away. There was, and Sheldon Bagrie-Howley's played a couple of magnificent draw shots or run shot, to turn heads around. And
they've responded well to the pressure. I think there are a number. I think a lot of other teams in a similar situation, we would be seeing almost shake hands time by now.
Yeah, absolutely agree, Alex. So McElroy will be quite happy. Well, he's going to get that. My goodness, they've had a few slides. I was say that. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley having a look. What shot do I play? He's still trying to...
Indicating the forehand. I suppose the positive of the forehand is if he's narrow, that is Caleb Hope's bowl there. 2 rolls, it's in for 1.
No, we do know, we know the draw line that Sheldon Bagrie-Howley's bowls have got, and it is generous to the jack. They don't sort of... they've got a good finish to the jack.
Here we go. Lining up. Moving over to his right on the mat. Looking to get some late swing. Let it go. He's on the probe. He's going to dive away. That's probably the weight he was looking for based on that. 2 or 3 rolls onto Caleb's bowl, trying to cannon something square through.
For people sitting at home, oh God, how did that happen? It's a very, very difficult shot that he's actually trying to play. To either turn to the Caleb Hope bowl or play under the head to get to the Shannon McElroy bowl and sit on the back of the jack. It's it's a very difficult shot to play, hard shot to play.
Yeah, a real challenge. And he'll get it. Well, it'll be interesting to see if he opts to have another go at it. We'll see what Lance does here. They're obviously holding one.
We're there.
So it's about whether you go close or whether you try and cover something. And that's where you cover.
So,
and that's where you'd go close. That's your two options.
Well, Kelvin's the sort of player that has always
tell me what
believed
we're
that
the
if we've
best
got
way.
one at the back, fine, but I'd rather control the hit. And the more bowls that you put there, the more difficult it is for the opponents
your
to
percentages
score.
go up, don't they?
They do.
And the pressure as well, because instead of the opposition going, we're 1 or 2 down, they're 3 or 4 down. But
Thanks,
we'll
Shannon. Just got the message. Nearly. So here's
it's good stuff there.
Lance Pascoe.
Lance opting to do one of the two things. Go and cover, fair enough.
Nice.
So Sheldon Bagrie-Howley's had a good look at the head. And it would appear that Alex, that his best scoring shot of a 2 is endeavouring to try and play the shot that he played.
Yeah, and it should keep the head tight as well. I think the danger with playing
may have to be quicker though.
Yeah, and just opt, to get it perfect. So we'll see on his forehand here, same foot position. Needs to make a correction. I think we will set fast to Kev. Yeah, that's played with more intent.
It's more intent out of the hand. But again, is it going to hold
trying
up?
To hold.
Up? Needs some luck. No, it's not. Got that air pass on the way through. And come to the end of 21. And, yep, take one.
That's wise. I like that.
23-17, 24-17.
Yeah.
So what really Kelvin Scott's saying, play down there, let's not be too concerned. If You're
not trying super duper hard here, are you, Kev? You've got to 1 point. You're ticking the ends over. You're saying we've got 4 ends left now. Now our lead would be 7. The other score now is 17-14 after 20 ends to the Hodson team, Kev. So
still anybody's?
Yeah, a small little gap appearing there in favour of Hodson, but that could vanish in an instant as we see Lance Pascoe here on his forehand. That's a beautiful line for the forehand shot. He might have made it 2 here.
Oh, he's unlucky.
He
was
played
unlucky.
That so well. One, I think, ultimately. And 24-17 is the score after 21 ends of 25 that they will play, unless it's all square after 25. 4 ends to go. 7 points the difference.
Well, I thought you had Shannon halfway. And then I thought you had
there we go. You'd hear Lance Pascoe saying then that he thought he had Shannon McElroy halfway down the track. It looked as though that he was on target. So, obviously Sheldon Bagrie-Howley was only a bowl away at the most from getting a favourable result.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, not far away at all.
another 3 days of this.
So we're playing in 22 now of 25 in the semi-final of the Nelson Bowling Club Speights Premier 4. 16 sides lined up on for section play. Played section play of, they played 1.5 days of section play. The quarterfinals yesterday and semi-final and final today. And $36,000 in prize money. $20,000 to the winner. And once again, big thank you to those sponsors: Speights, Pack and Save, Richmond, New Street Steakhouse, Hutchco, Somerset Retirement Village, Post By Hotel, Decra Strip, Nameplate Engravers, and Jan Hansen, the jewellers, the Lord of the Ring jewellers. And those sponsors of events with such prize money at stake play a magnificent part.
Oh, it's great. Absolutely. Entirely agree. And 2 good bowls there from Tony Grantham. And just for the viewers' understanding, the stream will stay live, so to speak, for the entire day. Kev, you don't have to find another link to find the final. But when this game is completed, you'll talk us out, and then I think we'll get some sort of break for us and the players to have a couple of refreshments, and we'll be back. But keep your TV turned on to this stream, because this is the one that will stay on.
Right, touch there from Brent McKeown with his second bowl on N22. And he holds the shot, just sitting next to the shot bowl, just behind the shot bowl, is the Tony Grantham bowl. Here is Kelvin Scott, the defending New Zealand singles title holder, on his back end, trying to get down to the jack to set that, and it's an art, really. Alex, although just missing the shot, that you can just control that yard of weight and still be like in the target area.
As you've mentioned, it's perfect for someone playing that 2 position in a game of 4s, because in the worst case scenario is they continue to build your head for you. They continue to make your head better than what it was, even if they miss the initial shot, as we saw there with Kelvin.
So another good shot drawn by Aidan Zitterstein, and we'll see Scott again try and just tighten that line, play down on that backhand side, get inside to one of the shot bowl or jack.
How long is it going to hold up for here, Kev?
No, it's going to get front up. In fact, got to the Brett McEwen bowl, but there's a good shot line there straight away now from the Shannon McElroy following at number 3. It's a good line for him to play down there.
The pool player in me wants to hit that front white and see what happens, Kev. There's a plant.
There's a plant there. There is. Another good bowl coming in here from Zitterstein. Is he going to, though, get a bit of... Well, that's worked out really good.
Great shot.
Only 3 shots, and he turned it around the corner, but there's that lovely backhand trail shot here for Shannon McElroy.
I can remember I was playing a New Zealand Open, Kev, against the Gainies, Dan Gainey and his father. And their skip said, shall I play that plant? And Dan said, you couldn't plant a tree. Play a draw ball over here. And I thought that's one of the better things I've heard on a bowls green.
So McElroy just got a slight touch on the bowl. And I think it was indicated from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley we're holding 1. And of course, I think it's next week we'll see Shannon McElroy back in action in Australia. Is it next week, the Bowls Premier League?
I'm pretty sure it is, and it will be on Sport in New Zealand. When we find out when it is, we'll make a little plug because Bowls is Bowls. It's
we got 1.
I'll tell you in a second, Kev.
Yeah, don't be scared of it, mate. Just sit those bowls. If your tingle's over, it's fine.
I'm sure that there's...
Yeah, the 7th to the 11th, November the 7th to the 11th. So from Wednesday through to Sunday, next Wednesday through to next Sunday, there'll be BPL on Sky Sport.
Of which you'll see Ali Forsyth, Joe Edwards in action, along with Shannon McElroy. And I'm not sure whether Caitlin Inch is in one of the lineups or not, but, you know, of course, well, it's a television event. So here's Caleb Hope, unfortunately just going to be outside the line. Doesn't want to tip the McEwen bowl in. Well, the only reason why I say didn't want to tip it in, just to cut the vision line off for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, because really he's at the point, playing in 22, that he really wants to score a couple. If he can score a 2 here, touch on the jack. Of course, there's the Aidan Zitterstein bowl just sitting adjacent there. Dr. Chris Aldred sitting there behind that, watching closely.
See Lance on the backhand side.
And how far is this going to draw?
It's not horrible. As we wait for this late swing, we see the swing. Oh, just slightly overplayed there. A good head though. Nice tight headers. We've seen this entire game, to be fair, Kevin, and it's what you expect when you've got players of this standard. Lots of heads that are built up, lots of bowls locked in.
Oh, the good thing is, of course, from the Lance Pascoe skip side, Alex, is you're not going to put yourself in a position to drop a 3 or a 4, or, you know, there's perhaps a 2-shot trail.
That's the thing, yeah, two shots, and I suppose from Sheldon's point of view, he's probably going to get one more chance between now and the end of the game to play a bowl for a number, because it'll be one, you know, his one chance.
Well, out of the hand, it was good. Out of the hand, it's pretty good. Looked good out of it. Just gonna, well, he actually deserved better than that, because it looked, I just seemed to move out just a fraction. Looked to be on a good line, really.
Yeah.
He knew that too. You look, he's standing there, scratching his head now, because he was on a good line.
Oh, it was a great effort there from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. And Lance back to his work on his backhand. Doesn't need to make a huge correction on his first bowl, to be fair. He wasn't far away.
And Bagrie-Howley going back. And I bet you he's saying to Caleb Hope, boy, I was on a good line there. And I thought he was as well. He looked to have his line perfect down through there as we come to the back end now of end 22 of 25 of this semi-final of the Nelson Bowling Club Speights Premier Fours.
Whoop.
$36,000 in prize money, $20,000 to the winning side. Because we'll be bringing you all of that live action from this afternoon. We'll have bowl by bowl action of the final.
Yeah, probably from about 1 o'clock, I reckon. I feel it'll be a half hour, 45-minute break, and the other semi-finals got a couple of ends to go. So 1:15. As we see Lance play the same bowl twice, slightly overplayed. What are they looking at here, Kev?
Well, they're looking to get the inside slide across.
Oh.
But I don't think it's that bowl.
It's it would be better if that bowl was lower of the head, but it looks level, doesn't it? You'd have to get a real big chunk.
I thought that you're really looking at it from the position. Yeah, it looks more off the bowl, the middle bowl. It looks a better option.
It looks like is he going to go super quick? Is that how he's going to get that right angle happening? We'll see on his. He looks like he's winding up. I think this is going to be fast.
And it is. And goes by.
Well, he wasn't short.
Well, the Lance Pascoe side will be quite happy. And what they're doing, of course, is that they're building their heads in such a way, as you rightly said, whereby the likelihood of dropping a 3 or a 4 or a number. It's the Brian Little, Craig Gush, Rory Soden,
Nick
Thompson. They're watching.
25-17 is the score now, with 3 ends to go. Looking pretty good for Lance Pascoe's team, to be fair, Kev. There'll have to be an end that we haven't seen yet in the previous 22 for Sheldon's team to have an opportunity. They're at the point where they need to score 3s and 4s, not 1s and 2s, and the most they've scored, well, to be fair, they scored a 4 about 2/3 of the way through. Everything else has been 1s and 2s. So.
You never say never, obviously, Alex, but, you know, here's the reason why it becomes difficult to build those, to get those shots, and it's what, you know, Tony Grantham had we're not going to say a rough patch, but he had a patch midway through the game where perhaps his consistency within a metre wasn't really there. But overall it has been, and now at this back end of the game, and no disrespect to Brent McEwen, who's certainly, you know, trying hard all the way, but you're only getting the chances of 1s or 2s. You're not, you know, building that head. And McElroy and Kelvin Scott and Pascoe, with their experience, are unlikely to let that happen.
Yeah, it'll be one for the books, I think, if Sheldon's team's able to find a way to win this. But look, as long as you've got bowls to play and ends to go, you can make something happen. And Sheldon and Caleb are the sort of bowlers who will see a shot and play it to the best of their ability. The score in the other game, 15-17 now to Hodson after 21 ends. So 4 ends to go there and through the difference. Very tight game to find the other finalist, as we see Brent McEwen here willing this bowl to turn or to hold.
No, he wanted
not
to get
do
the
that.
inside of it. He was unlucky, really, because the inside was the right shot. Well, would have been a good result.
A much better result than that. We see no bowls past the head here, which is better for Lance's team than it is for Sheldon's. It's like you said, they need to find a way to build a 3 or a 4, and that scoring area, you draw like an imaginary circle around the jack to the closest bowls. You're not going to fit 3 or 4 bowls where the jack's sitting, so your 3 or 4 has to come from somewhere else. And where are your back bowls to make your 3 or 4? They're not there.
And so you come to a situation where you're only possibly left with 4 or 5 effective scoring possible bowls on the head. And so Zitterstein is short here. So straight away and really from the Kelvin Scott on the mat now, they don't really need to build the head with the Tony Grantham start.
To be honest, this is almost an end where if you're Sheldon, you want to kill it, because you want to get a 3 or a 4. You've got 3 bowls that are not past the head. So you're going to have to waste 3 bowls trying to get them past the head, which leaves you, 2 bowls to make a 3 or 4 happen. Just Start again.
Well, Lance Pascoe's not going to mind if Aidan Zitterstein, for example, gets hold of the jack here, because
Yeah, I like this call.
It'll be their only bolt over the head. Try and play it with weight. Try and
Oh,
play
really?
it through the jack. And, well, got some contact, which still is more than likely. Yes, he has. He's made.
That was actually brilliant. If only we'd
2,
been able to see
3.
it, Kev.
Yeah, the umpire sort of decided to have a Walsh in Matilda.
It's not a great time to stand in front of the camera, but that's okay.
So Zitterstein, for the first time, I think, in this match, just played without reaching weight through the shot bowls, got contact, moved everything around.
Cheers, mate.
And played it well.
And at least a couple, one would think, to the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley side, as we see McElroy, former world champion singles player.
I've quite enjoyed that we haven't had another world championship yet.
Well, he still is the world
because
champion.
we can call him still the world champion. 2016 is the current world champion in the singles. It's good for New Zealand to be able to have that. Thank you very much.
And the fours.
And the fours, yeah, and we can't forget the fours. That was probably one of the most comprehensive wins ever in a world championship. Didn't look troubled at any point in that team.
Well, no disrespect at all to Blake Signal. And, here's the follow through.
Wants it to keep going. Yeah, good shot.
Same sort of bowl, mate.
It was the Mike Kernan, Ali Forsyth show that on that particular day.
And that final was incredible from Mike and Ali.
They had the Australian side completely. They outwitted them right throughout the whole final.
Yeah, it was very satisfying to watch as a Kiwi, that game. Quite relaxing to watch, actually, Kev, is my recollection. It was good, a good time.
Yeah, I suppose I could say it's one of the joys of being able to do these commentaries over the years is, to be able to be part of a commentary of 2 world bowls at Christchurch. And both times, successful for New Zealand. Here's a touch on the Jackby 1 to Caleb Hope. Of course, the Nationals before that, of course, we saw Joe Edwards and Val Smith win the pairs, and Val Smith win the singles, and the men did well. So I've had the opportunity to do 2 world bowls, world champion and champion singles, test matches, but both here and Australia, of course, and numerous national championships. In fact, I went out for lunch just last week with Phil McCabe, who's now retired, who was the initial man, him and Paul Hunt, who's now the junior manager of Bowls Bay of Plenty. And they were the 2 men from what was National Insurance who started off. They were the Bowl Pack Insurance people. And we had the big finals at Onehunga, Stu Scott and myself, and it was the only time at the national. It was only the men, but we had the 3 finals all on the one day.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
So I've been fortunate that I have been able to see a lot of bowls.
Oh, what's happening here?
Looking for the jack.
He looks just about
looking
perfect
for the
here.
Jack. Trail through the port, and that's the bowler Kelvin Scott sitting back there. That shot, and again, see, that's another Lance Pascoe conversion shot.
That was unbelievably good, that bowl. That was incredible stuff. And Sheldon just going to have to find a way through.
There isn't one.
No, you have to hit through some short bowls and pray for a bit of luck. Your colligible might follow through, but that's incredibly good there from Lance to get the jack there, and that's what you would have visualised. You visualise perfection, don't you?
Absolutely.
And able to follow through on that occasion. Brilliant stuff there, and we'll see Sheldon wind right up on his forehand here, just looking to hit anything.
And goes by. And the other thing is, at this level, or even at the international level, and Alex, you've been over in Aussie when we the multi-nations and the Trans-Tasman. When your skip is turning heads around for you, converting and saving, it just makes such a difference, to the whole atmosphere.
The psychology of it is different, isn't it?
Absolutely, it is. The whole body language scenario, you know, some people might say, why is Shannon McElroy playing 3 and Lance Pascoe skipping? Well, we've just seen this morning why Lance Pascoe skipping.
Oh, he's playing some absolute great bowls. They'll be looking to continue that through if they do indeed continue their form and win this game, which is looking likely at this stage, as we see Lance here on the draw just falling a little bit shy. But if Sheldon doesn't get a result from this bowl, if there's not a kill or a point scored,
shake hands.
Pretty much, you know, it's an unlikely, a very big ask here if they can't get something out of this.
On the drive, closer. Got the front bowl and left the one shot. That's the Caleb Hope bowl in front, which is shot.
Yep.
So, not really the result that Sheldon Bagrie-Howley wanted, scoring a single to take it to 18-25 as we move to the penultimate end here of this semi-final of the Speights Premier Fours at the Nelson Bowling Club, and the team of Lance Pascoe skipping, Shannon McElroy at 3, Kelvin Scott, the defending New Zealand singles title holder, and Tony Grantham. They now lead. The other composite side is Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, Caleb Hope, with Brett McEwen and Aidan Zitterstein by 25 shots to 18.
Yeah, I think 2 4s is the call here, isn't it, for Sheldon? And if it's not looking like they're going to get a 4, we'll see. Well, if they don't get a 4, they'll shut, probably. But we should see, I think we'll see aggression if the head starts off bad in the first 4 bowls. And I think Sheldon will be asking for his first 4 bowls to be past the head. You know, you don't want them. There's no point drawing to the jack. You want.
Well, Brett McEwen's played his first and a metre and a half, 2 metres short.
It's just about, you almost put all your eggs in one basket, don't you, when you're trying to build a 4 or 5. You go, look, we'll put our 4 bowls a metre past, and then I'll back Caleb and myself to get the jack to where my 4 bowls are, and we'll see what happens.
And, you know, and that's been known to happen. You know,
put all your eggs in one basket, I say. So you have the score 15-18 after 22 ends to Hodson still, Kev. So he's maintaining that sort of 3-point buffer, that entire semi-final that we can see occasionally going on the side of our screen. Brett McEwen here on his backhand. He'll be looking to get past the head. Doesn't matter if you're not close to the jack. Just want one past, and Sheldon.
Well, he's going to be past, and we'll finish literally jack level, but still leaving plenty of room for Tony Grantham. Current New Zealand.
I know what you're going to do.
Led at the Commonwealth Games. Didn't have that old twitch out of the hand.
Run. And Sheldon would have,
Now, Pascoe, of course, Lance Pascoe's lining up with Jamie Hill at the Stoke Piers as well. So
yeah, I believe they're playing the national Piers together.
Pretty good composite. You know. Well, they did last time. It was in Auckland.
Yeah, Carlton. They won at Carlton, and they'll be more the North Harbour side this time round. But why would you not give it another go and go back to your happy hunting grounds?
Yep.
So 3 bowls all short for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley.
Yeah, we'll see a kill soon.
It's making that challenge that you spoke about, Alex, that much more difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, the only way you're going to score a 4 is if 3/4 of your first 4 bowls are past the head, really. And particularly when the opposition is playing well like this, like they've got good position here. I think you just go for a kill at this point.
Well, and what becomes harder with the kill, where that bowler Kelvin Scott's sat in behind the jack. It's not a bowl that you can use to sort of get a result to the jack.
Absolutely.
It's gone past the jack.
Hayden here, short again.
And again, mate.
Second shot, I suppose. It'll be interesting to see what Caleb is called to play with his bowl. Certainly looking... It's been a good performance. To be fair, it's been a good performance from both teams. I have been impressed, as you said, with the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley team. The fact that they've played 24 ends is a fair effort, because it's been a very comprehensive performance.
Oh, Jack Trail, he is good. Wow. Yeah. That's
Sheldon just pointing at it there.
Ideally, what Lance Pascoe wanted was that Jack Trail down into the back area there where the 2 Tony Grantham bowls are, because it would make the kill as well somewhat more challenging. So here is Caleb Hope, looking to kill the end, needs some luck, feather it go by.
Well, that's 3 of their bowls off the head, Kev.
Yes. There's only one shot that can be played, isn't there?
At least it's made it easy for them. It's either kill or shake hands at this point.
Absolutely, it is.
As we see.
They
Let's just go hard, I know.
Got tone there. Just draw.
The Lance Pascoe skips the whole side. They've sort of, and it shows a good side. They've conversed right throughout the game of collectively.
All four of them. Yeah.
It hasn't just been a skip and threes game, so to speak. They've conversed quite a bit as a team.
I think Shannon was trying to put a block in there, but not able to on this occasion. And Caleb, right into his work, he's very close to the kill here.
Might be unlucky, just get the ball clean.
That's unbelievable, really.
And might have the shot, but it's irrelevant, really, now.
Imagine if you'd asked him to get the ball clean, how hard that shot would have been to play again.
Wouldn't have happened.
Probably a centimetre, half centimetre wide there.
McElroy, as far as the Lance Pascoe skip side, shots don't really matter at this point. It's just what they're saying is, you're going to have to kill this.
It's a hard kill. He could accidentally go jack in the ditch here.
Well, absolutely. You could get the jack and just go clean back into the ditch.
Does he try and... if you score a 3, you go within 4. And that would require two of his bowls to count.
Hard.
It is very difficult, but he needs to commit with his first bowl. So we'll either see 2 draw bowls or 2 drive bowls. The instinct will be to try and kill it here, given how well Lance has been playing as well. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. If it pulls up, it's good, but he needs them both to count. You need to make this a 3. Good shot there. Fair call by Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, sitting with 2. The question is it too much room? And what will Lance Pascoe do on his forehand? He's given it half a chance.
Well, he won't be trying to get too close, I wouldn't think. Now, there's the bowl of Brent McEwen's, the McElroy bowl that he ran into. Got a turn out of the McElroy bowl. Did it make shot? If it's not shot, it's only one. That being the Aiden Zitterstone bowl, I would say, in the front.
You have to make this one. Sheldon has to draw 3 here, and then you just pray to all of your gods that Lance doesn't cut it down. 4 points difference is okay. You really, it'll be interesting to see. On the backhand anyway, from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. Let it go pretty good. It's down to his weight now. That's the line. His line is fine here.
Is it going to get under clean? Is it going to get under clean? No, it won't.
Gutting from Sheldon.
Got the short bowl of Aiden Zitterstone's.
He may have hit it up enough. We'll see. If they, I don't know. If they don't score here, obviously there's a handshake happening.
The advantage that Lance Pascoe's got here is he can play with a yard of weight because he's got those 3 bowl, his bowl, the Shannon McElroy bowl, running directly into the head. And if you've got 2 turns onto either one of those bowls, if it was not the shot, it would be near enough to the shot. So here is Lance Pascoe. Is this his last bowl in the semi-final?
On the forehand side, willing it to get back here. If he's got the weight right, it's the end.
Coming now. Was that enough? Got 1 roll? Did. He did. It's exactly what we spoke about, really, Alex, wasn't it? Just to get there to that bowl. And is that his last bowl?
What are they doing? Are they going to play one more end?
They are.
No, well, fair enough.
They're entitled to.
We see 26-18 the score. What you desperately need, Kev, is for the first bowl to be past the head in this situation, don't you? If you're going to score 8 points, you don't want a short bowl played.
No.
And I think looking pretty good for the Lance Pascoe team. But fair enough, play the last end, see what happens. Miracles happen sometimes.
Well, yeah.
And what a story it would be, and a great thing to get on live stream if there was an 8 scored to draw, because it wouldn't even be to win, would it?
Many years ago, Kerry Clark was playing the final of the New Zealand Fours with Terry Scott and Jim Scott, and Randall Croon, I think, was the other player.
Yeah.
And they were up against the side. I think it was Ken Murder, Dave Baldwin, John Murder, and might have been Murray Fisher. I can't remember. And Kerry Clark played the last end. Kerry Clark picked his last bowl up to play. They were 7 down. And that was, and Kerry Clark managed to get, I don't know, third shot or something like that. And yeah, and it's happened a couple of times. Jeff Raybone, here from Auckland, a long time ago, to about 8s, dropped an 8 on the last end of a New Zealand. If it wasn't the final, it was close enough to the final. It's the Rowan Brassey. They when they won, Rowan Brassey and Hassel. Bo Prideaux.
And another Hassel, wasn't it?
Yeah, another Hassel, that's correct. They were playing Andrew Kelly, Chris Leve. I think it was Greg Rapori. I can't remember who that last one was. And they drew third or fourth shot, Rowan Brassey did. They had that's right, they had a bowl to win the match. They're holding 6 or something. And it might have been Andrew Kelly who was skipping, I can't remember, and didn't come alive on the. And so big numbers do happen, but yeah. I must admit, over all of the matches that I have watched over many years, when you've got Tony Grantham there with 2 and you've got a short
well, it ain't not going to happen here, is it?
It ain't going to happen, so you might as well start hacking right now.
You may as well just go for the kill at this stage. Otherwise, shake hands. There's no point. So we see Aidan on the backhand.
So we hope you're enjoying this coverage that we are bringing to you from the Nelson Bowling Club in Nelson. And another fortunate thing, Alex, is they've had challenging weather in Nelson over the last week. And I know, talking both to Richard Collett and to Brendan Hodson, it's certainly been challenging with the greens at Stoke, but everything going according to plan, we'll be fine. And so we trust that you enjoyed the women's pairs that was brought to you last weekend by Alex and Dave Worsley, and now of course the falls today. And it'll be back.
Aidan going for the kill. Found
just by
fresh air there.
And we'll be live on Sunday again, bringing you live coverage from the Stoke Bowling Club of the pairs. Colin will be the man.
He will be the man on the
genius.
Ground. Yeah, well, let's not give him a big head, Kev. Just Colin. the other game, as I can report, 20-15 to Hodson after 23 ends. So 5 up, 2 to go on Pete Hodson's point of view, and a good block there by Shannon. Well, it was nearly a good block by Shannon McElroy. That's not slow.
Well, it's a good
he's got
block.
the block. That's fantastic.
Wow.
That's great stuff. I bet there was a comment there.
Well, that's the one bowl you wouldn't think that you would.
Oh, that's funny.
Aidan Zinnerstein and Caleb Hope can see the humorous side of it. Yeah, even Shannon McElroy wouldn't have thought that was a block. So
that's great.
He's going to try again, but he's wider on the block this time. This one's not going to. Well,
imagine if Caleb hits this block now.
So here's Hope going for the kill, going to get the punch, one of out. Now it's a straight line kill. No kill is impossible, but let's just say it's exceptionally challenging.
Very difficult. Very difficult. He'll have to. It's very difficult, is all I say. I think we will see in about a minute and a half this game draw to its conclusion, unless a miracle happens. And yes, we will be back after the players and us, Kev, have had a refreshments break.
And of course, one end further to play in the, well, at this point in the other match, but things looking good for the Lance Pascoe skip side with Shannon McElroy at 3, Kelvin Scott and Tony Grantham, and the only chance for the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley side is the kill with the jack sitting right on the centre line, just like Aidan Zitterstein standing right on the centre line.
Yeah, yeah. He should, if he wants to save his ankles, I'd be moving anyway.
It's a hard. So here is Bagrie-Howley, gets the front, gets one bolt out, one to go. There's a hard one to kill. There's a very hard one to kill insofar as you haven't got a straight line to the jack.
Correct. Yeah, you have to. A bowl has to do the work for you here. This might make it easier. Or not? No.
Well,
wishful thinking there, I think. Maybe you go square through.
Well, it is harder.
No, it's harder now. Maybe, I don't know, he'll just hit it hard and pray to his gods, but I think that's going to be the end. Okay.
So here's Bagrie-Howley. It's gone through, and there it is. The semi-final is all completed, and it is the side of Tony Grantham leading Kelvin Scott, Shannon McElroy at 3, and Lance Pascoe, who have defeated the composite side of Brent McEwen leading Aidan Zitterstein at number 2, Caleb Hope, and Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. They have won their way through to the final here of the Nelson Bowling Club Speights Premier Fours. And look at that lovely blue sky out there now, Alex. So we're going to have a fine final this afternoon. We found one of our finalists, and we await the outcome of the other final between Jordan King and Peter Hodson. And it was Peter Hodson leading going into the 24th end. So this is Kevin Hicklin and Alex Reid and Colin Williams. We'll be back with you around about just after 1 o'clock, where we'll bring you the live action of the final here of the Speights Premier Fours for the Nelson Bowling Club.
Yeah, performance, eh?
Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on. Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. We're moving on.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Nelson Bowling Club in now blue skies, sunny conditions, no wind, and we're about to watch the final of the Speights Premier Nelson Fours, and we'll see the final up against, that been Lance Pascoe up against Peter Hodson. With me is Alex Reid, and the man that's doing all the operating behind us, Colin Williams, and we'll be bringing you this live coverage of this final of the 25 ends. And the side of Lance Pascoe skipping Shannon McElroy at 3, Kelvin Scott and Tony Grantham, and their sponsor being that of Hutchco, up against the side of Peter Hodson, Jimmy Pugh of the Stoke Club, and Barry Andrews and Tom Taroa of Timaru, and they of course are sponsored by the New Street Steakhouse. Earlier today we saw the side, the Pascoe skip side, they defeated Sheldon Bagrie-Howley in their semi-final, and the Peter Hodson skip side, they defeated Jordan King in their semi-final. So, Alex, I think if we look at it, two of the form sides, I think, definitely going into this final here this afternoon. And, of course, $20,000 up for grabs for the winner of this prestigious Fours event in Nelson.
Yeah, it's not to be sniffed at. It's the biggest prize pool you'll find in New Zealand on this side of the Trans-Tasman, on this side of the Tasman. So plenty to play for here. And I think Pete Hodson's team, if I was to call an underdog, that's what I'd call them, Kev, although that's not really the right thing because it's such a good event. They're all classy bowlers, but based on that performance we saw from Lance Pascoe before, with that team he's got in front of him, I think Pete Hodson's team will be going and thinking, if we win this, we've done well.
Well, you know, as we spoke about in the break, it's fair to say, Alex, and I'm not speaking out of turn here, that Lance Pascoe of recent times has been really the form skip in New Zealand at the high in the national level, and of course he's literally got a New Zealand side with him, because Kelvin Scott, of course, is the current New Zealand singles champion, and we're representing New Zealand in about a few weeks in the World Champion singles. Tony Grantham, of course, just back from the Commonwealth Games, and of course Shannon McElroy needs no introduction. Peter Hodson, of course, has won a national title before. Jimmy Pugh, a beaten finalist in the national pairs. Barry Andrews, of course, won a national pairs a number of years back, and Tom Taroa, Barry and Tom out of the Timaru region, but a very, very competent side. And the big thing is 25 end matches, as we've seen, Alex. It's a true test.
Absolutely, it'll be the deserved winners will come out of this game, and as we see this first end, already pretty good after a loosish start.
And it is the Jimmy Pugh, one of the colourful men of New Zealand bowls. He's very animated in his body language, etc., etc. Loves his bowls, does Jimmy, and he'll be delighted to be here playing with his mate Pete Hodson. Of course, he played with Hodson when they got beaten in the final of the pairs in Auckland a few years back, when in fact Peter Hodson earlier in the day had won the national singles.
It wasn't a bad it wasn't a bad day for Peter, was it?
Absolutely. So we just hope that they can just get that's right. That's you. Move across there, Tony, and you do the same thing, Shannon. It would be, and you too, Jimmy.
I'll get used to it.
So here is Pascoe on his backhand, and I can't tell you anything.
Yeah, we'll get them moved. As we see, oh, that's good camera work there from Colin Williams, switching to that one. No one can stand in front of that one, Kev.
No, they can't. And falling lowered the jack. Jimmy Pugh having a look to see what he thinks the story is, and indicating draw a shot. So here is
Hodson on the forehand side.
Very well performed player in Nelson. Just how far is it going to come back, Alex? It's the big question. How far back to the centre lines? It got an inside slide.
Are we?
So Shannon McElroy, the New Zealand, well, he's still the defending world singles champion, as we spoke about at lunchtime, Alex, with the COVID postponements. I think getting someone else to have a look at the head. He's not sure really who's got the shot here on this, the first end of 25 in the final here of the Nelson Bowling Club Premier Fours. And these two sides have come through section play, quarterfinal, semi-final, and here they are in the final. As we watch this bowl of Pascoe's working hard to get all the way back, needs to fall in and get an applause from Shannon McElroy. One down to the last bowl. We just heard through the microphone.
Very confident player.
Peter Hodson saying, well, what other options have we got? We're one down.
Looking for a bit.
See what Hodson's going to do. There's a lot of deliberation on the head. Jimmy Pugh being the traffic man there.
Bit of information would be quite nice.
Bit of yes. So
Already started, Kev. It's end one.
we'll see what happens here on the backhand. There's Hodson on the drive, going for shot bowl, well off target. We've got a lot of hitting and missing around there. So it was one shot was the call from Jimmy Pugh. Out comes the measure for that of the second. Not sure which bowls that whose bowl that they're going to, because I imagine it's the Jimmy Pugh bowl in the middle of the head there. That would be the that's it bowl alongside the head. So that's the bowl that we thought was the
asked he said, have we definitely got second? And Jimmy Pugh said yes, and he didn't have
No,
second.
Well, there was a lot of deliberation going on in the whole head, wasn't there? You know, not sure. And now, so the Timaru boys are having their own conversation, and Jimmy, you've been sent to.
Oh, I love it. I love it at the start of a game, Kev.
You've been sent to Coventry. So Jack's been delivered, shorter length to what we've seen earlier on in the semi-final, where good effort from the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley side, but I think it was fair to say over the whole 25 ends, though, Alex, it was really the consistency of the Lance Pascoe skip side, and never really got themselves into danger of dropping big numbers.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Sheldon Bagrie-Howley side did well to stay in the match, really, and they had an opportunity right up until the last at the death, really. They ended up being 8 down last 10, but they kept themselves in with a good chance. They did well to do that.
Well, two very important times in the back end of that match when they did have good scoring opportunities. It was Lance Pascoe who played a couple of very big telling bowls, converting bowls, jacking the ditch, and got some other results. Not luck, but just played well, I thought.
Yeah.
So Tom Tara, his first bowl, you'll see it there, the multicoloured. It's going to be Jack Level leading against Tony Grantham, the current New Zealand Commonwealth Games player, coming back to the centre line. That's a good bowl from Grantham. And the green at this stage as well, you know, we said earlier on, 16 seconds approximately. I don't think it's really quickened up, Alex.
No, if anything, we saw it slow down a little bit in that last game,
did,
Kev, as the green sped a little bit.
It did. We certainly saw the heads change around, didn't we, midway through that game. And well played here from the composite, the lead. Tommy just going by with a yard of weight. So Mr. Reliable, Kelvin Scott. I'm picking the forehand. Am I right?
No. He actually looked more like that was ridiculous, really.
Because that certainly looked like
it couldn't have been pointed more in the forehand direction, but
yeah,
it works.
And there is Scott, of course, the current New Zealand singles title. And in this final, Alex, to me, this is going to be the big difference. 1 and 2.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Barry Andrews, stalwart of South Canterbury. And also, in his earlier days, one of the stalwarts of South Canterbury cricket. I think still holds the record for the most number of matches played for South Canterbury. And they were in the big numbers. Played for South Canterbury for a long, long time. And
one of those multi-sports people.
Absolutely. And has been an iconic feature of bowls in South Canterbury, and has been a great contributor to the sport, greenkeeping, all sorts of things that he's done. And loves his bowls.
We need those personalities in the game, Kev. It keeps things very interesting. See Barry here. This is definitely on his forehand, isn't it?
Definitely, this is on
surely
his forehand. It is. Very deliberate player. You see that flick at the finish from Andrews, chasing his bowl, trying to get down to what is the Scott bowl on the shot, close to getting to sit on the jack. As he not quite got the weight?
Not quite. It was a great effort there.
He was on the track certainly to get to the.
Shannon McElroy on the backhand. A tight head already. This is just end 2, and we're going to see this, I think, for the rest of the game. Really, Kev, from all 8 players here.
Absolutely. And here's McElroy. He's going to finish that metre short. What we are going to see as well, really as well, Alex, is they'll build heads. They won't see scatters all around the place. So, you know, you got some very good players here. Jimmy Pugh, one of the most colourful people going around, and loves his bowls, does Jimmy. One of the real Stoke stalwarts for sure. McElroy, short with his first was Pugh.
And McElroy on the backhand.
Get into his own bowl.
Yeah, he's made it.
The big thing here for Jimmy Pugh, especially at this point, early in the game, just get accustomed to playing through bowls because you're going to have tight heads. So trying to dead draw the time, Alex, you can very quickly get yourself into and your team into trouble.
It can become stressful.
So it's imperative that you'll reach in the head. You know, he's got the Andrews bowl in front of the head there. Play with weight. I'd imagine it's going to be a bit of what I would call not moisture, but the green will be holding a wee bit. The sun hasn't really come out, although the sky looks good. But you play through the bowls, Jimmy. You're going to have to learn to move, Jimmy.
Well, we surely won't have 25 ends of people standing in the way of the cameras, Kev.
We'll get a message to them somehow.
They've all played on television as well. These are obviously, if people tune in and watch the televised Bowls Through 5 League, I think almost all of these players have played on the televised Bowls Through 5 League, barring Barry and Tom.
So here is Lance Pascoe. It's a bit difficult with Lance now. I'm never quite sure what club he's actually playing out of because he lives in Wellington and
Elmwood Park
and plays in Christchurch, but he's got a Stoke shirt on, I noticed. So
we've got him playing out somewhere.
And of course, remembering his partner Mandy was successful just gone by in the weekend in winning the Stoke the women's pairs.
Yeah,
winning that final over Taylor Bruce and Amy McElroy. So it was.
And I'd imagine that he has every intention of matching Mandy's efforts when the Stokes Stakes men's pairs is played.
Absolutely.
A little bit later on.
So out on the wide side, but the good thing you'll see there with Hodson, Alex said he is playing with that weight that we spoke about because that's your best chance, really. You know, really, if you're trying to dead draw around a bowl, with this quality of match, you're just going to find yourself struggling.
Yeah, I agree with you. As we see a little feather here.
Inside feather.
Oh, could have sat down there a little bit more.
So here is Peter Hodson, one of the true stalwarts of the Stoke club. Tightened his line up for sure as he got enough of it. Get the gin. Or you get the Jimmy Pugh bowl, can he, and turn that through the head? No, he won't.
Just about, not to be. And we see Kelvin Scott's bowl's looking pretty handy there.
Well, definitely you would imagine the bowl in behind there is the shot. Was that 2 that they signalled?
I think so.
And because Barry Andrews there, the West End Club in Timaru, they also host, and that was a 2, so 4-0 start. Barry Andrews is responsible down there as well for one of the successful tournament that they host down there. And of course, we'll be back live on Sunday. We'll be at the Stoke Bowling Club, where we'll be bringing you live coverage of quarterfinals through of the Stoke pairs. And a field of 32 will get underway there tomorrow.
Yes,
tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. A blink and it's Friday tomorrow.
So it's certainly a full week of bowls in Nelson, isn't it?
A great week of bowls
Fantastic.
For the Nelson thing. And I think we mentioned it a bit earlier on the stream, but it's something like $50,000 or $60,000 worth of prize money being given out over a week-long period or just over a week. It's not a bad week to be a good bowler in Nelson.
So I watched Tom Taroa playing in one of the champion events late last year, and very impressed with his young fella up off the front. And there we are, draws past the short Tony Grantham bowl, draws right to the jack. Grantham needs to improve by a good metre and a bit.
Yeah, I think Tom came through the youth development and secondary schools program alongside the likes of Seamus and Finbar and Naden Takarua, who's also all three of them at this event. Kevin really kicked on in the last 3 or 4 years.
Well, they have, and it's difficult for yourself, of course. Not difficult, but you do work for Bowls New Zealand, but the time can't be far away. One would think, Alex, where we are going, New Zealand wide, we're going to see a changing of the guard.
Oh, what we'll start seeing, I think, Kevin, is that group of players who are in their early to mid-20s now beginning to bubble more to the business end of the national event. So at the moment we see lots of quarter-finalists and last 16 ones. I would be very surprised if we didn't see a few of them win national events the next 2 to 3 years.
Well, I'm going to take a bit of a wild swing here. Look at this. Going to get past
What a
the
shot
wall.
there,
Look
great
at
bowl.
that. Just goes by. That's class. Absolute class there from Kelvin Scott. And I was just about to mention Kelvin Scott because and it's interesting that Kelvin Scott is all of a sudden come into the New Zealand squad. So are we looking possibly at, yes, we're going to reformulate the side. And what a good number 2 Kelvin Scott would it have if you're going to bring new people into a side, Alex. You know, what he brings, I feel, and we've seen it here today playing at number 2. And all around every event, the big events, Kelvin Scott's always there, isn't he?
Yeah.
And sure, he's not a teenager, but if you're looking at something, let's say, fresh in the New Zealand side, and look at this again, past the front bowl.
Great bowls there.
Yeah,
from Kelvin Scott.
absolutely outstanding.
They are high, mate. You can
So if
still
you've
get
got
down
someone
there,
like
down
that,
there.
Alex, playing number 2 for you in a New Zealand side with a new lead, and let's say Lance Pascoe skipping, I think you got the makings of a pretty good side.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. There's plenty of depth, obviously, around the place. And, you know, I suppose these players know what they're playing for. We spoke about Jaron Sims being here earlier.
Great
Watching.
response there from Barry Andrews.
Second, mate.
Just second shot, sits onto the shot bowl.
And I suppose, yeah, with the World Championship coming up, this
Well,
Nationals
hi, mate.
singles and pairs is
I
going to
don't
be a
mind
pretty
those.
good event to watch. I think
Yeah.
there's going to be
Sit
lots of
there,
people trying to push their case there and playing to the best of their ability.
We'll be there, Alex, won't we?
Yes, yeah, I'm looking for. I won't be playing. I won't miss a bowl. As you see, Shannon on the back end. What a tight head this is. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bowls in a second. Pretty close. Shannon
7.
watching this bowl.
Oh,
Good stuff.
Just a bowl
That's our go-to, mate.
underneath.
You're down there, sort of arriving on the wide on to get to the bowl.
Of course, if he can sit on the bowl here, can Jimmy Pugh, you get a touch on the jack. That's Time Taroa bowl that's sitting directly behind the jack, right on the centre line. But Jimmy, you got to be up. Sorry,
Weight's great, Shed.
it's a danger of trying to dead draw on a mid-pay. You know, it's not 19 seconds.
Yeah, that's the that can be the frustration.
So you've got to get it, that conscious mind, Alex. You've got to get it. You know, I've got to be a metre through the head. You know, especially if you're down, got to be a metre through the head. Now here's the chance here, ideal chance to be a metre through the head. Exactly what Peter Hodson is indicating. Short here's a tragedy. Trail of the jack is the opportunity, isn't it?
Absolutely. As we see, Jimmy Stalker's bowl
No.
just looking like he's going to pull up a little bit shy there. He'll be disappointed with that one. Oh, sorry.
I'll just say, I'll just give a very quick coaching lesson there, is that you know, it's obvious that Jimmy was like taking his line literally to the jack, and the coaching lesson is you're actually taking your line about a metre out from that, so as you're going to work at the finish instead of working early because you're inside the centre line right from the start.
Now the bowls there is a play, you let it go, and you know immediately that you've given
Absolutely.
it no opportunity there.
Especially when you've got suspect weight.
yeah, it doesn't help the situation.
No, it doesn't. I can see in the window there the defending champion of the national mixed pairs.
Yes.
Laurie Guy sitting there, who of course was playing in this event with Lou Newman, as we watch Pascoe now and sensibly
Good
mix
bowl.
the two. That's well played. Mix the two bowls up at the, and of course the difficulty that comes early on here is for Peter Hodson is about where effective bowls are on the head, Alex, isn't it? And one of the things that I love about doing these commentaries is I've been a past player. I've been of just how to build a head to work to your advantage. And, you know, I've always maintained that a lot of the coverage that we do is some of the best coaching tools that you could wish to get.
It's all I would recommend to anyone looking to improve the game is to watch good bowlers and play bowls and see what they do and try and figure out why. As we see Hodson there, that's a forgettable bowl for Pete Hodson. He'll be disappointed with that one.
Well, there's that trying to steer the bowl down under the line, Alex, isn't it? That's the danger of it. And it's straight away McElroy looking at an option there. Now, I like the way that McElroy and Pascoe are playing them, are playing their heads, managing their heads. They're looking at all the options, and we saw that in the game this morning as well, Alex.
And it makes sure that you give yourself the best opportunity, because if you always make the right decision, that's half the battle won.
Absolutely.
You can play a good bowl that's a poor decision and get a bad result, whereas if you always are making the right decision, that's half the battle there. So it's good to see.
So on the backhand is Lance Pascoe, and he's out on that, what I call the safe side, coming back towards the centre line, not under the centre line, and that's always where, ideally you wish to be.
As we see, Hodson, he'll be looking to correct the green and the weight, I think, on his previous bowl.
So here is well performed Nelson player. Has he got the weight to hold down that line to
Willing
the
it
jack?
to hold. It's going to
No,
hook
he
across.
hasn't. Go under the head. Just the one it'll be, I would say. I was picking that. The bowl of Barry Andrews' bowl would have been at a second shot. I'm just seeing whether they indicated. Hello. That's on the Rutherford Hotel.
Don't let go.
It's no longer called the Rutherford, I see. It's called the Oceana Hotel, one of the iconic hotels. The Queen stayed there, by the way, Alex. The late Queen has stayed there. We're doing some painting today.
Oh, good. Good. Well done, guys. Keep it up. Thanks for that, Colin. That's a good sort of watercolour shot. As we see Tony Grantham here on his backhand. Nice and smooth. Of course, we would get an image of the cathedral that you were talking about, Kev, but it is obscured
by the trees.
Rather rudely by some trees.
Yes. Part of the very nice park area that I would call it, in around the domain where the Nelson Bowling Club is located. And of course, it's one of the, well, not oldest, but it's certainly one of the older clubs in the country and holds a lot of history. And of course, now the home of, there's the cathedral there, as you can see.
Thanks, Colin.
There's Colin in behind the trees, and we haven't heard it yet, but normally the Carillion gives a tune most days. But it is nice to see, Alex, isn't it, playing in these sorts of locations. It's just a nice, tranquil, it's a nice environment to play sport.
Absolutely. Oh, what a good shot that was there by Tony Grantham. Made not only one, but an even better two than it was before.
Well, it just makes it more difficult for Tom was now to get inside that line. The danger is you steer yourself too far under the line, but he's played this well as the young Timaru man. Going to get to the jack. That's well played. That's superbly played. Just had a foot of weight, came underneath the two counting bowls of Tony Grantham, got a touch on the jack, moved it a couple of feet, and that was well played, and that'll give him a lot of confidence. He certainly played that with very good controlled weight.
It was a lovely shot there from Thomas. Almost salvaged this end, because had he left it or missed narrow like we thought he may, that head was looking pretty good again for the Lance Pascoe team.
And of course, as we said, Alex, 25 ends, long way to go. Barry Andrews. He is on the mat, that very deliberate, on the forehand. Up he comes, and the Timaru club jumper. How far is it going to run on the...
Just willing it to go. Good enough. Good ball there, Barry.
Winner of the New Zealand Pairs with his South Canterbury mate, Dave Henson, who now resides in Australia.
Were they playing out of South Canterbury then?
Yes,
Kev?
yes,
They must have been only the second or third South Canterbury appearing to win a national title after Milne in the singles.
Robin Milne, correct.
So we see.
Great shot, Scotty.
Oh, what
Oh.
a bowl there from Kelvin Scott, turning the head around again. Now you have 5 bowls up short, a great wall of China. Good luck getting through that clean.
Does that sort of not reaffirm, but that to me highlights the value of a really good number 2, and Kelvin Scott brings that, doesn't he?
Oh, I think Kelvin Scott has the skill set to be one of the better number 2s that you could find in New Zealand, if not the best, one of the best, and just has that beautiful weight control. As we see Barry Andrews not to be outdone, though. He's on his backhand and half a chance here.
Just
How's
needs
his
to get-
weight?
Oh, he had
Fair effort.
had the great line to get to the jack, didn't he? Just needed,
Beautiful effort.
and you know,
One.
those shots that
Roll
Kelvin
Scotty over for
Scott,
another.
though it's early on in the game, they're soul
Oh,
destroyers, Alex,
That's
aren't they?
front.
You know, to
Roll
be
over once
fair,
and shot,
they're
just underneath,
both-
it's ideal.
both players, Tom Tarab and Barry Andrews, have played 2 very good bowls to the head, and Kelvin Scott with that lovely control of yard of weight. And McElroy,
Good.
he'll be quite happy with that.
Yeah,
That's
good work.
down over the head, down to the 2 metre mark.
Arriving underneath, Kelvin.
So, thing for Jimmy Pugh here. Jimmy, your time for you to draw a shot. Well, get around the head. That's what I would say.
So we see this bowl on the backhand.
Not going to.
He's
That jack.
struggling with his weight so far. Oh, it's very early on in the game. It's end 4, but we haven't seen him sort of play like we know he can.
Well, it's about what we spoke about, Alex. It's the danger. And here's another trail of the jack. Is it touch of the jack around the
Good enough.
Well, it now becomes literally a one
Well, mate, you
hand.
Jump out there now if you like.
Yeah, got it. So here's the backhand opportunity. Head's opened up. Just as though like you're drawing to the 2 metre mark, Jimmy. That's the shot option for you, really. Here, Jimmy Pugh.
On his backhand
well,
side.
This is
He's
better.
giving it a better chance here, Kev.
Yeah, well, he's taken the
Very good,
opportunity
James.
that we just spoke about. Yeah, it's well played from Jimmy Pugh. Back toucher.
That's the sort of stuff you want to do when you're struggling a little bit. And something by struggling, I mean I say he's probably played 5 bowls, not as well as he would like to. There's plenty of time, but you do want it early on. Just
nail
just want
one.
to play a good bowl. Same as early on, you want to score a point. You don't have to, but it'd be nice if in the first 5 ends you score a point.
You feel better when you're down and you do it rather than that end. Because you have to play you got to play a crucial shot. You're down on the head then.
Yeah.
Drew a toucher, so that might crank Jimmy Pugh now up to with the bowls that we know that he can play. So here is Pascoe, and to me this guy now looks to be just going to go by, but he's playing with that searching weight, which is fine. He's only the one down, and any movement on the jacks to his advantage.
See Hodson on the forehand.
Oh, this needs to hold outside the Tom Taroa bowl. It's going to do so. How far is it going to run on the way through? It needs to sit on the Jimmy Pugh bowl. Doesn't quite do so.
Slightly overplayed, but holding 1, so they'll just be going, please, Lance. Just get on the board, see if we can get 1, maybe 2.
Lance Pascoe, in fact, was one of my biggest ever gaff. Just going to go by. Semi-final was being played at Kapanui.
Yes.
It was the Pascoes from the coast up against the Terry Scott skip side. And it was the year that Ryan Bester, Chris Levenko, and Bruce McNish and Nick Butter won the fours. In the semi-final, it was the boys from the coast that were leading against the Terry Scott skip side with Terry, Jim, Stephen O'Driscoll. I can't remember who the 4th player was. And I made the comment on Radio Sport or Sports Roundup in those days They were about, I don't know, about 12, 13 in front with playing the 19th end of the semi-final. And I said, right, all you people over on the coast, get on the bus, get over here to Christchurch because it was a Pascoe side.
Yeah.
The Pascoes are going to be lining up tomorrow morning in the final of the National Fours. It was the National Insurance Fours in those days. Well, as it happened, it was the Terry Scott side that played Ryan Bester in the final of the Fours, of which Ryan Bester won, and the bus never left the coast.
I was going to say, I hope no one hopped on the bus.
So it was a lesson learned that you never try and predict the result while there's still chances there.
And Tom Tyrone starting off with another good lead bowl.
Well, if they got the shot that last end now, if they can build off the front, it just makes it more challenging, of course, for the Peter Hodson skip side. There's another good bowl here from Tom Taro. Just going to go by, sit on the outside. There's 3 lead bowls, all within a metre, all in the area. Here's Tony Grantham. I'm never sure whether he actually plays out of North Harbour or Auckland.
Both.
Both, is that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
It's fair. That answers.
Birkenhead and Mount Albert.
So, Barry Andrews.
Looks like a very determined bowler, does Barry.
Oh, yeah, as well. He was a real tenacious cricketer. Very tenacious cricketer in the old days of the Hawke Cup. Everybody knew, man, he sat the Grantham bowl out. Yeah, everybody knew Barry Andrews from South Canterbury.
As we see, I reckon forehand.
Got it. Got it.
Yes. It's because I could see the bias this time, Kev.
Well, he was also facing out a wee bit too, which is somewhat
look, rubbish for him.
Yeah, and that's most unusual, actually.
If he'd faced a little bit more to his left, it would have been a good bowl.
So here's a chance early on for the composite side, the Peter Hodson skip side, to get some control of the head as we play the 5th of 25 of the Speights Nelson Bowling Club Premier Fours. This looks on a tight line out of the hand. Did that bowl of Barry Andrews. He's trying to guide it. Oh, he got the side slice of the jack with weight. Well, he certainly got he sees a humorous side. He certainly got the deepest bowl on the rink, and it is a toucher as well, but
always good to see the players sharing a laugh and a bit of a joke in these events. I mean, we said before, it's a $20,000 final they're playing here, a $20,000 game of bowls, but the players still able just to have a little bit of a laugh and play it in good sportsmanship.
Well, they've played, they've played with and against one another on, so many occasions, whether it be events such as this, inter-centre events, representative fixtures, nationals, all sorts of events that we now have on the calendar.
Speed's good, mate.
Yeah, it's interesting. I just noted in, and Jimmy Pugh, both skips just noted that was certainly different. That line out there on that.
I believe this rink hasn't been played on yet today, Kev. I think it was an empty
okay.
rink.
So Shannon McElroy adjusts very quickly, and thanks, Barry. Draws a toucher. Jimmy Pugh now needs to adjust that line. And again, he's out on that wide side. Early on in this match, Alex, what's becoming difficult for the Peter Hodson skip side is that it's really about effective bowls on the head, isn't it?
It's a similar situation that we saw in the semi-final, and that it'll be interesting to keep track of how many times Peter Hodson crosses over holding the shot.
You can see now that hand, you're right there, Alex, that holds up that hand by a good metre, literally, because that just finished that bowl of Shannon McElroy's, which is a counter, of course, finished jack level. Well, that would have been a good metre inside the line of, the normal line. So it's definitely a holding hand for sure.
Yeah.
Of
As we
course,
see.
with it being a holding hand as well, Alex, your weight as well becomes essential, doesn't it, to hold up to that line through to the jack.
Yeah, you have to play it perfectly. Oh, see Peter Hodson there on the backhand.
Well, he's on a good. This is a good line.
He's not far away here, Pete Hodson.
It's a good bowl coming from Hodson. A well played bowl from Peter
And
Hodson.
followed it
And
through.
back to the Tom Taraa bowl. That was a well played shot on that hand. First time he played that line, but he'd seen where the Shannon McElroy bowls came from.
That was an incredible shot, really, from Peter. He played for that. He couldn't have played it any better, though. Just
Played it with that yard of
scoop
weight.
the jack off and finish back there, sitting with a lovely couple.
But it just does highlight, though, Alex, that you can,
How far
you know,
off is
where
he?
Jimmy Pugh take note from that is you can play with that reaching weight. You're going to give yourself a chance, aren't you? And that's Hodson did that superbly then.
For sure. As we see, quick, he says.
Well, it's a hard hit to play to for the McElroy's at 3 for the Pascoe side, and now we're seeing the call from Jimmy Pugh really to draw to the centre line. He can afford to be just over the head. Can Peter Hodson, if he draws to the centre line, he'll be close to.
Oh, look at that drift. That's
Yeah.
snaking out like
No, it's
nobody's
still going.
business. Jesus.
So that line's certainly different down there, isn't it? That's really.
It's challenging as a player sometimes. That's okay. Once it's happened, it sort of happens on one end. Some players keep note of it in their heads, and they'll know how to play this.
And especially with the jack being moved off the centre line as well, just makes that line that much difference, doesn't it? So, you know, early on, sure, Peter Hodson, although this last bowl went astray, played that magnificent bowl with his first, and would dearly like to hold on to these two shots.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know. Can't see.
I don't think Lance Pascoe's that keen on
Nah.
this shot that's looks like a double cannon side pocket.
Can I
We
draw
got,
the shot or not?
Can I draw the shot?
So what, am I trying to run off yours?
Yep. Kelvin Scott
Yeah,
now explaining
Kelvin
the
Scott.
situation.
Saying, and it was those cannons that we're sort of talking about, Alex. So here he is trying to get the inside of this bowl, and you can see the shot that he was trying to play, 2 down, and well played by.
Yeah, I quite like that call because if you had a look at the head to draw, he had to be within a bowl 2-1.
Correct, and we saw what happened to the Peter Hodson second bowl
Yeah.
trying to draw.
You may as well just have a nibble at it at that point.
So what are my chances? Low,
Yeah.
low percentage.
Good call there from the team.
Well, it's good. It's good team play because they were really acknowledging that we're 2 down on the head. Very, very difficult to draw the shot. Let's try and play the percentages.
I agree with you. That makes sense. And I think probably called with the confidence that they know he's good enough for that not to upset his draw weight as well.
And it highlights as well, Alex, that, you know, sometimes, you know, jack low bowls are there to be used.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, particularly if they're on the wing. You know, you can get some pretty cool angles off that sort of stuff.
Does the same happen is it
It happens a lot in indoor bowls.
Is it very much the same? You try and use that, you know.
Yeah.
It sounds cheap, I know, but use the bowl.
Yeah. Because particularly in indoor where the mat's 23.5 feet long, the heads are quite tight. So often you look to use bowls and play
you've only
plants
got to
and
move
cannons.
6 inches, don't you?
Precisely.
Yeah.
It's a game very much like that. So always look for enjoy a good plant, Kev. It's satisfying when they work.
Oh, I think it brings, to me, it also brings a bit of colour to this, because to be fair with that shot there, you know, if it had come off, it was a nominated shot.
Yeah.
It wasn't, it wouldn't have been a fluke that he got.
It's played for.
It was played for.
Absolutely. Entirely agree. And good leading again here from the leads, although I may have just done a commentator's curse. We'll wait and see where Tony Grantham's second bowl turns up. But I like those first three. They're in that nice catching area, scoring area, but past the head, something that we didn't see all the time in the semi-final previous. Just that nice leading from the leads where scoring can happen as the 2s and 3s move the jack back a little.
Well, and not far off the centre line as well, Alex is on to say. The thing that I've liked about watching, and there's a compliment to the green as well, but what I've liked about what we've been doing today as well is that well played from Barry Andrews and behind the jack, finishing at 5 o'clock. You've done enough commentary, etc. as well to see, Alex, the number of bowls. And I know it seems to be an Auckland thing on the greens up here, I don't know. But the number of bowls that we see getting played under the head, trying to get underhead results. And, you know, you're seeing today, look, the natural, letting the bowl, get the bowl out, let the bowl find its way back.
Yeah.
Don't try and push or don't try and steer it to the centre line. Let the bowl work to the centre line. And you're going to certainly get more effective bowls, aren't you, on the head?
Absolutely. And I suppose it's something... it's perhaps a symptom of some of the tighter bowls or heavy greens that people have been playing with, but certainly with the swinging bowls, and we've seen more of them. We spoke about it in the semi-final. We see bowls turning a bit more again nowadays. Not huge swings, but bigger swings are coming back into vogue. It teaches you to give your bowler a chance to come back to the centre line, whereas you can get carried away sometimes with these tighter lines.
Well, that's when you get to the steering, the steering bowls. And I think in most of the examples now, Alex, we are seeing the bowls being sent out to do some work, and they'll come home. And, you know, that to me is that's what the sport's all about. And
Come down there, mate.
you know, the most consistent, well, in most cases, it's fair to say the most consistent of getting back to the centre line is going to get results.
Oh, for sure. And you just give yourself just give all the opportunities in the world to get good results. See Jimmy Pugh here on his forehand.
That's a nice line he's got on his bowl here, coming back to the centre line, and that's what we're looking to see, you know, and that's good play by all players. That's
got 8, 9 well played bowls.
It's the Barry Andrews bowl, which is shot. McIlroy, of course, still the current world singles title holder, which he's owned now for a number of years, and just looks as it's going to be a fraction under the centre line and not quite got the weight to reach all the way. Now, that bowl finishing on the centre line, here's the chance for Jimmy Pugh to really take some ownership of the head for the Peter Hodson skip side. He's got the bowl out again.
Absolutely. Lovely line again. How's his weight, Kev? It's down to the weight now on this bowl.
Pretty good. It's pretty good.
Looking for it to roll out.
Well, it's that. There's only one shot playable now for the Lance Pascoe skip side. And, of course, we know Shannon McIlroy is more than capable of drawing inside the red and the blue bowl. Looks to have a bit of speed on, though, on the way through. Needs to sit on something. Not going to do so. And, of course, I think it's next week or the week after on Sky TV, you'll be able to watch Shannon McIlroy.
Yeah, from the 7th, so it must be next week.
The 7th, is it?
Monday through, I think. So 7th to the 11th. 5 days of bowls on the BPL. Joe Edwards is playing as well. Caitlin Inch. And another New Zealander whose name's escaped me. Ali Forsyth, thank you. It was right there on the tip of my tongue, Kev, and it disappeared again. But it should be a good week of bowls to watch across the ditch. The BPL now well and truly established on their bowling calendar. Must be its 10th or 15th edition by now.
So here is Hodson. He's out on that. And he sits inside this.
Sits down.
Gets applause.
Good enough, and an opportunity here. There's enough room that Lance with 2 bowls would expect to draw probably the shot if nothing changes on his backhand.
Second shot
at a minimum, eh? You know, you've got room there.
Looks to be out on that wider side, though, with this first one.
If you look at how far up the rink the chalk finishes, it does look like it's a shorter end than what they have been playing.
The other good thing, if you look at this head, though, Alex, you'll see just about every bowl is sitting on or adjacent to the centre line. So highlighting what we're talking about. Well, I shouldn't have said that, should I?
We've done it twice, and we've had the one bowl was Tony's and one bowl was this one, Peter Hodson.
Dear. So 5-3 as we come to the end of end 6 of 25, and it is the Peter Hodson skip side holding shot. Different line here from Lance Pascoe. Is it going to draw?
Great effort here.
This is a good bowl here from Pascoe. This is why he's the skip. Why he's the skip. 2 down on the head and draws literally a back toucher.
Brilliant stuff there from Lance Pascoe and turning it around. So 6-3 now.
Yeah.
The other thing, Alex, sorry,
ends.
about
There you
that bowl was the adjustment that Lance Pascoe made from his first bowl, didn't he? And just got up on the mat and just drew that literally a back toucher.
It's a sign of someone in good touch, I think, when you can make those corrections.
So, of course, our pleasure to bring you this final of the Premier Fours at the Nelson Bowling Club. $36,000 in prize money all up for this tournament. $20,000 to the winning side. And again, a big thank you to the sponsors, Speights, Pack and Save in Richmond, New Street Steakhouse, Hutchco, Somerset Retirement Village, Post by Hotel, Decra Strip, Nameplate Engravers, and Jens Hansen, the jewelers, the Lord of the Rings jewelers, as we come to the final. The Nelson Club started in 1888, one of the early clubs in the bowls history of New Zealand.
Absolutely, of course, Auckland Bowling Club by itself had existed in the wilderness for a number of years, Kev.
Certainly did. And looking for the Jack sitting here. Another good bowl from the lead from Peter Hodson. And just so you know, Alex, that in 1888, in the formation of the club, the sub was fixed at 1.5 guineas, which is about $3.
Well, there you go.
There's a bit of useless information.
Who knew?
Who knew? But there, yeah.
Yeah, yep. Up to you, mate. You pick. Yeah, right, yeah, you draw here, mate. And if you beat that, you can. If you get past it, it's good.
So Kelvin Scott, I'm not sure who's he with, but I'm sure he'll be in action in the Piers at Stoke.
Yep, I believe so.
You just see the again
holding now.
you just there's
a
that
bit of a snaking.
patch. There's a bit of a darker patch there on the backhand side of the rink, and you just see the bowl just get a bit of a lift up and just holds that straight line for that extra metre. Barry Andrews sensibly taking what I would say the generous draw.
Yep, on his forehand side. He's not far away here, Barry Andrews. Real chance here. How's his weight, Kev? Just needs to get up a little bit more.
That'll count. Duly rewarded, 2 shots.
Good shot.
So Peter Hodson very quickly indicate at Kelvin Scott. Now, back to the forehand.
Who knows?
No.
Not backhand.
I
totally understand, Kev. I've stopped calling him which hand he's playing, to be honest.
It's
it looks
about, it's. I think the difficulty is the Alex, is that you've got to play a tighter line, and it's a matter then of what the weight is on that line.
Yeah, to be honest, I agree with you. I think we'll see the players as we head towards 25 ends favour the non-ditch hand if they can. It seems to be, as you said, a more generous turn, more consistent turn away from the ditch side to our right as we see it. We'll see bowlers play on that forehand side going this way. And
Andrew's going to land on top of what his first bowl, and it would count. So
Yeah, 2 down, mate.
2 down is the call from Pascoe. Of course, the bowler Grantham's is the one in behind the jack. So Shannon McElroy, yeah, it's a completely different line to what we saw played,
On Shan.
and it looks a good line as well. Hold to get to the jack, will
Great
it? Yes,
shot.
it will. Well played. Just it highlights that experience, doesn't it, Alex? Just to be able to know. Certainly, you'd have thought that would be in a narrow line, but just McElroy knowing that it can hold a fraction on that line.
And Peter Hodson having a good look at this. They've got 2 back bowls with Tom Tyro's bowls there at the 2 metre mark and a bit
Here
past.
with your first, mate. You're trying to get to this bowl here.
No, so they're just biding their time.
Right in the time, you can it's the
It's wise skipping. Again, it's something you see more with the teams that have 3 or 4 good bowlers in them. so to speak. You tend to just take your time. The danger is, of course, they play a bowl that is ineffective,
Like that one.
like this one, and then you've wasted an opportunity, a scoring opportunity, by trying to build your head a bit more.
Well, really, Alex, that was 2 metres away from where really Peter Hodson would have ideally wanted it.
Yeah, he will be disappointed in that. And as a skip, sometimes you go past here because I built the head, and they don't, and you think maybe I should have just got them to.
Good roll, Jimmy.
Maybe I should have just
No
got
big
them to
deal,
play a
mate.
positive shot.
Yep.
I like the
Yeah.
I like the way how Lance Pascoe is skipping this as well, and so far as well. You know, give it your best shot down there. You
Good positive language, isn't it?
absolutely. Now, to me, that's what you look for in a skip. Not trying to be, too precise. And McElroy playing with that reaching weight, trying to get that was a shot to try and get through to the Barry Andrews bowl, low of the jack.
The other thing you'll hear the skips say is spin everything in the right way. So, like, if I
I
wanted
think we sort of wander
someone,
up through here in this direction, mate.
well, wait.
Chances of getting through to the bowl, we right of yours. Try and get it right through, so you're needing weight to pass the two.
I'll wait until Jimmy's played his bowl, Kev, before I finish my point. See him on the back end here.
Well, that's that weight line, that we were talking about. It's so important to get the bowls over the head was what Peter Hodson wanted with the first.
And that's what he wanted to do with his
And that's
first one,
exactly
really.
what he wanted, really. And it's a matter of, it's really what he was trying to do was trying to either get to the underneath to the shot bowl, jack. And a few options there, really. So he's declared he's going to play like with weight.
Still that
Yeah.
shot, I think.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. You'll hear these skips. They don't say don't be narrow or don't be wide. They'll say wide's good, narrow's fine. You're just spinning it. You're saying imparting exactly the same information in a way that isn't going to frighten or make your players get uptight or think about
absolutely.
The
And the good thing about the pace of this green as well, Alex, you because of the pace of the green, it's a nice paced green. Your margin of error, you can still be in and around, can't you?
Yeah, thereabouts for sure. Lovely speed. There's Lance Pascoe on his backhand side. We'll see this ball come back into view soon. Someone said yuck.
Well, you got the Jimmy.
That would be why.
Bowl slightly under the line was.
You right, mate?
Lots of Stoke shirts around, Kev.
Yeah, there is a lot of.
Jeez.
6 of them out there.
It's an invasion. See Barry Andrews
Well,
wandered
of
to the
course,
right.
Kelvin Scott now does play out of Stoke.
Everybody happy?
Does he?
He was one of the Canterbury players last year.
He was.
And
That's
I
right.
think Lance Pascoe might have been as well.
That would explain why they were in Stoke shirts. That's good. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about that occurrence last year. But yes. So, Peter Hodson, back to the mat. 6-3. Down on the head.
See Hodson on the forehand side. That came out of his hand. Nice. Holding one, I think, maybe even. I don't know. It's hard
Trying
to
to
tell.
get contact down to one of these Andrews bowl or the
That was beautiful weight.
Oh, beautiful weight. That was a good bowl all the way, really, Alex, wasn't it? As you rightly said, it looked good out of the hand, and it was only really centimetres away from getting that really good result.
Yeah, that's the sort of bowl you play, and if it doesn't go well, it's very difficult. It would have been challenging to play it better than what he did. He gave it every chance in the world, and sometimes it just doesn't quite work out. Lance making his way back down to the mat end.
So I was just wondering, looking at that head, and now there's another bowl in there for the Peter Hodson side, and I don't know what it looks like from the mat, whether those two bowls behind the head
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure they'll look at that.
are worth attacking now. Pascoe, look at this. He's going to sit inside.
Big chunk of it.
Well played.
Oh, good shot there.
But there's only one shot to play now, isn't there?
He's looking at it. See
And
if
can
they-
he get between the red and the shot bowl?
That's the question. It looks like there's a bold gap. I'm just going to steer at it for a few seconds first. Or maybe now he's looking at the cannon of the plant.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Yeah.
be playing it
No, I
That's
agree.
good.
I
Yeah.
agree totally. Peter Hodson just said, because if you're going to play on that angle, you're going to play it half-hearted. You can also, if you don't get it right or quickly, just duck away.
Yeah, we'll see a good positive bowl here.
Jimmy, keep moving, please, Jimmy. So Peter Hodson makes his way back to the mat in 7-25. And it is
Here we go. He's not going to be short here, Kev.
Joshy Boyd, the crayfish man, there, watching on. Here is Hodson. He's in full swing. Oh, out of the hand. You can.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Get it over, mate, when you get a drive.
Slipped on the mat.
1-7-3.
Oh, okay.
I just wonder, Alex, and I know Cassie, no aspersions whatsoever with Peter Hodson, but you know, some people think we're going to drive really, really quick to try and, you know, and you think, you would know, you've played enough that you don't actually have to.
Over that corner was.
You know that, and I know he
Yep.
certainly had to drive there. I'm not for one moment questioning that, but I just question that sometimes you go that quick on the backswing, that at the finish your hand, you're not in that zone, so to speak.
Yeah, it can mean that you less things. Yeah, it's minor mistakes in your delivery can end up with big misses with that full weight. You know, you have a little twitch or something doesn't go quite right, and with that weight, it doesn't go quite so well. Probably an exception to that rule is someone like a Peter Bellis who mastered the drive shot, and had such a perfect delivery for
He
it.
absolutely did, had that. But if you look now, for example, you know, and you look at some of those great old videos of past years, as we see Tom Tarrant move the jack again, you know, when Bellis and Co. we used to take 2 greens literally off green to get them to draw back. But the great thing that Peter Bellis had was that straight arm all the time.
Yeah.
Started up high above the shoulder and just came in. But if you look now at a player like, I'll use Aaron Sheriff, the Australian, as an example, you don't actually see him drive that often. You don't actually see him, what I would say, go at.
That full weight is no longer used that quickly by us sort of down here in the Southern Hemisphere as much as it was.
Yes, you have been lucky with the weather, lads.
Looking for a clean run here, Tom. It's a bad bowl.
And neither Grantham nor Tom Tara have done anything on this end. 7-3 it is to the Lance Pascoe skip side over the Peter Hodson side. Two Stoke skips.
Yep, and Kelvin, on his back end. A loose head here developing, Kev.
Well,
certainly we've had heads that all 16 bowls were just about a fit within the gap between the jack and the closest bowl on this one.
It's certainly not the weather.
No, so it looks like lovely weather for outdoor bowls as Barry Andrews on his back end be looking to remedy the situation. Played some good bowls so far. That must be the plate final going on that we can see there to the right of our screen. It's Barry's bowl. If it holds up around the front one, should draw the shot.
Will be shot. Literally just slightly jack low, but certainly the closest. Now let's see the plate final, which is going on.
So Joe Edwards and Olivia Bloomfield. Is that final? Here we see Kelvin make his correction.
What I'm liking, you know, I've watched Kelvin Scott play for a number of years, as you has well, Alex, and just thinking around high performance and about a number 2. He doesn't. If you took his percentages of bowls, the effectiveness of his bowls in and around the head, it'd be pretty high, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he's one of those players, as Barry Andrews.
Well played, Barry Andrews.
It's one of those players who's always there or thereabouts, and we saw that when he won his national singles title in the semi-final he played against Mike Galloway.
Correct.
Just staggering, or both of them, all 8 bowls were just staggeringly good and right in the area the entire time. Certainly proved that.
So, McIlroy trying to get down to what would be the two Barry Andrews bowls. And collection. Now it's important here for Jimmy Pugh that he gets, if he can draw to where that Kelvin Scott bowl is just slightly over the head, it would be a good outcome for the Peter Hodson skip side. But again,
good try. Not to be, though.
It's a good guy down there.
Just, yeah, those effective bowls, isn't it? Yeah,
It's
they
okay.
just need to be slightly more in the area. Of course, we are only 7 ends into this 25-end match, so plenty of time to go.
oh, a long way to go. Yeah, it's
Tight.
Oh, yes.
Oh, it's drifting. No, tight.
Yeah, we had to be clean through that, right, clean through the narrow
Not
line
too
there.
bad,
And this is where Jimmy Pugh now needs to make this bowl effective because the
Yeah.
head's been open. It's been
Yeah, you're okay to miss your first one, but it is about making that correction, isn't it? As we see Jimmy here on his forehand side. This isn't far away. He wills his bowl around the front stuff, but
not
he's
going
just
to.
not going to be. And it's unfortunate there from Jimmy Pugh. Lance crosses over 1.5 down, but we've seen him do this a lot of the day. He's crossing over 1.5 down. It would not surprise me if he played a perfect bowl on the forehand trail to back for 2.
Absolutely, you try and play down to that jack through the pot. Thank you, Jimmy.
There we go.
That's it. You're learning, James.
And we'll see. Here we go, Lance on the forehand side.
You're right, Alex. That's the shot that he's going to look for.
When you're in a good space, this is the sort of shot that you just feel like you're going to nail with your first one as a skip. Someone must have walked in his way then, I think, Kev.
Yeah, someone just put Pascoe just slightly off.
So we see this one make its way up the green now, walking off his bowl a little bit, so he's just playing slightly over.
Under the line.
He's willing it to hold. He's willing it to hold. It was close. That wasn't far away at all.
Well, he knows how to correct, just correct from there. Peter Hodson now needs to come around that blue bolt up the front on that backhand. He gets down towards, if he gets back towards the centre line, well drawn, another counter. He needs to get past this. Oh, he's not going to. Into the Spanish wall up. But will he knock that bowl up far enough? No, he won't. Lance Pascoe making his way back to the mat on this, the 8th of 25 ends in this final of the Speights Premier Fours from the Nelson Bowling Club. Nelson, of course, this is the rejuvenation of this event. We had a couple of years down, all wiped out with COVID, but great to see these events back in action again. As we see now, Pascoe. Well, has he got a wider line?
Yeah, he's close here, Kev.
Needs to
close
hold
here.
there. And on it, didn't get the jack, but great percentage shot though. It was, it's you can't ask for much more really, can you? He was a couple down, and he was only half a bowl away from getting the perfect result.
Yeah, he played it well. He'll be happy enough with that. See Hodson here, hoping to add a second shot.
Difficult.
Not going to do so on this occasion. So we'll see one.
Well, with the Jimmy Pugh red bowl out the front, just made it a wee bit tighter, that line. So another one, as Alex said.
7-4 now should be the score after 8 ends of the 25. And Tom Tyra delivering the jack there.
Good mate, how are you?
Be interesting to see if I just thought they might have gone to the 2 metre mark just to try something.
Are you finished for the day?
Someone's knocked off work early, obviously, if I hear that through the mic.
And down to watch the bowls. We see Tom At least when he's missing, he's usually missing past Kev, which is good from elite.
Absolutely it is. And, his line overall, Alex, has been pretty good. He hasn't been, jumping the weight under the head. Grantham again, though, just drawing to the jack, finishing jack level.
See Tom here looking to make a correction back now, so he'll have to take about a metre off. Out of the hand, nice and smooth.
Nice delivery, yeah.
A little bit like Andrew Kelly-esque his delivery.
Very much so, very much like Andrew Kelly. Of course, Andrew Kelly, he'll be in action at Stoke over the weekend playing with Seamus Curtin.
Yes, the current national peers title holders. Certainly mount a strong challenge on the Stoke men's peers for sure. This one drifting.
We should think would drift under. Oh, he's going
Just
quick
overplayed
as well.
it, yeah.
He overplayed that, did. But still, it's literally right on the 2 metre mark, so that's fine. Andrews now, who's actually drawn pretty well these 8 ends today.
He's keeping up with Kelvin Scott in the 2 position. Nice line again, down to the weight now for Barry Andrews.
Just going to go by.
Finish in a good spot.
And here comes Mr. Reliable. The finish though, a metre short, but that's actually a good line, that short bowl of Kelvin Scott's on that forehand side. Alex, to draw, if you just draw down under that Kelvin Scott bowl, you'd be on a pretty good line to the jack. Barry Andrews might have brought that in a wee bit too much, though.
Willing it to hold at the end of its line. Trying.
It's the back of the
fair
jack.
effort there, just that half a bowl out.
Another bowl on the head. Scott trying to improve on his first bowl.
As we see Kelvin Scott on his forehand. Oop, got a little feather.
Got a bit of feather.
That'll do.
You know, rub him down there. Land either of the bowls. Get to the white.
On the back end is Jimmy Pugh. Willing the bowl to come back into the head now. Oh, might have been willing to leave it.
Well, it's tightened at the shot bowl, hasn't it? There sits that flush right in front of the jack.
Yeah, rolled Tony Grantham's bowl up and around. Looking pretty good at the moment.
Oh, stay there, mate. You get through the red or just past it, into here's okay.
Asking Shannon to stay on the forehand side.
Well, I also wonder, we spoke about it before, Alex, whether it's just a more generous draw.
Yeah, certainly it looks like a more consistent hand than the other side, as we see Shannon demonstrate that nicely. Good bowl there.
Well, you've got to attack this down on the run.
You'd think so.
Avoiding it down on the backhand. And you've got to play it with weight. Yeah, it's...
Nope, we see flipping the mat over there just to get a bit of grip. We saw Pete Hodson slip before on the mat, so Jimmy Pugh flipping the mat over, getting some foot grip, and he's playing big weight here from Jimmy Pugh.
Got his own.
Oh, that wasn't slow. Jeez.
Well, it was certainly the shot to play to try and get that the jack straight back. Well, it would have killed.
And in their disappointment, they were walking up the green, and Shannon McElroy going, I've actually got
I'll play one more, thanks.
I've actually got a bowl to play.
No. That can
The Lance Pascoe skip side.
probably. We've got one out there, mate. You just
Skip
get
by,
another one
sponsored by Hutchco.
front, it's okay.
And Peter Hodson side, their sponsor, New Street Steakhouse. And a big thank you to all of those sponsors who certainly assist greatly in making these events.
Absolutely.
reality.
Shannon just looking for a clean run past that one of Tom Tyro's not to be. And Peter Hodson with a decision to make now. 3 down on the head. But a wind gets up there, the mic. I wonder for Peter how much in his mind it plays that the last 2 times he's played with weight, he's missed the head by some distance.
Yeah.
That's
well, look, there becomes a time when it starts to play jingle jangles with you as well, doesn't it? You know that, and the danger is you get caught playing these in between weights, and that's.
We'll see in a second. Peter Hodson, the mat already turned over the other way, which is good, so he shouldn't be slipping here. See what weight he opts to play this with on this occasion. Plenty of weight. He's close. Here's Peter Hodson.
Close, gets a split. Stay alive. It will.
Great shot.
It's a Grantham bolt at the side, which is shot. I'm sure that's still alive.
Yeah, it is. It's a lovely bowl, though, from Peter Hodson. He's done well there. Now.
No, it's not.
Okay, well, even better bowler, Peter Hodson, because he's managed to kill it. No, that'll give him some confidence.
It looked to be sitting inside that inside peg, but of course we're judging that from a long way away. So, but a good drive there from Peter Hodson. That'll give him some confidence. There's Joe Edwards, of course, the legend.
Olivia Bloomfield wearing the Auckland Bowls Auckland representative shirt. Olivia Bloomfield. Okay. And Barry flipping the mat over the right way for Tom Tyra.
But it's great to see Joe Edwards and Val Smith. It was Val still part of the current Blackjack squad. But it is great still to see Joe playing in so many of these events. I think, if I'm right, Joe will be going to the Charity Piers.
I'm not sure. She traditionally does go to Charity Piers. I haven't looked at the field, but she's.
I know Joe's been a regular attendee.
BPL. She'll be at the BPL.
Okay,
yeah.
Right.
But a regular attendee for sure, Joe, at the Charity Piers, and a great supporter of that event.
Tom Tyra, very, very short.
First time we've seen him be short with his first bowl. Tom Tyra, as we see Tony Grantham jump on that. That's another sign of one of those leads that's been around the place. So they tend to, if your opposition has a loose end, the ones that have been there and done that go, oh, well, we'll show you.
Tony Grantham today has been very consistent. He's only had if you were counting, looking at effective ends versus ineffective ends, the ineffective ones would be sitting on the low count. Isn't there many heads? We've had him. This is the second game, of course, that we've had.
I could probably count on one hand the amount of times he's had an end that you would call a poor end for a lead.
He's had them around the head right throughout. Here's on the true value of a good lead, one on, one over, which we're just seeing there, and on the centre line. And Barry Andrews straight away under pressure is the Timaru, South Canterbury, number 2, prolific run scorer.
On his backhand, staring at this bowl. He's willing it to get back. I'm not sure if it's going to come back as much as he would like. Clean run there. Maybe a little bit excitable there from Barry Andrews, but it stayed up on the rink, so that's positive.
I think Barry Andrews still holds the record for the highest run scored for South Canterbury. He's certainly was a prolific batsman for South Canterbury in the Hawke Cup. You can hear Joe Edwards there giving instructions on the next rink.
We see on the back end.
He'd be disappointed with that. With Kelvin Scott.
You feel that's in your eye? Change over.
Yeah, well, the natural thing here for Barry Andrews is to play down. Chance of getting tangled up on that backhand side. Leading 7-4 is Lance Pascoe as we play the replay in 9 of 25 this final. Just how long is it going to hold up down towards that line to the jack,
Great shot. Great
Gets
bowl.
that touch on the jack. Well played from Barry Andrews. Just got that touch on the
Yeah, you
jack.
pull him down, mate.
Barry playing
Come down.
127 games for South Canterbury, apparently, Kev, according to the internet.
Is that right?
That's not bad. Leading the list of Centurions in 2010, so he might have been overtaken since then, but 127 games is pretty fair effort.
Yeah, he certainly is a prolific scorer for South Canterbury.
This bowl back in.
Great shot.
Shot.
That wind's getting
Wind's
up.
really beginning to get up now.
Yeah, you can hear it in the microphones, and I was just watching Lance Pascoe, Kelvin Scott, second bowl, correction, shot. Under the head here is
Yeah.
Jimmy Pugh. And it's the old steering towards the line.
Oh. It was asking a lot of that bowl, I think, there, Jimmy Pugh.
Well, with this being a fours match and Mike Kernan's playing in this event, yeah, I'll be watching this exhibition of Kelvin Scott pretty closely, actually, because to me, he's giving what I'd regard as, in both games, what I'd regard as the ideal
Another go, mate.
number two.
Yeah, good bowls, for sure. We'll see Jimmy Pugh. He'll definitely make a correction here. Just the weight in the green, some people would say.
Yeah, well, he certainly got it out on a better.
Oh, look at this one drift.
That go now.
It is that side to the ditch side. It's just a bit snaky on the line.
And he played it with that extra metre and a bit of weight, which what he needed to do, really. He didn't want to be short. But, of course, number 3, McElroy, still the current world singles champion. But he's not going to make a difference here. Is McElroy. It looks as though it's going to be under in weight. It isn't. Finishes on the centre line. It's one of those games so far, really, Alex. It hasn't been one thing or the other.
No, it's been pretty closely contested. I think the score's probably a fair reflection of the game. I think Lance Pascoe's team probably deserves to be 2 or 3 up. They sort of seem to be playing 1 or 2 more effective bowls in an end. But certainly not a comfortable lead at this stage for them.
Yeah, and Peter Hodson, of course, very, very seasoned campaigner, so he won't be 7-4 behind at 9 ends. He won't be too concerned about that.
Yeah, plenty of class, Peter Hodson. On his
Not with this
side.
one, though.
He'll be hoping for a bit of drifting to happen here, or get a bit of luck on that bowl. It's actually made it slightly worse, to be honest.
Well, I think there's a wee bit of the old subconscious, possibly, Alex. I know if I get out of fraction, I'm not going to
drift out.
I'm going to drift out. I'm not going to get anywhere.
Probably try and draw another one. We just try and
And Lance just saying, look, just draw another one.
yeah, even from under.
Fair
it's
enough.
got all the tones.
Yeah, that's
So he's just going to focus on getting his weight right in the situation, isn't he, Kevin?
yeah. Well, you're right, Alex. He's trying to actually finish in another position on the head, which it means that he's got a safe head, and the pressure's on Peter Hodson if he's able to draw to make 2 of it. As the
Absolutely.
former West Coaster. Now this is where we'll see here. We'll skip past though with weight and just sit on the back of the Jimmy Pugh bowl.
Yeah, probably a good line, but just not quite the right speed there. We'll see Peter Hodson make a correction on his forehand side, just checking his bias. That's good, Peter.
Yes.
Wouldn't want to play a wrong bias on broadcast.
So, again, how
Better
needs
effort
to
this
hold
time.
now, needs to come now. Not going to do so, but you can see, obviously,
Oh, try and play it
Alex,
out.
that they do want to try and play with reaching weight because
Where's number 5?
Huh?
Worth another
5.
Yeah. Play it just down there with your weight to you.
Yep. Probably look for the black square.
Yeah.
Cool.
There you go. Look,
This could be a big shot in the context of the game, Kev.
yeah, look for the black bowl square, which would be the Barry Andrews bowl.
Bit of shot play here. from Lance on his forehand. Now he's playing for a bit of luck. Last time he missed one. No, not this time.
It's a hard shot to play to get to that bowl of Barry Andrews. It's a 1-8-4 as we finished 9-25. But you know, the thing was there for Lance Pascoe. There was no danger, obviously. So let's give it a crack.
Yeah, fair enough. A good call there and worthwhile having a go at. We do see them take that 8-4 lead, and they've sort of, out of the 9 ends they've played, they've won 6 of them, Kev. So I think 2/3 winning rate on the ends. Pete Hodson's team will be looking to turn that around if they want to stay on with a good chance here. The trend's sort of going towards Pascoe's team, but only a 4-point difference, and that's nothing.
No, it's not. The encouraging thing, though, for the Pascoe skip side, although Tony Grantham is short here, they've got more effective bowls, so to speak, on the head. And as you know, I'm sure you'd agree, Alex, as the game progresses, you know, that takes its toll unless you're able to turn things around.
It's your percentages here. You don't have to have one player playing particularly well when you've got 4 players playing pretty good. You know, it just helps you sort of chug along, and conversely, what it means is if you're like a Pete Hodson or a Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, and we saw Sheldon and Caleb do a good job of it, but they could easily have been well out of that game before 24, 25 ends were finished, and they lifted themselves up and responded to the pressure of having those ends consistently fall not in their favour.
Well, they played some great one-shot results.
Yeah, absolutely, which is what you need to do in those situations sometimes. Tom Tyra on the forehand.
Got a better line with this bolt. Just depends how the weight is and just goes by on the centre line. Now I'm going to say that Kelvin Scott's going to come on the forehand.
I would agree.
Because it's got that kind of drawing line.
He was lined up on his forehand.
Up on the forehand there. There's no doubt about that.
Oh dear.
But we'll finish in a nice position on that backhand side, literally right on the centre line. And now I'm just going to say that Kelvin Scott's going to play a bowl.
Just to make it challenging for commentators, I think. But we will see the players, I'm sure, begin to favour that side. We have already seen them in the bit of wind getting up there. Barry Andrews just getting off the mat, mating.
Yeah, there is, you see the shorts there of both skips, Pete Hodson and Lance Pascoe, just sort of buffeting around a wee bit.
Barry on the forehand side,
trying to draw to the
lovely delivery
to the back bowl of that's a Tony Grantham bowl.
He's close here, waiting for it to bite back in.
This needs to bite inside the line. Not going to do so.
Very slightly overplayed there from Barry Andrews, but a good one to correct from. And Kelvin on one of his hands. I'll go backhand. I think
well, he played that with his first.
May as well stay for the second.
And there's no need for him to change it, which he's surely not going to do.
There you go from Kelvin Scott. Down to the weight now.
That line is certainly different, isn't it? When you look there, that's going to finish just lower the jack. But my goodness, cut that hand off.
Yeah. And he'll be aware that if he's a foot or two wide, his bowl's going to get caught out in the rough here. Barry Andrew on the backhand, waiting for the wind.
That wind is, you can see now, it's starting to.
Interesting that it's getting up that little bit as the day progresses. I suppose we are, 20-3 now.
What you can hear through the microphones, the ground microphones, that it's certainly got some, it's buffeting in and out. Ooh, there's that twitch that Barry Andrews gives at the. Well, he's on.
Can't be far away.
It's not a good line. Just as long as it. Oh.
Look at the drift happening there. Oh, he'll be disappointed. That wasn't far off there, Kev.
Well, he's certainly. It looked 3/4 of the way down that he had the line really to get to the jack.
Yeah. Touch it, that's great.
Well, if you heard then, if you touch it, that's great, because if Shannon McElroy is fortunate to touch the jack, that'll just make it a very difficult head to play to. It's outside the counting line.
Jump down
You
here,
see a little bit snaky there on that camera angle.
chances of landing, you can get to the white. Sitting there gives
No.
you a second.
It's got the wind conditions are blustery and are circulating around the green quite a bit. Just been sent a confirmation of that.
That's feels like an accurate assessment. And Jimmy Pugh playing a good bowl there and getting no result. He found the gap clean between the bowl at 9 o'clock and the jack and played it with nice weight. So he'll do a similar thing again with this next bowl and hope for a better result.
Well, on that, because he needs to play with that sort of weight to hold on that line. So here is
These
now.
are the sort of ends that are building up, and they'll happen again and again and again. And there's
Wouldn't change a lot,
if you're Lance Pascoe, you think, well, there's only so many times we're not going to score a number out of these sorts of heads.
You're going to do it one stage. Jimmy Pugh on the search again. That's got to be under.
Needs it to start drifting. He could get lucky here. Oh, it's not gone well.
But you're right in what you say. Yeah. Because if you have a look at the head, there's only really one bowl of the Peter Hodson bowl team, and that's out to the right, the Barry Andrews bowl. And in front, you've got a Kelvin Scott bowl, Grantham bowl, McElroy bowl.
Oh, it's a team effort, isn't it? You can see there.
And another one just over here is Kelvin Scott. So if we talk about effective bowls around the head, the Lance Pascoe side has got four effective bowls in and around the head. Peter Hodson side have got one effective bowl in and around the head. So
absolutely
difficult to build a head to count for you, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree. As we see Lance here on the forehand side, the nicer, more forgiving hand. Yeah.
And he'll get the draw from there. And of course, that's
a
great.
Oh, careful.
That's what he didn't want.
It's a calamity.
Just got the one there, I would say.
Oh.
Right smile
That's
on Lance Pascoe's face.
Right into panic stations there, Kev.
He knew he was quick. He thought he was going to turn the Tony Grantham bowl into the head. Right, and Shannon McElroy also with a smile.
At least they're still holding on to the shot is what he'll be thinking to himself. He's still got one. But certainly that's a lot of help for the Hodson team there from Lance Pascoe.
He's had a bit of steam aboard, isn't it, when it got towards the jack. So here is Hodson on the backhand. Stoke player, Nelson representative for a number of years.
Now, is he going to hit the straightener or is he not going to hit the straightener? It's diving on this occasion.
He's going to dive by. So Lance Pascoe will just, it's one of those situations where draw as close as you can and then I'll leave it to, you have to play the shot that really is what is for Peter Hodson to play the shot.
Yep. Peter Hodson saying I probably would have drawn it if you'd left it alone. As we see Lance now on the back end looking to recover a little from his first one. Now, how's your weight, Lance? That's the question. We know it does snaky stuff here.
Now it comes. Bounces back.
Well, he's hit the jack twice. Lance about to have a meltdown.
Yeah, and both times he was, as he indicated himself, he was charging.
Yeah, it was pretty stressy times, I think, for the Lance Pascoe team. But holding one to Shannon's bowl, and a pretty good one too.
So I think we're going to see Hodson try and play to the bowl. And that's what he's endeavouring to do. Needs to get some luck. Won't do so.
Yeah, it was nice weight he played that with.
Another end gone. And it's the one shot. It'll just be the one, I'd imagine. Or two, was that the call?
I thought it was one. We'll wait and see. We'll wait for confirmation on that. What we do know is that Pete Hodson's team will stay on 4.
They will.
And Lance is either into double figures or he's not at the completion of 10 ends. 15 to go.
But it's the it just comes back at this point of the game anyway. Alex, just comes back to that effective bowls around the head, which is makes a big difference.
For sure. So we got
Yeah, it is. It's just the one.
just the one there.
9-4.
9-4 after 10 ends. Tony Grantham a little shy with his first bowl. Couple of feet, or 3 feet short of the head maybe there. But they are, the lead's now leading off on that side away from the ditch that we know is going to turn a little bit for them.
Peter Hodson, ideally, just wants to, with the side, get a couple of ends. There's a good opening bowl here from Tom Tara, just in behind the jack. You can get a couple of scoring ends, you straight, 1, 2, doesn't matter. And just all of a sudden, they can chip away the McElroy side, picking up a 1, a 2, a 1, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're 8 or 9 behind.
Absolutely.
Gate's been left open here by Tony Grantham.
Yeah, so here's an opportunity here for the Pete Hodson team, trailing by 5. They'll be thinking to themselves, we've got probably a chance to score a 2 or 3, a multiple at least on this end.
Well, that second bowl of Tony Grantham's been short as it is, really opens the gate up for the Peter Hodson side. And there's another bowl, Tom Tara. Yeah, well played. And that's
Yeah, 2 good bowls there, and that's what his team needs.
so Kelvin Scott on his backhand. That has to
You're
be-
right this time, Kev.
Come on, mate. Hurry.
Look, he's looking close again as
To his
Scott.
weight.
Well, just need another couple of rolls.
Just a foot.
Peter Hodson won't mind that though, because it's certainly
He's got his bowls 18 inches.
just making the hand difficult for the Pascoe side to play to.
Yeah, Peter Hodson trying to sort of exaggerate a little bit how short Kelvin's bowl was. Just saying, look, get around. And it sat down, that's much better. Get around it. In a perfect world, Barry will move the jack a foot back and finish with sort of a resting front toucher here, and they'll be in a really good position to score a number.
Well,
That's the line. Not going to make it on the weight, and here's a chance for Kelvin Scott now.
sometimes, Alex, it just happens. You can get a free meal to the jack for. You've seen here the short bowls that have been played by the Pascoe side.
Yeah,
and he's out wider this time.
it's a huge bowl.
He's out wider is Kelvin Scott, and just going to turn the bowlers. Tom Taro is over. It's over the head, but here's the chance for the Peter Hodson side, get some bowls in around the head and be quite confident and safe with them, because you can't run them out of the head from the.
Absolutely. It's looking like, this is a poor bowl here from Barry Andrews. He'll be disappointed.
Well, it careered its way in towards the head, but
None of that. 2 down.
2 down's the call. But not very often, get a free bus ride to the jack.
Yeah.
So McElroy.
Unlucky, mate.
And
Up under that last one, mate.
it was a Barry Andrews bowl that he hit. Colin, if you're listening, get someone to get Barry Andrews to move.
You got the right wheels cover?
Oh, this looks a pretty good bowl coming here from
shot.
you. Toucher.
Yep.
Lance just looking at the head.
Yep.
Lots of short bowls there, Kev.
1, 2, 3, 4. It's been held by the.
Shannon on the backhand here, looking for connection square through anything. 1, 2.
Wow.
Good bowl.
It's about reduction, isn't it? Really,
Yeah, that was a good bowl there from Shannon McElroy. Cut it down to 2. Got a good follow through, but hit it well.
I'd
He
stay
hit
there,
it well.
mate.
It was a good bowl.
Stay there, you get down. It's a bowl low, but if you get him square in the pocket to a yard through to here, you're still sitting
He
there.
knew,
at
he knew that was the best option to try and to get some result favourable for the side, and did so. They were 4 down.
Yeah. So we see Jimmy Pugh on his forehand side. Barry Andrews making a better door than a window there, I'll be honest. Long been, I think we should purchase a Bowls New Zealand cattle prod.
Yeah.
I think that would solve a lot of issues. And Lance Pascoe and Shannon talking about getting a kill if they play that front plant. He won't be short. He's got a good drive on him, does Lance. Should be a good one. Currently 2 down on the head. Lance Pascoe. Just deciding what hand he wants to play it on. I think forehand with a lot of weight here. No, maybe not a huge amount. It's hard to tell with his pre-shot. No, pretty quick. This is close here from Lance Pascoe onto the plant.
Wow, and got the kill.
Great shot there from Lance. Well played. Good bowl. That was one of the first ends that Pete Hodson's team had sort of dominated that end and the way that it built up and unable to score off it. Lance Pascoe playing a good shot for the kill. And just deciding which end they want to play it from. If anyone wants to go down the other end, they will.
No, you're going to stay.
Yeah, I don't really feel like any team has dominated going in one particular direction, Kev. So
No.
there's no reason to do that. It's not like the wind is going across the green, not back and forth. So there's no up or down or situation.
So Jack's been delivered, and on the replay, first kill, wasn't it?
Second kill.
Second kill.
Second
was
kill, yeah.
Second kill. 9-4 as we.
Shitsters Club on. You're standing on a toilet with a.
Yes.
Right. As we see, first bowl from Tony Grantham.
I'll send an email to you.
Just finishing lower the Jack.
I think that sounded like the man who does the pictures.
Ah, right.
The one talking there, that Canadian voice
Yes,
that came into her headphones, draws the pictures for Northeast Valley singles and something else.
Well, they're iconic, aren't they?
They're brilliant. I think he does the Charity Piers ones as well. Or there's a cartoonist who does those things. Something quite interesting. It's quite a neat sort of thing that the Northeast Valley singles does when you win, you get your portrait done and put up on the wall.
They've been doing it for a long time. Some famous names, of course, up on that wall at Northeast Valley of those who have won the prestigious Northeast Valley singles.
Another one of those big events, Kev, that's in the Summer Bowls calendar.
There's a lot of them now, isn't there? There's and good to see here that just to I've just been given an update sent through to me that it was in the semi-final of the plate bowl here from Tom Toto.
Great
exactly
shot.
Onto the Jack. I'll just give you. So it was Paris Baker, Olivia Blimfield skipside who defeated Paddy Stewart, and Joe Edwards who defeated Brian Little to make their way through to the final of the plate. And of course we all know who's playing in the main event.
That's a good one, mate.
And the second shot there from Kelvin Scott.
Barry Andrews here on his backhand. Nice and low to the ground. He's got a good delivery. Watching this bowl holding. They're holding one. Now this hand is a bit snaky, so we'll see what this bowl does at the end of its track. It's just trying to
It's
decide.
well played from Barry Andrews, regardless of where it finishes at.
Very good shot there.
I just see this article written, in fact, today, I think it is, a tribute to Ken Gash for his 88th birthday. For those who don't know, Ken Gash, he's one of the icons of Auckland Bowls, one of the man that's more than likely run the most distance of any bowler.
At the most speed as well, I think.
The most speed around the greens. The only thing that Ken didn't used to chase was the jack. He chased and, of course, well, in the indoor bowling fraternity as well.
He won his 15th Auckland Centre indoor title last year.
With
did
yourself?
Ken. No, I won the Western Fours with him, but I've been lucky enough to play with Ken on a few occasions with indoor. Never got a chance to play with him in outdoor yet. He's still got his brown bowls, Kevin. At the Oratia Bowling Club.
Yeah, those brown bowls have been around for a long, long time. But in the days of the big invitation singles events, Ken Gash was he was a must-have at your event.
Yeah, adds a bit of colour.
Oh, well played from McElroy. Reached and turned the ball through the head.
He used to chase his bowl indoor as well, Kevin, but you're not allowed to run up the mat in indoor. So he used to do laps of the hall. He used to run sideways instead. An amazing man.
Yeah, he's one of the icons, this Ken. He's been, well, to the best of my knowledge, he's only ever played at Oratia.
Oratia for his entire bowling career.
And for those who don't know where Oratia is, Oratia is out in the western reaches of Auckland, out from Gleneden and Henderson and the triangle out there. And, of course, Oratia was famous in years gone by, was an orchardist area out through there.
A lot of Croatians,
a lot of
those
Croatians.
clubs.
In fact, was the lifeblood of the Oratia club.
Yeah, I attended a memorial event, I think, for Vic Sunday, one of the Sundays at the Oratia Bowling Club a couple of years ago. Ken Gash invited me, and the whole family descended upon the club, and there was a big Croatian feast, and it was fantastic. There's a lady called Jo Wells, whose husband John Wells was a councillor for New Zealand Bowling Association, as it was then, and she did the they call them deli donuts, the little things that are fantastic. It's a good time, Kev. I have very fond memories of that event.
The old days out in Oratia in the valley out there, some very, very colourful players. The Nolas, the Sundays, and there wouldn't be an Auckland event line up where you didn't have one of the Croatians, Dalmatians from out of the west that were there featuring, and of course still play a dominant. But there's still the Marsick boys, Ivan and Wally, are still going around on the greens. Peter Shane, of course, but they were a big part of bowls in Auckland. And there's a good attempt here from Lance Pascoe, not quite going to get all the way down. Now the shot now.
He may have made that slightly easier for Peter Hodson.
There's just the alleyway shot there, isn't there, between the red bowl of Jimmy Hughes, who it's it, Jimmy, keep moving.
He'll be drawing to the 2 metre mark, won't he, Kev?
Absolutely. 2 metre mark is the target here, because you've got the Barry Andrews bowl as well sitting in behind the head, sitting literally at the 2 metre mark. So Peter Hodson can trail the jack here, score a couple of shots. Still, of course, Lance Pascoe with a bowl left. So it's that weight that we spoke about, and I thought
he's not happy with that one.
Well,
he's given it a flick to the side. He's going to go through his own. No, he's not even going to do that. Found fresh air.
I'm not trying to be the theory man in its entirety, Alex, but you just saw the hand dipping.
Oh, he would have known the moment he let that ball go.
Right at the point of delivery, the hand just tipped in slightly, and
the moment that came out of his hand, Peter Hodson would have gone, oh, well.
Yeah,
that's the end of that one.
And I'm sure, Shannon McElroy with the right call, following that side of the rink and trying to really get down to there's a Jimmy Pugh bowl there in behind, which is the deepest bowl on the green. And if Pascoe can get to there, I'm sure his team will be quite happy, because we know the shot that Peter Hodson is going to play. As long as he's past the head, he's going to he'll mix up these two bowls, and will do so. Well played by Lance Pascoe. Hodson will be taking his line out to the grey bowl on the outside there. That's his line. It's a better line.
This is close here from Peter Hodson. Let it go nice. Even the cannon's fine. Cannon at square.
Deserves it. Well played from Peter Hodson.
Classy bowl there from Peter. And I can report, Kevin, that my rambling about the artists was half right. John Parsons from Northeast Valley does Northeast Valley ones and used to do the Charity Piers. And the Charity Piers portraits are now done by Sid Yeo.
There you go. You find everything out.
Something like that. They're good. They're good anyway. I actually really like them for a bowls tournament. You know, some events give you a little trophy or whatever. I think it's really a neat way to commemorate a winner than to get your portrait done in caricature and then put somewhere.
Of course, it's been a tradition, hasn't it, at the Valley?
Yep, so we see the jack sort of thrown to medium length. And 6-9 is the score now.
Peter Hodson would have been delighted there to be able to get a scoring shot out of that, Alex, because...
it was brilliant from Peter.
Just well played, well controlled weight. And made that adjustment from his first bowl. But the door left open straight away for Grantham.
On the back end.
And Julie obliges. That's going to go by, but still behind the head. Tom Tara went by a good metre and a bit.
Yeah, just looked to make that correction on his first bowl. 3 points the difference. It's a good result for Pete Hodson's team. They'll be happy with that.
Oh, absolutely.
They'll feel like they've been slightly outplayed for at least 2/3 of this game. But look at this stuff here from Tom Tyra.
Good correction here from the lead, from the Timaru.
And Tony Grantham on his back end. Very nice, smooth delivery. There's no little dump, no bounce.
He'll try and reach to get to the inside of the counting.
Watching this bowl.
And does so. Well played.
You pick it.
And it's just
one way or the other.
There's bowls there for. Now I'm surprised that Andrews. He knows what he wants to play. I'm just surprised he's playing beforehand, because I just thought that there was a rest.
We know it is the harder one, but I suppose it's a better result if he gets it perfect. It's the issue is getting it perfect, isn't it, Kev?
Well, he's made a good attempt to. He didn't need, he wasn't far away from getting, a good result. But you can see why he's playing there, because he can get that sit or jack trail to the Tom Taroa bowl.
And Kelvin, good thing I didn't say anything. We need to have a chat to him about his delivery. Imagine how good he'd be if he if he lined up properly. Calvin, in the form of his life at the moment.
It's interesting, though, Alex, the last couple of ends, they're getting a far bigger swing down there at the moment. You saw that bowl at Kelvin Scott's. That was pretty wide out on the rink, especially for his bowl or his delivery. So here's Andrews. He's under the line.
It might drift for him.
He's playing with weight to try and get to the jack. No, he won't. Rolls the Tom Tara bowl back.
I suppose it's easy to forget these games are so long. The greens are going to change, and we do have a green that's drying out as well gradually over the day. We saw it slow down initially as the water rose and the green sweated a little bit, but maybe now we're seeing a situation where, with the wind getting up, the top of it's drying off a little bit, perhaps.
You just see that big arc coming there on that Kelvin Scott bowl.
Yeah.
That was I'm not going to say an exaggerated arc, but it was certainly right out on that wider side, as we see Jimmy Pugh now. How's this line? No, this is going to just dip under the line. He might sit on the bowl. That might help. Does he goes by? Another bowl on the head for the Hodson side. So a jack touch is certainly advantageous because really this particular hit at this stage, it's better set up for the Peter Hodson side than the
It is.
Lance Pascoe side at this stage.
There's just a shot there waiting to be played, Kev. As we see Shannon McElroy on the backhand trying to cover where the jack might go. That's fine there. So we'll see Jimmy Pugh play a similar bowl again. Looking for that perfect result where he trails the jack a couple of feet back on his backhand side.
Gives it the lefty twitch.
Hard to tell if he likes it. Well, he likes this one because he's chasing after it. So we see it.
Close.
He needs it to hold a little bit.
Close.
Oh, goodness gracious. That wasn't far away.
And he all but there getting really good result.
And Lance now looking at the head and thinking,
2.
Shannon wants to play the forehand side.
I think he's almost through yours, mate. He's almost better off through yours.
Lance thinking about hitting up one of Kelvin's bowls. He's talking to Kelvin there, saying it's almost better through yours. One bowl just went down then.
Yeah, it did. And
Yeah, right, mate.
I think,
I like that.
yeah,
You can see the depth, good depth perception there on that thumbnail that's just disappeared, but those bowls of Kelvin's they're not that close to the head, are they? So if you look to roll one of those up, it's just an easier call just to draw close here like Shannon is on the forehand.
well, this is going to just where it's going to sit on the bowl.
Good bowl.
And it's well played. Although it's lower the jack, but it's another bolt on the head for the Lance Pascoe skip side.
And he hasn't made it any easier for Peter to play his shot. All he's done is he's just added more pressure because he's now sitting with 3 instead of 2.
There's no lean to sit on anything, is there? So it's a Tony Grantham bowl sitting there. And of course, if Peter Hodson can get a touch on the jack on that forehand side, he's got some catches. 2 bowls of Jimmy Pugh sitting there after he narrowly missed on that forehand side. See, that's that. Just get out on that wider side, but it was wide all the way anyway, really, Alex. It wasn't. There was no thing about the adjustment. It was wide anyway.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that. He let it go and it never really looked like it was going to come back for him.
So $20,000, of course, to the winner of this prestigious Peers event.
Yes, yeah, well worth winning for each player, really. That's a pretty impressive prize purse. And I think as we get closer to that 25th end, if it stays close, that pressure's just going to ramp up, isn't it, Kev?
Oh, well, it's interesting. We see Lance Pascoe, he's actually trying to play the protection of the trail, and he's done that pretty well, actually.
Precise bowl here coming up from Peter Hodson. On the forehand side, the one we know is a little bit snaky. It's hard to pick. You can get made to look worse than you are, really, with the bowl that you play there. You miss it by a foot and it'll just hold out. See if he can make his correction.
Certainly has to be a pretty well-judged line down there. Bowler Hodson.
Well, he shouldn't be wide.
No.
That's all I'd say to that. How's his weight here?
Well, he might draw this dead, you know that?
Oh. Has he done it?
Don't think so. There's only one, but...
What a good bowl that was. And no one given any indication at all. Two. Oh, well, that's disappointing then for Peter Hodson because it was a well-played bowl. But stiff not for it to sit down after he rested onto that.
Well, he looked to be... that he was going to sit exactly.
2 seems to be the consensus there.
Yeah, 2.
I'm not sure.
Helpful stuff there from Lance Pascoe's team. Dive 2. Oh, I don't know.
And well done, by the way. I'm just having a look here to the Nelson Bowling Club photographer. Very busy.
Yes.
Very, very
Yeah.
busy. There's I see there's lots of photos being put up on their Facebook page, which is great.
It's always good to see. So we see Lance Pascoe now on the back end. Clean
This
run.
is well played.
Oh, good effort there.
Just needed to get past clean. Looked as though he was going to. The call was 2.
Right, let's see what the situation is. See Jimmy Pugh. Might only be one, he says.
They're not really sure at all.
I
are
don't think
they?
anyone knows anything, Kev. They
No,
just
it
sort
doesn't sound like it. I think it's got a bit of guesswork going on.
of see how it sounds. We see Hottie's bowl done first, and then around the corner. Two
Two it is.
Two.
Yes, it is.
And double figures have been reached.
So we're at the halfway mark now of this final of the Nelson Bowling Club Premier Fours, Speights Premier Fours. And once again, a big thank you to all of those sponsors: Speights, Pack and Save, Richmond, the New Street Steakhouse, great meal there, Hutchco, Somerset Retirement Village, Post by Hotel, Decra Strip, Nameplate Engravers, and Jans Hansen, the jeweler of the Lord of the Rings, and of course the great work of the people of the Nelson Bowling Club to be able to host such a prestigious or high quality field is augurs well for the sport, really.
It certainly does, and it's interesting in this final. Kev, I was just having a look. No one scored more than 2 points yet. It's just been 1s and 2s and 1s and 2s. So we see 15 points scored and 12 ends. It's a fair reflection of how their heads have been.
Well, it's literally saying you've got the best teams in the final, isn't it?
Absolutely. People struggling to score a number. See Tom Tyra on his forehand side. Nice delivery. He's willing this bowl to go a bit further than what it's going to, though.
Yes, you'd like to sort of get some more consistency.
Oh, he started off well, didn't he, Kev?
He started very,
the
very
first
good.
7 or 8 ends, I was really impressed with Tom, but just sort of, I think as the greens changed, hasn't made his adjustment yet. Plenty of time to do so.
Well, Kelvin
Scott telling a fishing story there, I think.
Indicating that how big that meter is. Good adjustment here, though. No, it's still...
Well, he's counting. He's counting. He's in the eye. It might force a change of hand. It might not.
We've more than likely seen possibly about a second of speed come out of the green. The sun really hasn't come out this afternoon, Alex, has it?
Yeah, we expected it to speed up, but I'm not convinced that it has, Kev.
No, I'm not at all. And and you can normally tell, Alex, by the finish of the bowls, that last meter.
And this shows you here. That bowl just, I mean, it never looked up anyway, but it does. They do just stop, don't they?
Because it's normally if the green's running 17 seconds, you'll see that yard of finish roll towards the jack. But if anything, if you're at 16, 15 around about then, you'll start to see it really start to pull up and not run through that last meter.
Kelvin giving this one a look, willing that to do something. Clean run's fine. Oh, just about.
Play was good.
See a looser head building here. Barry Andrews on the back end.
Well, it is interesting that you see Kelvin was comfortable and has been comfortable playing what I would call the more challenging hand. And Barry Andrews, this looks as if he's played this pretty well, actually.
Yeah.
Played it very well. That's a great shot on that hand to get past and right to the centre line.
A lovely ball there from Barry. So we see Kelvin on his fair backhand. His backhand, obviously.
Now, it's whether it's going to move. Now it moves. Just missing that weight. You'd hear Lance Pascoe. So can Barry Andrews now draw to the centre line and make 2 of it. And at the moment, it's one of those matches whereby, you score on consecutive ends and the difference won't be very many at all.
Absolutely.
Going good down
Absolutely.
there,
The stable than Cooey have the Pete Hodson team. like you said, by the time they'll just be thinking well, it depends. I suppose the training team more so, but by the time we get to N20, be within 4 or 5 points, and that's well within striking distance.
The big thing is that you just make sure that you don't put yourself in a position whereby you can drop a 5 or a 6 or.
Yeah, and I suppose you don't really want to let anyone get away with more than 2 ends in a row scoring.
It's interesting to date. The Lance Pascoe side have only got 1 bowl over the head for this particular end, and Jimmy Pugh's gone out on that. Won't come back, Jimmy.
Yeah, it's a poor bowl there.
So I wonder, really, Alex, you're holding the shot there. I wonder whether Jimmy Pugh be better playing the other hand and try and sit back to sit inside the Tony Grantham bowl. It seems a kind of draw down there.
Yeah, certainly it's the hand that has been more consistent in this game so far, as we see Shannon McElroy here on the back end, and watch this bowl sort of snake its way through.
It's going to go by, and I think
he's going to persist on the forehand here, Kev, and needs to make a pretty big correction of his first one. See how he goes.
Well,
Taking
certainly a different line.
A better line to the jack here. Maybe he might get some left-handed something.
He's going to get duly rewarded, I think, is he not? Going to finish right on the centre line.
Good shot there from Jimmy Pugh.
And applause from the skip. Whether it counts or not, I don't think so.
See, it's interesting. Like you said before, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 bowls shy of the jack here on this end. Which hasn't been typical of this game. We've seen most of the game, the majority of bowls, at least more than half of them, be past the head and shot play able to happen.
The other reason why I say that about the other hands with Peter Hodson's side, because there is the Barry Andrews bowl that's sitting out, jack high as well.
Yeah.
And just you got a chance to sit the bowl while there's only 1 bowl sitting there in the drawing vicinity. And Pascoe, former West Coaster.
On the backhand, winning skip, of course, of the New Zealand pairs. Carlton Cornwall, the same year that Mike Galloway won the singles. So what was it, a couple of years ago now, Kev? 2020-ish?
It's what seems a generation ago.
COVID's done my head in with timing.
When did we last have a Nationals? What happened last year?
I think we played it last year. We had no single, we had no pairs, had no mixed pairs of 4s last year that got COVIDed. But we had a singles and pairs in Christchurch.
We did.
And then the year before...
Oh, at Burnside, didn't we?
Burnside, yeah. I don't know, COVID, there's lots of COVID-y things.
Well, I know that my I'll call it Air New Zealand pool was quite healthy, because I don't know how many trips to Australia that with events that we were going to attend.
Yeah, all COVIDed, but the beginning to sort of the international calendar beginning to be a thing again, I suppose, Kev. It's sort of been a hard hard recovery. Peter Hodson here.
Perry, to be fair, that was the shot, what we spoke about before, that, I thought that Jimmy Pugh may have played it, but whether he can get past the bowl now, because he can make 3 of it.
Oh, look at that go fishtailing at the end.
Probably ruling that there now, isn't it?
Hodson switching to the backhand side. Very smooth delivery, that one. If he clears the front, I think he should be close here, Kev.
Just needs to get oh,
that was such a good effort there. So we're going to see a measure for second, I think.
So that's a Jimmy Pugh bowl that they've gone to, which is the Jack High bowl. Going, it is. Just the one.
One.
Shannon McElroy indicating to Jimmy Pugh, don't be cheeky. Another end gone, 11-7. Doesn't look to be any wind now. You know, we had that wind
Yeah.
gusting through before, Alex, but looks as though it's sort of left us now. Now doesn't look to be anything buffeting around really, does there?
No, it looks like the conditions have calmed back down, so we might see the heads tighten back up again. We did have a couple of loose heads in exaggeration because they have been good, but perhaps not quite the 14 or 15 effective bowls that we had seen some of the earlier ends or in the semi-final. Tom here on the back end, he's looking to find his line and length again. He's thrown, is it a shorter jack than what we've seen?
Oh, it is a shorter length, and he saw just at the delivery point, the ball went out of Tom Taroa's hand, and he sort of gave the old I knew of. And that's always an indication that we've shortened things up. And Grantham, though, he's certainly been consistent. Will come right back to the centre
great ball
line.
there from Tony Grantham. Tom.
It just sets the head up good right from the start, Alex, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just that consistent peppering of the jack. And psychologically, too, it can be really tiring for the opposition to see the lead consistently. You know, get one or two bowls really close because you think, oh, we have to play a bowl to fix that instead of just being able to build on what's to come. As Tom here, this is a good bowl if it keeps running.
We need just another couple of rolls was coming.
More rolls there.
Just about jack level is the indication from Peter Hodson.
Tony Grantham on the back end side.
Well, this certainly looks a tighter line for the Grantham bowl. And you'll see it now just go outside the centre line and was actually lacking that metre of weight.
Ran out of on front from the start, I think.
So Barry Andrews on the mat. Another good-looking bowl from Andrews. Is it going to get all the way down?
Not quite.
Not quite.
Down anyway. You're down to that. Oh, no, you pick. I'm happy there, mate.
As we see, definitely on his forehand.
Yeah. So how far is this going to come back now? Starting to come back, fighting towards the centre line.
Yeah, that's the weight. And Barry Andrews on his backhand. Won't need to make much of a correction on his first one. Yeah, nice and smooth, following the bowl. See him march down after it now. Waiting for this ball to come back in. He'll be going on. Look at this, look at this.
There's the slide.
Good ball.
Yeah.
Just making a correction now for Kelvin Scott. So we see this ball here. It's not far away. If it drifts that little bit more, this is the challenge for these players on that side of the rink. You can get your weight right, but the green is quite snaky.
Just needs to hold on that line, doesn't it, Alex? It's not.
The moment you play for it holding, you're going to hook across the head, and if you hope it swings a little bit, you're likely to be wide. So it's a fine line to pick. As we see Jimmy Pugh on his forehand side. He's got two bowls to rest on there. One of Barry Andrews, one of Tom Taroa, sitting at 3 o'clock on the screen. As we see the bowl sort of go past Barry, looking for Barry Andrews' left. No, it's fallen short. I was going to say his left wrist about there would be about right. And not able to make it quite up to the head, Jimmy. Seeing if there's a plant on. That bowl at 12 o'clock. Looks pretty inviting. Might be easier to play a run shot here.
Down up through here, mate. That one's good. That goes on to there.
You're looking at that plant right at the front of the head. 12 o'clock.
Yep.
Shannon could play it on his backhand if he felt like it, if he thought that was easier to do. We'll see in a second. Give himself a real chance. Here we go. Onto that plant. What's going to happen? Onto the. He's
Oh, he got the side of the jack.
Well, that's a good bowl, really. I don't know how he found that gap clean, Kev, but a good shot and a kill.
No, he certainly, he. Well, yeah, it wasn't a very big gap, was it?
No, he played it well. He wouldn't have gone, oh, kill it through the gap clean. But it was a well played bowl. He was within half a bowl of getting that plant.
Well, you wouldn't have thought a kill was on from there, would you, really?
No, not at all. They bring the bowls back, so they must have decided this is the way to go. Tom Tyra on the jack. Couple of kills this game, Kev.
Yeah, it's a third, isn't
I
it?
think it's the third one. Keep track. And the jack a bit longer this time.
So Tom Tyra, he would like to just be starting to get some consistency.
Good bowl here. Great bowl
Yeah,
here.
that's
from
what they've
Tom.
been looking for. And Grantham
On the backhand. Just that little bit shy. So Tom now wanting to double up. Play another good bowl.
11-7. Still really, as we play in 14, there's nothing in this match really.
He's looking at it intently. He's taken an okay line. How's his weight? As we watch this bowl.
Just needed that extra metre again.
He'll be disappointed with that one.
But in saying that, it's literally close to have cut one hand off already. So the backhand's where Tony Grantham, of course, is going to.
On the backhand. Just falling short there. Interesting start here. 3 short bowls, and well, 4 short bowls really, but one of them's close.
So here's that little opening that we're talking about before, Alex, whereby when your lead doesn't deliver one like Tom Tarawa has on top of the jack, all of a sudden there's an opportunity to build in behind the head to the jack. And it's exactly what Barry Andrews is going to be over the head.
Good shot there from Barry, and a good head building here for Pete Hodson's team.
Pick, mate. Close you can.
And see there, Lance Pascoe, that's good skipping. You just pick your hand, draw as close as you can.
Well, who knows what hand he's going to play on, Kev. Backhand?
It is.
That was a lucky guess, to be honest. I had no idea. So we see a lovely line there from Kelvin Scott. This is a good bowl here from Kelvin. Current and reigning New Zealand singles champion.
Well played.
Great stuff.
It's a good indication there, though, for Barry Andrews. You reach that bolt on the backhand, and it's a good marker.
Yeah, his first bowl will help him as well. Oh, he might be short here. It's hard to tell, but his first bowl, that weight would have been perfect, the first bowl weight. Good enough. He's made that harder to get the shot for Lance Pascoe, I suppose, and sitting that bowl down.
So Scott will play down on that backhand, doing to reach inside or reach to those 2 bowls.
Yeah. Watching this one.
And this is something else I like about Kelvin Scott.
This is close here, Kev.
Yeah. That's
brilliant.
Good shot, mate.
And that control, mature control of weight is what impresses me as well, Alex. You know, if you're looking to try and balance sides up, you've got a good lead, got someone at number 2 who can move things around a bit, is going to keep bowls on the head for you. It just makes it, as you would well know, for the 2 players coming behind you.
Oh, he's played great 2 bowls. And Jimmy Pugh will be bitterly disappointed with that one because he had bowls to rest through there. You know, he almost could look to reach through that split, but instead pull out that little bit short, perfect line.
So do you think Mike Kernahan agrees with our thinking?
You'd have to ask Mike, Kev. I don't have a direct line through to Mr. Kernahan, who was playing today. I think he's in the clubhouse by now. I don't think he was in Joe or Olivia's forwards team.
No, there was Kernahan, Thorne.
Because him and Peter are playing these Stoke Stakes men's pairs together.
They are.
Oh, loose ball there by Shannon. Just in 2 short bowls. Yeah, and Peter just going, look, just get rid of these 2.
Well, the big thing is for Jimmy Pugh is, no, not like that, Jimmy.
Okay, looking for a lucky result now. That's what he's got.
And he got one, made 2 shots of it.
You couldn't have called that in a million years.
No, but you know, look, he's
yeah, you got it right down there now too, mate.
The good thing with Peter Hodson, skipping the side, he was saying to him, look, let's get you up. But he certainly wasn't in the target area, so he got...
Yeah. It's just sort of take it and run. As we see, Shannon looking for a similar shot to what Jimmy Pugh was called to play now.
Close.
Cannon square through that one. Unlucky there.
Well, that's fine for Lance Pascoe. You know, that gives him a line as well down through there. There's a reaching line down through there, isn't there?
Yes, there is, yeah. So I think it's quite important here. We'll see Hodson play a positive bowl on his backhand side. If you give the shot away, you give it away, but you can't leave it like it is, can you?
No. Well, the other thing that, to be fair, he's got, the other bowler, Barry Andrews, is sitting in behind the head there. So
yeah, you can afford to move it a little bit.
Correct, and it sort of doesn't negate, but it just creates the sort of the level of difficulty for Lance Pascoe to get the shot that he wants. And he certainly played this out on that. Wow, that's again, you'll see how much that bowl kicked off the centre line.
Yeah, a lot of short bowls this end. It's interesting. I didn't think the jack was that long. It might be a bit longer, perhaps. Bowls which people they will have known in their own heads they could have afforded to be sort of 3 or 4 feet through, and not quite managing that.
It's interesting. Pascoe straight away attacked with more weight.
Could get a good result. No. I like that. I think the weight makes sense. The direction.
Well,
slightly better.
If he does get the inside of the bowl of Kelvin Scott, it's on a direct line to the jack.
That's right. There's lots of bowls low of the jack, aren't there? So as long as Lance connects for something, you're very likely to get a result. Peter more looking mud in the eye. This is more of a block here for Peter Hodson.
This is mud in the eye for sure, and it makes that.
He's created a track. I'm sure there's going to be more weight played rather than less, I think.
Yes, I agree, Alex. Got to be more weight down through that line to get to the inside of that bowl, which he is close to. And that's exactly what we spoke about.
Good shot. What happened?
Well, the Barry Andrews bowl should be shot, I would say.
At the back, one down says.
And that was the bowl of Barry Andrews that we spoke about, whereby we thought that if Peter Hodson did play with a bit of trail weight, he had the advantage of having that bowl back there. So well played by Lance Pascoe. Still didn't really alter with a scoring shot. It just seems surprising. We're playing 15 and it's been the Pascoe side who's really sort of dominated.
It's felt like they've dominated the heads.
And there's only 3 the difference.
Yes.
So
beauty of the game, Kev.
It is. So now we look the back end of the game now, as we wind down to that 25, it's anybody's game.
Absolutely, and it could be. The psychology is interesting because for Lance Pascoe's team, it begins to get frustrating at this point because you know that you four are slightly, they're a little bit more consistent than the other 4 up till this point, and you're only 3 points in front. Whereas Peter Hodson's team psychology is cool. We know we have other gears to move into. Like they know Peter Hodson's team can play better than what they are.
Well, I go back. Remember, like playing, for example, playing the Taranaki Open with Rowan Brassey, and his view was always that you win these matches. And it was you win these matches. 19 to 25.
That nice groove delivery action of Tom Tyra. Been around for a while, had some good results, and particularly in the last few years has really sort of started to get to the business end of lots of events as we see that good shot
ball
there.
here. Sitting right and behind the jack on the centre line. Got one down past the 2 metre mark. And the shot sitting there, 11-8 as we play in 15. Grantham,
Good line.
he's been impressive.
Good enough leading there from Tony Grantham.
Well, the other good thing about Tony Grantham's bowls as well, right throughout the whole day, Alex, even though some might have been short, some might have been heavy, but the line to the jack has been consistent. They haven't been cutting away underneath, and of course the speed of the green makes sure that your bowl's not going to move too far away. But well,
Barry Andrews, look at this, Kev. What a shot there. He's actually desperately unlucky
was
to have set
unlucky.
against the
He
bias.
should have shot inside that clean. 2 shots to the Peter Hodson skip side as we play in 15. Kelvin Scott now, who's been that era of consistency.
Now let's look at the end of this bowl's track. Is it going to hold at the end or sweep across sweeping? Beautiful weight. So we'll see a correction made from Kelvin with his next one. Barry will just look to rinse and repeat, really, play the same bowl.
Yeah, he can sit inside while his own bowl there. He'd certainly make a couple.
On the forehand. Nice delivery.
Very
Following this
deliberate.
bowl. That's a good line there from Barry Andrews. Down to the weight now. Clean run.
Yeah, well, it got back clean there, so he owns the 2 metre mark, which is good.
Be happy with that one. Of course, as we have seen in this game, it's the traditional rules. A kill is a kill, Kev.
Yeah, it is. It's not one of the spotting events, is it? It's
Oh, yeah, I quite like the kill is a kill rule when it can be used. I think
here comes Scott,
sitting down.
just sitting under the centre line, holding 2. Is the kill? We know for a fact. So many people. There's been a hot debate always about the respot, and
It changes the game, doesn't it? I think probably more in singles, which is, well, depending on your perspective, unfortunately or fortunately. As we watch this bowl here from Jimmy Pugh, that's gone badly, I would say.
still got one. As the call from he was galloping a wee bit as he got down to the jack there.
Yeah, if I think about people like Ryan Bester more recently, but, it was known for his drive. Rob Perella, Peter Ballas and co. and their singles game, they could just kill it in a war of attrition. You just kill and kill and kill and kill. That can't really be done anymore in a lot of modern singles, the way that it's played, where there's that respot rule. I don't know. I think we've lost a little bit there. I think it's a shame.
Some people have got a view that it's not good for the sport, but it's equally as skillful as drawing the shot.
If you can hit a jack, absolutely. And to do it as often as those guys do, it's very difficult. And fair play to you if you can do that. I've got no issue. Jimmy falling a bit short there.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit frustrated, I think, Jimmy Pugh, because he hasn't really been able to, what I would say, nail some consistency.
Not played as well as he can,
no,
Jimmy Pugh, yet.
No, he hasn't. So here's McElroy trying to get that jack trail. And I think the difference is as well, and this is the experience that Shannon McElroy brings, is that sure, he's over the head, it's got to the centre line, but he's always given himself a chance of playing through the bowls, and rather than trying just a dead draw, because the way other head's situated, you're not even if you drag the jack, you're not going to get into too much trouble.
He's not been falling short, has he? So you give yourself the chance to get good results. Same thing, you get a chance for a bit of luck off a wing bowl or something if you play your bowl that 3 or 4 feet more than perfect weight. It's just an opportunity for it to do stuff. You've got to give it every opportunity. As we see Hodson here on the forehand. Oh, it was a
flick. It
was an interesting delivery.
Yeah, there was a real flick out of the hand. But you'll see it start to die now.
This could be
Needs
brilliant.
a bit of luck. And
Oh, good shot. He flicked it, but I think he's got two there, Kev.
yeah, he could definitely squeeze which is the Barry Andrews bowl in the middle of those three, would definitely be the shot. Pascoe.
On the forehand here, that's Pascoe.
Oh, they're interested in this one. And is it
Willing
going to
it to
hold
hold
for a
up.
slide? No, it's not. Sits in that nest.
Been a bit short there.
Oh, that went out of Pascoe's shot. Oh, we've seen Shannon McElroy go to the front of the head. He's saying attack through.
Just having a look here.
I mean, of course, the
I
wind.
like that he's waiting off the mat, Kev, while they just make a decision.
He's matured so much as a player. I think Lance Pascoe the last 3 or 4 years. And get to pull it. Did he say run it? Run it's the call.
I think so, yeah.
So trying to run it to the jack.
Here we go. Playing with weight here. Lance Pascoe not far away. Not
Cannon.
far away. What a bowl. That was amazing.
That was outstanding.
Two. Brilliant. Never looked like missing there.
Didn't touch anything except the jack.
That's great stuff. And stop. There's no rot to stop really, but sort of stop that run of 2 ends in a row from Pete Hodson's team, and they now take a 13-8 lead after 15 ends. Brilliant bowl there from Lance Pascoe.
And it's good Shannon McElroy displayed the confidence that, well, mate, you can play this shot. And he duly obliged and sort of just buried the jack into the ditch and went with it himself and made 2 shots of it. And just another example, I think, Alex, of what we were talking about, and of a skip he's on top of his game.
Yeah, he's playing good bowls. Been a very good performance today so far, as we see Tony Grantham. Good line, just a metre pass. Not bad for a first bowl from a lead.
13-8, 5 to diff. Still plenty of ends left, of course. But as we said before, though, Alex, it starts to come down to in the 25-end match. It's effective bowls which are going to win the day, aren't they?
Yeah, it is. And certainly the team of Lance Pascoe and co have had the slight edge on Pete Hodson's, I think. That 5-point buffer, that's fine from Pete's point of view. If they can sort of stay within 3 to 5 points until the last 20 ends, they can make a run to the finish line at that point.
So here,
Tom.
Grantham drawing the shot, sitting jack level.
On the back end.
How's that line and weight? Yeah, it's going to short.
Yeah, beautiful line, but the weight not there. So he'll be disappointed with that.
Kelvin Scott also going to be narrow.
Isn't it funny how sometimes when people start missing, it sets like a domino reaction sometimes in the ends. Everyone no one can get close.
Yeah, more than if there's, you're correct, Alex, because we've seen. Be interested to see now what line we get from Barry Andrews. Knowing if he's out.
Oh, giving that one a little bit of a look.
Well, he's outside the drift to the.
He needs the jack on the way through. Yeah, it's a poor, well, not a poor bowl, but it's a bowl that's not as close as he would have liked it to be. And Kelvin here to make his correction. We've seen him be a very good corrector today. Would be unsurprised to see another example of that here on his backhand side. Just needs to add 1.5 meters of weight.
Well, he's certainly done that.
Good shot.
And just
Great
going
bowl.
to go by there. It's
That's the
very
trick.
good-
Yeah,
good
that's the trick,
correction.
isn't it? You can play one bad bowl in a fours game, but your correction is what makes a big difference. If you can just correct well. Barry Andrews, the same but different on his backhand.
Oh, how's the weight as it comes down past these short
I
bowls?
think he's pretty close, Kev.
Well played from Andrews.
Great shot there.
Toucher.
Set him down there, just touch that wide a wee bit.
Beautiful stuff. We'll see Shannon on the backhand as well.
And it's good to hear, just heard through the mic there, Lance Pascoe saying to Shannon McElroy, doesn't matter if you're through the bowl, so really saying to McElroy, no, don't be frightened, be up to the target area.
Yeah, it's good skipping.
Right down to it.
Pete Hodson saying the same sort of stuff. Jimmy Pugh on his forehand side. Had a couple of struggles in this game. Here's the line. How's his weight?
Oh, it's going to die on weight, Alex. Sadly, yes, it will.
He'll be disappointed with that one. Shannon looking to make a correction. And that one might be wide, I think, Kev.
Not going to come back, it's for sure.
Yeah,
Shy, mate. Water's warm.
the water's
The
warm.
water's warm. That's a good call.
Good there from Pete Hodson. As we see yet again. Oh, he's got out of the way for us as we see Jimmy Pugh here on the forehand side.
He's got the weight to
Willing
get
it
all the
to
way.
run. Great effort, but not quite, not to be.
Well, I just wondered, but falling short there, how difficult that's made for Peter Hodson, that line to the jack.
There isn't a clear line there anymore, is there, Kev?
No.
For either skip to be fair.
That line's that disappeared.
I think we might see Lance Pascoe even on his forehand side. They've got second and third shot. Just needs to clear the front and 2 or 3 rolls on anything's good. Good stuff. There's that snaky hand. So we see this bowl now. Yeah, clearing the front. He's on a reasonable. Oh, look at that drift.
Just
I think that was perfect weight for the shot.
well, I was going to say if it got that kick, but really it was on the line. It was on the it was on the line
It
towards
was
the
well
jack,
played, wasn't it? Pete Hodson here on the back end. No, he's not narrow and he's not heavy.
Your weight's real good, mate.
Yeah, good encouragement there from Shannon. Just saying, look, your weight's real good. You could almost play just exactly the same bowl and just, predict that you're not going to kick out. Oh. Seen that a few times from Lance.
Yes. I just wonder, he may have to be a bit quicker. Will he down through that short bowl now?
Out of his hand, pretty smooth. Now, what's going to happen here? This is very close here, Kev.
There's a great attempt here. Needs to get a bit of joy now.
No.
Wonderful attempt.
Yeah, take the one. Put it in your pocket, Pete. In your pocket. Or practice a bowl. Put it. Play a short bowl or a long bowl or a whatever.
Yeah, you don't have to try too hard here, Peter.
No. Like there's no way to draw a second shot. If he does, I stand very corrected. But this just seems. This is.
What are we? Well, it's a bowl and a bit wide of, but he was trying to get down to that target.
Fair call. Sometimes the skips make those decisions to be a bit brave. Didn't backfire him on that occasion. And we see a point go to Pete Hodson's team. So 9-13 is the score now.
17 in. Well, we're playing in 17 of 25. And of course, in the semi-finals this morning, we saw the Lance Pascoe skip side defeat Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, and the Peter Hodson skip side defeated the Jordan King side from Auckland, and Peter Hodson running out the winner. And in the game this morning, the Lance Pascoe Sheldon Bagrie-Howley game, it was really about, well, it was.
I felt it was a good team effort from Lance.
Yeah, it was. They all combined, and I thought the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley side played pretty well to keep with them at the certain stages of that match.
Yeah, I agree. They did well to stay within Kui. In a different way to the way that Peter Hodson stayed within Kui here, I think we haven't really seen. We've seen some big bowls, but they just don't appear to have been worth numbers. Like we saw Lance sunk the jack in the ditch on the previous end. That was a great shot, only worth 2, you know.
Fantastic shot.
So perhaps it's a sign that Pete Hodson's team a little bit more, maybe some more effective bowls out of the 8. I don't know. As we see Tom Tyro here, draw one to the 2 metre mark. That's good.
Well, it does, leaves for the Peter Hodson side as the head progresses that, although it's not a real gaping hole to get to the jack, to get to the jack down through there, but I'm just, it's the consistency that, to me, that the side, the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley side, it's what they're getting around their head with consistency that's never looked like dropping a big number.
That's right. And again, we see Tony Grantham started off well, 2 really good lead bowls, and Barry Andrew having to play a good one. Not managing 2 here, so here's a chance now for Kelvin Scott to go, look, you're 3 down, Barry, play a good one.
Well, there's every chance they will be.
You would expect that to be the case, as Kelvin definitely on his forehand. For sure. Yep. Thank goodness. As he looks to play that nicer kind of hand, kind of side of the rink. How's your weight, Kelvin?
Oh, he needs to get past his front. Well, he got a
oh, good shot.
That slide.
Still down here, mate. Beating this back one here.
And the pressure on now for Barry Andrew.
Yeah, very quickly that pressure on, actually, because
so you see people walking through. The game finished on the plate. Barry very close here. He's not far away, Kev. Under big pressure.
Very
unlucky. Bowler
unlucky.
sit down.
Very good.
Sits right on the centre line.
That was a great bowl. He was unlucky not to be holding the shot there, I think. Kelvin on the forehand.
Just that line just going to be under the centre line with that. So
yeah, disappointing there from Kelvin Scott.
I'm just wondering whether he's indicating to Jimmy Pugh to
Right.
attack.
You go to the edge of that. If you get that there, it's getting into that plant as well, into that split.
Oh, fair cool. That could be cool.
So play with aggression is Pugh on the drive, trying to get
close here. Close.
Shot, mate. Good at.
Good shot.
Another kill.
Why don't they think of the commentators, Kev? Oh, dear. These people. Just killing and killing and killing. We see the 4th kill of the match.
I watched Aaron Sheriff the other week. I think he killed the last end 4 times of a game that he was behind.
I wonder what the record is for kills in a row on last
Yeah,
end.
it'd be interesting. I
remember Peter Bellis was telling us that there was a year when the New Zealand Bowling Association experimented with the pairs and made it 8-bowl pairs instead of 6-bowl pairs. And he said there were a number of kills.
Yeah, 4
bowls each. Yeah, he said they used to. There was it went for 1 year apparently.
Well, it appears it's interesting though, isn't it? You know, we tend to play the conventional 3-bowl pairs here, lead and skip. Then we've got the 2x2x2x2.
Yeah, the Aussie system.
And then 2-4-2. So there are some variations. Because it's correct, yeah, because I can remember it, and it might have been World Bowls, in fact, where they played 8 bowls.
That was 8 bowls.
Yeah.
When Peter Ballas and Rome won the pairs at Henderson, that was 8 bowls, I'm sure.
Yeah, they played 8-bowl pairs.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting times. I don't enjoy the conversely the English pairs where they play 2 bowls for the lead and 2 bowls for the skip. I find that challenging.
2x2x2x2.
No, just 2 and 2.
Oh,
I played 2 and you played 2, and our games, our end is finished.
Because that's actually it's an English title.
Yes.
The
bizarre.
That's right. They do play the 2-bowl pairs.
I cannot think of a game I would less like to. It just doesn't interest me, Kev, I'm afraid. It must be exciting. Like I know in the Crown Green Bowls, they play 2-bowl singles, and that's exciting because they get really aggressive with the second bowl. But 2 bowls for your lead and 2 bowls for your skip. No.
Yeah, no, that is an English title, the 2-bowl pairs.
And here we go. Barry Andrews on the forehand. And Tom Tyrell making a good correction there as well, Kev. I think his first bowl might have gone into the ditch. I think a little bit heavy, and a good correction with his second one.
Sitting behind, and
good bowl there for Barry.
We're about to see a changing of the guard throughout World Bowls in England, etc., because we're about to see the CEO of Bowls Australia, Neil Dalrymple, take up the role.
Very exciting.
As the CEO of World Bowls, because Neil presently the CEO of Bowls Australia. But in fact, his replacement was just announced yesterday, or within the last couple of days anyway, from Swimming Australia. His replacement's come from, but we're seeing the change because of recent years. The World Bowls has been primarily dominated administration-wise out of the UK. We're now going to see
Matthew Kennedy appointed as the new CEO of Bowls Australia.
That's the man. Also got international sporting management experience as well. And so now, of course, we're going to see the move of a number of the world events move out to this side of the world.
It's an exciting time for bowls in general, I think, and I'm excited that the World Bowls will be based out of Australia, which is undoubtedly, there's no way you can spin it where Australia is not the leading place for bowls in the world. They've got the most players, money, facilities, events, all that sort of stuff. And, the fact that World Bowls will be able to utilise the skills and experience from Bowls Australia in regards to the marketing and promotion of the sport, I think it's a great idea, Kev, and I'm looking forward to seeing what happens.
Well, it's well overdue, really, and it's coming. I suppose one could say at a World Bowls level, there's been a complete transformation of personnel with our own Brett O'Reilly, of course, from North Harbour. Brett now is on the board of World Bowls, and I know that he's doing some work at present about trying to get Jack Trails, McElroy. Look at that.
Good shot.
One more, mate, very soon at your last now.
Back to the Tony Grantham Bowl, but yet so Brett O'Reilly right now is Brett O'Reilly is working hard to try and get let's say stronger participation out of the Pacific countries.
Yep.
And let's hope that goes well. But we're certainly going to see with Neil Dalrymple as the CEO of World Bowls, we're certainly going to see the opportunity for more major events to be hosted, split between New Zealand and Australia. There's no, and Bowls New Zealand, Bowls Australia got two magnificent bowls there from Shannon McElroy.
Great stuff there.
So we've got a great working relationship with Bowls Australia. So the move of World Bowls, I think, is a big plus for New Zealand.
Yep, entirely agree, and an exciting time for sure. as we head towards the World Championships? Is it next year, Kev, the World
Yep,
Championships?
because we revert back to the Asia Pacific Championships are now off the calendar, and we go back to World Bowls now every 2 years. Every 2 years.
Yeah. So I enjoy that as well. I think that's a good idea.
Oh, I think it just brings the cycle, I think, into the right area. Hodson looking for the jack, needs to hold up past.
He's holding. He's holding.
Hold up past the front. Got unlucky. Was on a line to get neatly to the jack.
That was maybe an inch narrow.
Yeah, it was on a great line all the way.
They just sort of look at the head now and they think, well, he was close with this last one. There's no longer a wick to get.
But we're also seeing nationwide, but around the countryside. I was seeing now Blake Signal come back from Australia, moving into the role of General Manager of Wellington Bowls, which is a plus. The new General Manager or CEO of Auckland Bowls has just got underway, just in the last 10 days.
Yeah.
So there is some exciting things that are happening as well on the home front, which I think is a good refresher for the sport.
Yeah, there's some cool stuff happening, and of course, bowls it's a great sport. It's low barriers to entry. All the stuff we've always said, Kev. There's plenty of opportunities for growth and new and cool things. I mean, look at the Speights Premier Fours that we're commentating now. 6 years ago, it didn't exist, and someone had the idea.
Well,
Boom.
let's just say this week, we'll call it the Week of Nelson, has become literally a new domain, hasn't it, on the bowls calendar?
5 or 6 years ago, nothing. So there's plenty of room, always opportunities for growth and for cool events and initiatives to be enacted. As we see, Hodson, is he going quicker or was he just sitting his feet?
Well, his line was, he didn't have to change much from his last bowl, really,
yeah.
Alex, because he was on a very, very good line to the jack, and he's certainly going quicker.
Close
to get it. Oh, he
Good
got
shot and another kill.
another kill.
Another kill. You got anywhere to be tonight, Kev? I have to pack my bag for Invercargill.
Yes.
Oh, dearie me, as we see.
So when does play get underway there? Saturday morning, does it?
Saturday morning, yeah, they will fly tomorrow, and Simon Flett, who's the executive officer at Bowl Southland, cooks lunch for the invited players at the Bowl Southland headquarters. So we all gather and get given pastries and sandwiches. He does a good job of the lunch, does Simon Flett, and we gather at the Waverley Bowling Club for something called the Split Sixes competition, where they pick, I can't remember if it's 8 or 16 of us, of the invited players, and 8 or 16 development bowlers.
And that's been traditional for a while, has it?
It has been, yeah. And it's followed by a dinner and an auction, where the last sort of funds are raised before the weekend begins, and that's usually a very pleasant evening and lots of refreshments.
Well, it's been a long time. It's a long-standing event on the bowls calendar, isn't it?
Yeah, it has been. It's been going since the late 70s, and I think they've given a few $100,000 back into the community, and they're gearing up for their, I think they must be coming up to their 50th anniversary in a few years' time, 3 or 4 years' time.
So who's going down? You're going down. Who else? Anyone else from Auckland?
Aidan Takarua is going down.
Been down previous years.
People like Steve Beale is one of the invited players from the Bay of Plenty. A smattering of others. I can't remember them off the top of my head, but they invite. I think they invite. Must be 16 or 32 outside players and 16 or 32.
Oh, well played. 2 good lead bowls to open this 17th end.
A great event, and Tom here on the back end. It's a good thing the light stays around for a while, doesn't it?
Well, it does. And no doubt where Tom will be getting sort of like a wee bit frustrated. He just can't get 2 bowls of, he's played a very good one.
I think particularly the fact that in that first 7 ends, he started off so well, Tom Tyrara, and just fallen off that little bit this last little while. But still chucking it. I mean, look at this. This end's good. Tom's played 2 good bowls.
Grantham just trying to get the sit with the bowl over the head. That's fine. And straight away, Peter Hodson saying to Barry Andrews,
just sort of, hanging around.
play through the bowl, wait. That's really all he's saying. You're not saying, drive at it. Play it through. Play the bowl, through the bowl.
As we see Barry Andrews on the forehand. It's the hand that's been more challenging for the players.
Yes, this is under the line.
Sort of underplayed as well.
It's interesting though that Peter Hodson said, the line difference very small. So it is a tight line down there.
It'll be for the players a bit like playing in one day. They'll pick a line and they'll stick to it, and you just have to be at peace that sometimes your bowl's going to hold or swing for no particular reason.
Well, I just wonder, we're now at 4 o'clock and we might start to see shortly. The screen might just tighten up a fraction. Been a lot of moisture around. No, sun's not pounding down. And as you know, Alex, you can see so often late in the afternoon, you can just see that they're playing, all of a sudden the green changes that by about a metre.
Down.
Andrew's trying to get down to shot bowl or jack, going to be.
Great shot, Rat.
Well played
Great
by
bowl
Barry
there.
Andrews. Trails it through the port.
Yep, try and trail it to here, Scotty. Sit the bowl.
Great shot.
The thing I like here, though, Alex, I just heard those instructions from Lance Pascoe, and he's playing for the drag of the jack. And that's not trying to just draw to it, play to it to try and get through the bowl.
How fast is it going to turn back, Kev? Willing it to turn back. Got some jack movement.
Bounce it in the middle. How's it?
Well, it's done. It's gone back to Tom Tyro's ball.
Pocket here now, mate.
Oh, that was millimetres away from good stuff.
So Jimmy Pugh now going for the cover because there's no doubt McElroy will be playing down through that port.
Oh, a bit of frustration there shown by Jimmy.
Well, I just hope he gives the skip a chance and gets this bowl over the head. That's fine. That's fine down through there because that's where Shannon McElroy...
To be fair, he's played other bowls in this game that would deserve that reaction, that have been better than that bowl he just played in. That bowl is fine.
Yeah. So McElroy looking to play down, get the split through these two bowls, get to the jack. Not going to do so with this bowl. It's under the head. See the shot they're going to play.
Out here now, mate.
And Peter Hodson's not really interested in another bowl sitting right on top of the head.
Set.
Epic.
Whole bowl high. Yeah, get it off there too,
You
mate.
hear
Yeah,
there?
get both bowls.
No, both bowls, he says.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, Lance Pascoe clearly there in the on-green microphone saying you can get to both of these bowls. Here is McElroy, still the defending world champion. It's got a different line with this bowl. How far is it going to hold up? No, it's not. Gets the bowl of turns. Well, is that 3 shots?
Turning into a big end here, Kev. An important end in the context of the game. Remember, Hodson trails 9-13 on this, the 17th end, and he's holding a 3 there. It's not a safe 3 at a glance, but
No,
pressure
it's
can do
not.
funny things.
No, it's not. But the interesting thing is the jack movement. He still holds 2. The 2 bowls of Jimmy Pugh's that sit outside the head. That's where. And he's going to put another bowl there as Hodson. So it just makes the line and weight that has got to be played by Pascoe. And I really think it needs to be played quicker, I think, Alex.
Yeah, I tend to agree. As much as I hate to say it, we may even see another kill.
Well, I didn't want to preempt that, Alex, but yes, there is that chance because he could play a good shot here and get nothing.
Hoddy, look at this bowl turn.
Well, that's it. McElroy bowl turned over into the head. Lance Pascoe picking, trying to play with that weight, controlled weight down through the head, playing it certainly with more weight.
It's on the forehand. He's close here.
And that'll stay alive.
Oh, thank God.
What a shot. That was the call from Tony Grantham.
Great bowl.
And You've got to be impressed with Lance Pascoe, don't you?
Oh, he's played some good bowls under pressure for sure today. A number of them actually.
Well, that's literally a 5-shot turnaround.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's an end that Peter would have been thinking we've got a chance here.
Absolutely. And it had to be played with plenty of weight because just on the trail, the Hodson side still owned the head just on the trail. So it had to be into the ditch, got it clean, and
as we see, just into the ditch there. A great shot from Lance Pascoe. Brilliant stuff. And he's followed the jack directly into the ditch by the looks.
it looks like it.
Must be essentially touching. See if he can add a bonus, but good stuff there. He was steering down the barrel of all square, really, wasn't he?
He
It
was.
was 3 down. It would have been an entirely different complexion.
And those are the turnarounds, Alex, aren't they? From a skip's point of view, and if you wanting to have a good skip, Lance Pascoe today is certainly and drawing.
If
the
that
ditch.
stops, that is incredible stuff.
How's that?
Yeah, classy. Very cool. 2 to you.
Well, I know Mike Kernahan's there. I think to me, I think you found a New Zealand skip in my view.
Fair enough. As we see, 2 points there. So he's turned it around. And what's the score now?
16-9.
16-9.
And we're in 18.
Well, I mean, I thought it was probably going to get out of it.
So 7-point gap now. It's probably the biggest lead they've had, I think, in this game.
But as you rightly said just a moment ago, Alex, it was the first head for quite some time where Peter Hodson actually had dominance from bowl one. And Lance Pascoe just said, rightio, my turn to take a lap, and Julie did so.
So we see Tom here on the forehand. Nice groove delivery action.
Stays down. Body doesn't move around. Just his arm doesn't jump around.
Yeah, been well coached, I would suggest.
All right, Tom. Very good, mate.
And a good shot. As we see Tony Grantham here on his forehand.
Falling short did Tony Grantham. So here's the big opportunity to get another bowl right on the jack, especially those 2 short bowls. Just and Peter Hodson was saying, all you got, we just couldn't quite get down to.
You pick, open both sides. If you want to draw here, you can. Both sides open.
Kelvin Scott. The current New Zealand singles title holder. And
falling a bit short.
Falling into that nest. In fact, turned very quickly, all of a sudden, this head has turned into this could be an advantageous head at this point in time to the Hodson skip side. And if Barry Andrews can nestle a bowl in around the back here, he's going to finish up in that front nest.
You don't need to change much, Scotty.
Yeah, this is interesting here. We 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 short bowls. Kelvin on the forehand. He'll be looking at the very least to get a bit past.
Well, he's on a wider line than he was from his first bowl, that's for sure.
We know it'll come back. It's a kind of hand. This is close here from Kelvin Scott. Very
Great
close.
great adjustment. Just goes by.
Good effort, mate. Well done.
Good bowl.
And duly acknowledged
Every yard on your last, Cobb.
from Lance Pascoe. Just went by. He was sitting on a direct line to the jack.
So we got Barry Andrews here on his forehand side. Down to his weight. He's got the right line here.
And this could be, how far is it going to run back towards the Kelvin Scott bowl?
Yeah,
Good call from Lance Pascoe. So you beat that bowl of Kelvin Scott's. That'll give you the shot. On the backhand is McElroy on that, certainly that tighter line.
Down to his weight here. He can't be far away if he's got the right weight. He's got the line
this
perfect.
Is well played, isn't it?
Brilliant. And now those
Absolutely brilliant.
short bowls.
Follow him in, mate.
Fantastic. For
Anything beating the wide at the back's good.
Lance Pascoe's team. So hard to get through.
So, Jimmy Pugh trying to follow. And a great attempt here to follow the Shannon McElroy bowl. Just gets to his Leeds bowl. Tom Tairoa's bowl. Turned it through.
Ignore that one, mate. You get another one in there. Slip round, it's good. 100's okay.
Shannon McElroy listening to Lance Pascoe saying not to worry, just try and get another bowl in and around the head and around that area. Just needed a few more rolls.
Work down through yours, mate. That's your port down there. You can get down to the bowl clean. Sit down.
We'll see here. Jimmy Pugh trying to reach down. All that twist. Yeah, that twisted right out of the hand. You can see that was always going to be on that narrow side. Well played by Shannon McElroy.
As we see Lance and Shannon just having a chat about potential options.
So this other format, which the other now televised event, what's it called? The
UBC?
UBC,
Yeah.
sorry. We have got some New Zealand players. I believe they've got another event coming up shortly.
I believe that's correct, yeah. Yeah, seems to be popular. It's always good to see different forms of the sport.
That's sort of it. You know, well, to be fair, I haven't really watched it, but it's a very active
It is, yeah.
format, isn't it?
They've got some incredible software on the tablets for the markers that adds up all the points, and you get points for touches and all that sort of thing. It's like a supercharged Shanghai system. Quite exciting for people to play, and everyone seems to enjoy it. It's always good to see that sort of stuff.
And that all of that software, was that developed here in New Zealand, or was it developed in there?
I think it was developed in New Zealand. I think Rebecca Jelly was the driving force behind that.
Right, yes.
And it's a very impressive. They
It's
have
pretty
some,
clever technology.
very
obviously.
clever stuff, and some amazing numbers they get out of the software. As Peter looking at this plant to see if he gets the outside edge of that Shannon's bowl at 2 o'clock, where does the red go?
You would think, looking at the line, it would go straight across to those where the counting bowls are. And of course, they have got the advantage. They've got a Barry Andrews bowl sitting just about on the chalk line, which is the deepest bowl on the rink. And of course, there's one of Jimmy Pugh's there as well. And pretty difficult shot to play, but yes, you're right. You're right there. What he's trying to play, Alex, that plant across the head.
Yeah, good angle there.
There's the angle, you can see it.
Just about beyond, I think. We'll see. Interesting to see what sort of weight comes out of Hottie's hand here. I don't think it's going to be short somehow, Kev.
No, it's not. This is coming quick. And here's Hodson.
Something square.
Well, we've got nothing really.
Nobby, that. Nobby.
Seeing if a bowl's
Bowl's
still
in or out.
alive.
Yeah, no, it's well out. Bit two bowls out.
So, an okay head here for Lance.
Well, they don't need anything brave, do they? Really, holding the shot. 17-9, another end gone, and not to be unfair to the side, the Peter Hodson skip side, but they haven't. There's only been a couple of times in the game to date, Alex, where they've had, say, a dominant head.
Yeah, there hasn't been many opportunities for scoring more than 1 point for the Peter Hodson team. There's been a few more for Lance, although they've only got 1s and 2s to be fair. But certainly, yeah, the heads have looked prettier for Lance's team, and they're communicating
On the forehand, though.
on the forehand. That's interesting.
Forehand, that
Interesting,
is
cool. Must be
Interesting.
going very, very fast here if he's on his forehand.
You're right, Alex. One would think it's going to be going pretty quick to get down there on that. And he is on the forehand going for the jack. Flick out in jack. And that's a Kelvin Scott bowl that's sitting out there.
Yeah,
Jack level.
it was well played. He put as much weight behind it as he could have on the forehand side, and it still swung a bit for him. He might have shuffled enough to our left to be counting to that bowl at 6 o'clock of
The Barry Andrews.
Andrews. Here we go. Is it enough? Should be enough, I think.
Looks like it. Well played.
Good shot there.
Yeah, well played. Peter Hodson down on the head and played with a lot of weight.
Yeah, 16-10 now is the score.
And we now start to not crawl, but we really start to wind down to that those last crucial
Everything to hit, didn't you?
7 ends.
I just bloody, where I possibly can, I drive on the forehand. I just spray them.
It's interesting. Just heard Peter Hodson say then, whenever I can, I like to. He prefers to drive on the forehand. Longer jack here being delivered.
Interesting. So yeah, that's probably comes down to, that probably shows us that Jimmy knows Peter has played a bit with him, saying, look, on your forehand, is it a strength of his?
Thanks to Birkenhead Bowling Club, they've got the final live up there. They've got it run at the club. They've posted the coverage. So thank you to
Brilliant.
Birkenhead.
A very forward-thinking, positive club, Birkenhead. Very strong.
Very well run club.
Terry Moverley.
He does a great job.
Absolutely. Tom on his back end. Watch this one.
And, was a deserving winner. Won a Bowls New Zealand award in the last awards, if I'm right, Alex, correct?
Yes, you are.
And well deserved, because he's been a great trooper for Birkenhead, and he's been the the engineer behind so many other activities that go on.
Yeah, and he runs a great tournament too, does Terry. Birkenhead, one of those clubs that's got a good mix. They've got darts and pool. They run indoor bowls over the winter time, outdoors, so it's really a community hub. As we see a loose head start here.
It's a shot from Barry Andrews.
A good bowl too. And on the backhand, I'm going to say. Who knows? Yeah, on the backhand it was.
So is it going to just hold at jack level? Is it? Yes, it will.
Good shot there.
Well played from Kelvin Scott.
Same ball.
And it's fine to play a fraction under the line, providing, of course, that you can hold that. You've got that sort of weight. So often you'll see players, Alex, won't you? Their bowler will quickly disappear under the head.
Yeah.
But Kelvin Scott, good try there from Barry Andrews, but he's got that ability to be able to play slightly under the line, but plays with dead draw weight. So very accomplished player.
We see good 2 bowls here from Barry and Kelvin.
Good, mate.
Yeah, mate. There's a channel there with your name written all over it.
Yeah, well, yeah, here's that. Obviously, Jimmy Pugh here really wanting to get the trail. The bowler Barry Andrews is sitting in behind the head as we play in 19, 16-10. Needs to come back towards the centre line now. There's this,
Waiting for it to break back in. Doesn't want the outside half of that bowl.
and yeah, in fact, gives then.
Yeah, not ideal.
No, it actually gives
Oh, I
Lance
think you're trying to
Pascoe
get on top of it, mate.
the back bowl. So saying to Shannon McElroy, trying to get on top of the jack with this. His first bowl on Ian 19 of 25. Looks to be on a good line. Makes its way back now towards the jack.
Lovely weight.
Yeah, this is well played.
Great shot. Good
And
bowl
sits
there.
lower the jack. That's
This feels like one of those ends that if they can hold on to it, they should just about have a big enough buffer, Kev.
yeah, make it hard after this, really. But it's really good. Bean, I suppose you could say.
He clears it. He's close. He's close.
Jack.
Oh,
Great effort.
what a great bowl for
Kelvin
a
Scott bowl.
no result.
But it's, I suppose, been. I'd call myself a purist of the sport. Really, that it's great to see the way how the McElroy side of the McElroy combination, I should say, with Pascoe and Kelvin Scott and Tony Grant. It's those are sorts of combinations in the way how they manage the game that brings success, doesn't it, Alex?
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure a lot of the experience, a lot of match game sense, and understanding what shot to play and when as well.
Interesting. Shannon McElroy now going to that, what we would call, I'm not going to say dubious, but challenging forehand side. And it's going to be past the head, definitely. Definitely, and it's where it was wanted by, you hear Lance Pascoe, great shot, mate. Wanted that bowl over the head because there is 2 bowls of the Peter Hodson side. They're over the head. So makes his way back. There's Peter Hodson on Ian 19 of 25 of this final of the Speights Nelson Club Premier Fours here at the Nelson Bowling Club. Big thank you to the man on the ground there, Colin. Colin Williams doing a wonderful job bringing all of this coverage. Of course, prior to that, he did the coverage as well of the Stoke, the women's peers at Stoke, and will, of course, be doing the job for us over the weekend again when we will be covering the Stoke men's peers.
On this year, yes, it's a big week for Colin down in Nelson with all the cameras, but I think ably supported by the Nelson Bowling Club and the Stoke Bowling Club.
No shortage of helpers. They were very willing. Great to get a great team of workers of both of the clubs, and it's great how the 2 clubs can work together and make sure that the events, as we'll say, the events really are a success for Nelson.
Absolutely. So we see, like we said before, this is a big end in the context of the game. Even if they're just able to hold on for 1 here, Lance Pascoe, that puts them 7 up with 5 to go.
Starting to get challenging.
Yeah, it's a comfortable position to be in.
And they've managed the game very well. There's that challenge right there on that hand. You'll see it. And yeah, happy with that. And it's a very difficult shot here for Peter Hodson because really he's playing literally for a one-shot result. Challenging line down through there, but by goodness, what a great attempt here. What a great attempt here from Hodson. Got it.
Great shot.
Made 2 shots of it. Got it onto the back of the Barry Andrews bowl. Bounce back. Well, that was well played, well controlled.
That's absolutely brilliant bowl. Very impressive stuff there from Pete Hodson, using all of his experience.
Well, I'll say this. Really, Alex, just if they can hold on to these 2, we're going to end 20 coming up.
Well, that's the thing.
It just gives them that encouragement. We've got 5 ends. We're nearly,
that's why it's such an important end in the context of the game, really. But Peter, a lot of experience. He didn't overplay that shot, did he? He played it
well, mate.
Yeah, kept calm. Played the shot with the right weight. So we see Lance here on his backhand with plenty of weight here. You're looking for a big chunk off this one.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh. That was a roller coaster of emotions there.
Well, we saw Lance Pascoe, of course, in the earlier match get what he was self-admitted about, what a fortuitous result.
Yes, yeah.
And he was off target there, but still managed to hold on to the one shot, did the composite side with Tom Taroa leading Barry Andrews, Jimmy Pugh at 3, Peter Hodson.
On 5 points the difference, Kev. It's anyone's game.
No, this is far from a closed shop, that's for sure.
It's been a good example of the 25-end game of 4s, I think. Quite not super seesawy, but people been able to just stay in with a chance.
Well, we're at the point of the match, really, where one end can change it either way.
Absolutely.
So, Tom Taroa is going to come back to the centre line. The jack, there you see it clearly there, the jack literally right on the 2-metre mark. Tony Grantham, New Zealand lead at the Commonwealth Games.
On the forehand side, that side that players have been favouring this game. More forgiving. And a good shot there. Great shot there from Tony Grantham.
Side toucher. He played very well, has Tony Grantham. And a lot, very consistent.
Yeah, he showed his class, I think. As we see Tom look to make a correction.
Very good delivery. It's good to see a player stay down and not come up with the bowl. And
yeah.
You'll get duly rewarded.
Yeah, lets it go well. That's a good shot there from Tom. Tony looking to make a slight correction off his first one.
And you'll see Grantham as well stays down, then moves out with the bowl just at the delivery point.
Yeah, very smooth delivery, Tony. And look at that. Look at that. That's great leading there. Good stuff. Barry Andrews have been asked to play the forehand as well.
Well, the good thing as well with leading like that, Alex, as the head goes on, it just reduces the options, just reduces the dangers, and we see Andrews. This is a good attempt here from Barry Andrews as well. Just going to go by.
Very good.
Just slightly overplayed.
And yes, just Lance Pascoe straight away, saying to Kelvin Scott, I don't mind if you're a metre through the head, because that'll sit back where that there's a bowl of both Tom Taroa and Barry Andrews got a bowls just sitting metre in behind their head. This guy, Mr. Experience, right on top of.
Good shot.
Well, and of course, and turns it into 3.
Absolutely, no. It's a well played bowl there, and the pressure.
So what do you do here? Are you going for the shot, the jack movement, We're playing the 20th end. I'm 3 down.
That's all the stuff that's going through their heads here. Barry Andrews on the forehand. I'm not sure how much it's going to break back in. Kev needs it to break. Not to be. And three down.
Well, it's all of a sudden altered the head as well.
Slip past it, it's fine.
It's given some cover really for the Kelvin Scott side, and Lance Pascoe was more than happy when that bowl rolled over, just sort of covered.
Yeah. Yeah, it's another big end, isn't it? Well, they all are now in these last 5, but the pressure's going to start going on both teams here.
Through the bowl, Jimmy Pugh.
Good guide for you there underneath that. Use the inside edge. You can get a couple of rides.
You don't want to be missing short here, do you? You want to be arriving through.
I was just going to say, in that, Alex, that there's just one thing you can't be here. How's the line? Outside. Yeah.
Good side up.
Yeah, it's good skipping.
Good sider. This now becomes a big hit.
It does, because again, we've got a team that's trailing by 5, so they need to score their equation. They probably need to score 3 out of the next 5 ends, and they need to do it in 2s.
Absolutely.
On the other team, they'll be wanting to limit them to 1s, really. And that, even then, they'd still lose by 1, so they probably need a 3 there somewhere. But certainly, you can't really afford to be dropping more than 1 here if you are Pete Hodson.
No, I'm just wondering whether McElroy is looking at, in fact, he can play down underneath and actually try and get some movement onto the jack. All of a sudden takes that, nullifies that.
Entirely away, yeah.
It's good.
A good positive shot to play.
And if he misses that side and finishes on the other side of the head, but is behind the head, it's still a good... because the 2 deepest bowls on the rink belong to, there's one of Pugh's there and Tom Tauroa's bowl there as well. So
we see Shannon on the forehand. He looks on a high line at a glance.
And I think he'll be...
Okay, now you want it to keep running once it gets to that point.
It's not going to.
Waste a good green, or waste a good weight, sorry. And Peter Hodson going to have to play a good bowl here.
Well, I think, here's the... Peter Hodson's played some big bowls the last few ends, actually. And
he has.
And he's more than capable of playing through there. We've seen him well executed a couple of those sort of run and stay shots. So here on the backhand. Will look tight out of the hand. Is it going to hold up?
Needs
No,
it to
it's
hold. Not to be from Jimmy Pugh. Played it with more weight than his first one. The head looking pretty dire now.
Jimmy Pugh would be disappointed that he didn't get to the main target area.
He had weight that he would have preferred to miss wide with off that white bowl of Kelvin's.
Yeah, correct.
Where you're getting yourself into the head. See. Shannon on the back end.
You've got the weight to get back here.
Down to the weight now.
How far has it gone deepish on the rink?
Tied out in the rough by the looks. And Pete Hodson. 1 shot to play. It's going to be on his forehand side. He plays it perfectly.
Well,
it's a hard shot though, isn't it?
It's a hard shot to get a number. There's a bowl out to the right-hand side of the head. There's Barry Andrews' bowl sitting there. So if he plays with just reaching weight, which is dangerous because they're more difficult to play, he can get the jack to there, or he goes a bit quicker, which he's done so.
On the forehand, Now,
Will it come
now he
back?
needs it to break, Kev. It's not going to. Miss the opposite way to Jimmy. Same weight. And this head feeling real nice now for the Lance Pascoe team.
So that, looking at it, would that favour 3 to the
At least 3. It could even be 4
to
if
the
that
Pascoe side?
if the white bowl at 6 o'clock beats the 2 blues to the left and the right of it. But certainly 3 for sure, Kev, definitely.
Which becomes a big mountain.
It does if nothing's changed. It's a very big challenge from this point.
So it's been Alex and myself and Colin, our pleasure to bring you this live coverage today, right throughout the day of the Premier Nelson Premier Fours. And of course, as we said earlier, prize pool of $36,000, $20,000 to the winners. So, yeah, you might have heard then.
Get the inside edge of
It'll
Kelvin,
go
sort of
quicker,
like a nest,
and
yeah.
that was what the option that Alex and I spoke about, that you negate then the line, don't you, so to speak, of you go quicker, you're going under the bowl, on that line to get to the inside of that bowl or onto the jack.
Huge bowl here from Hodson. Sort of to keep his team with a realistic chance here. He's not far away if he holds up.
Close, got it.
What a bowl.
Did it stay alive? Did it
What
stay
happened?
alive?
Where's the jack, Kev? That was incredible.
Well, the way I'm looking
Barry
at it,
Andrews pointing at something.
look
The
out
jack
for
must be
it.
hidden by one of the bowls.
is someone going to show us
Where's the jack?
where's the jack?
I saw it sort of shuffle over to our left as we see it.
So out to the right. There's touches in the ditch, obviously.
Yes.
Out to the right. One of those
Oh, it's under the peg apparently. So the jack's in the ditch.
under the peg.
Under the peg.
So are we looking then at, wow,
Is it over?
which,
Oh, we'll see.
we'll see in about a moment. But it was well played.
Oh, great shot there from Peter Hodson. That was brilliant stuff. Absolutely magnificent. Is it there-ish?
What about this? What about this?
Has he made it?
No, it's
Not
but
quite.
Don't know about that, but we'll take it.
What's happened? Under the peg. Oh, God knows.
Well, is there another bowl
Just
in
keep
the
an eye.
ditch?
Just keep an eye out. Everyone's just looking at something. Right. Under the marker peg, way far
right.
to the left there. And 1, 2.
Another end gone. 17-11. As we play in 21, but that was a well played shot by Pete Hodson. He was unlucky really because he got the target clean.
That was a brilliant shot. And keeping his team in with half a chance now, 6 the difference. With not 4 ends to go. 5 ends to go.
See, there is a bit of, see Peter Hodson there, the shirt, and just hear that wind buffeting about a fraction. But the as we remarked earlier on in the day, Alex, you can see there, like the green. It's a very, very good green. It's got a great covering on it. It's got a beautiful full surface on it. There's no patches.
Yeah, it looks lovely, doesn't it?
And talking to Brendan Hodson, that the green at Stoke, where they played the final of the women's pairs the other day, he said that he was telling me that that's running as good as it's running really.
Oh, that was beautiful as well, particularly considering the amount of rain that they had on that day, Kev.
So, when talking to Brendan, he said, well, that's why they're happy to move to Mochwick if that other section, and they'll, providing the weather stays as they hope it does.
I'm sure it will.
Well, the forecast, he was telling me that, and Richard Collett was telling me this is the worst part of it, to get through like this one, and they should be right.
Careful here, Tom. Don't move it too far. He didn't. He'll be happy that he's missed the jack there and covered those 2 bowls. So we see Kelvin on either his forehand or his backhand. I think, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
We'll see. You see, if you'd pushed me, I would have said he was playing his forehand there by the way he was lined up. But on the backhand, he is. Got room. And there was room on both hands there to draw, to be fair, which is what was a bit confusing. As we see Kelvin here just fall a bit shy with
18 inches
perfect
behind,
green, so he'll make a
Tom's
correction.
ball, mate.
And Hodson just giving Barry Andrews an indication of the weight that he requires here for his backhand shot.
Barry Andrews actually throughout this game has been pretty steady with his draw. He hasn't.
I've been impressed with his bowls.
He's. We shouldn't have said that, should we?
That's a classic commentator's curse there, Kev. But he has
But up until that bowl,
he has been playing well.
He has been pretty steady right throughout for the Peter Hodson skip side.
Absolutely, we can expect to see a correction made here.
So again, not want to be pedantic, is under the rules now. So I see there's 2 players playing in a Stoke shirt, and there's 2 people playing in the West End shirt from Timaru. Now,
yeah,
that's all quite.
I think it'll be written in the clubs. The people who are running the tournament can make those rules up.
They're domestic rules.
Domestic rules, yeah. So the ones, the Nelson Bowling Club must have it in their conditions of play that you can wear whatever you want as opposed to matching apparel. I think in the Bowls New Zealand national events, we still say your shirts have to be matching or very similar.
Well, yeah, I'd compliment Bowls New Zealand, and I'm not trying to be pedantic about colours or anything like that, but I watch a number of the Australian events, and it's like.
It does make it easy when your team's wearing the same shirt and you can sort of match it up. It's even better when they have stickers.
Well,
it just keeps life nice and simple.
I just think with Australia, they is there a word such as over-liberal?
They are Australian.
That's fair. That's
quite bombastic, I would say.
Yeah, because I've been quite surprised that, and knowing how interesting. I remember Val Smith telling me the story when Val first moved to Australia, and when the New South Wales men and New South Wales women were still 2 separate organisations.
Yeah.
Val couldn't get over the autocratic, pedantic environment with the Royal New South Wales Women's Bowls Association. Because it's all it's changed now.
Yeah, they must be one of the last bowling organisations in the world to amalgamate the men and the women under one umbrella. And for the better of the game as well. I think we did that in 1997, Kevin. We must have been one of the earlier ones to get that done as organisations.
Well, I can tell you this, Alex. I was chairman of Auckland Bowls, as you know, for a number of years, and I was chairman of Auckland Bowls when we were endeavouring to bring the ladies and men together. And of my 10 years as chairman, we bought hotels, we did all sorts of things, did an amazing number of things. But the most challenging, role I would say that I had as chairman over the 10 years was being involved in bringing the 2 together. But in saying that, there was some wonderful ladies in the old Auckland Women's Centre who were very helpful in making it happen. And now it's just a day.
It's been proven to be the right decision, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
So we see a loose ball there from Lance Pascoe, one of the few he's played, and a loose head. This must be a funny place to have had the jack rolled. Look at this. This is short. That's intriguing.
Well, sometimes Alex, that a jack can go sort of in between that 2 metre and short, and it gets in that very sort of challenging part of the rink. We're coming to the end of the day as well. There's green starting to change. He doesn't like that one. Neither does Pascoe. That's gone out on the wide side, but might even come back for shot, will it? No, it won't. That's going to go by.
Overplayed and a free hit here for Peter Hodson.
Which will make 3.
Yeah, that's incredible, really, at this point. I wonder, it's almost the first sign of pressure we've seen, to be honest.
I'm sure that it'll make 3.
He's got to make this one count, though. He's got to make it count.
He's not going to. You're not going to get past the front. Oh, yes, he will.
Oh, goodness gracious me. He didn't waste any green there. Let me see.
Well, that was a strange end,
It was a
wasn't it?
bizarre end. Nothing much happened, and then, yeah, just sort of maybe a slight lapse in concentration.
Well, now,
And was it 3 there?
well, it certainly looked like 3 from where we were sitting, from our viewing angle, Alex. It is. Really, 18-14. This is what we spoke about before in
Yep.
21 to 25.
Yeah.
A new lease of life for the Peter Hodson side. A 2 here, and match on. Anybody's.
Very interesting times. So in 22 of 25, 3 to go after this.
People
For
would-
the difference.
People would say, for those perhaps non-bowlers, why have you wasted 4 hours to
It's good to get there. Tom Tyro, look
Good
at this
opening
stuff. He's
bowl,
finishing
yeah.
strong as Tom.
It's just, you know, I wonder. The Lance Pascoe side have not been unfair to any of the, like the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley match or this particular match. To date, they've been untroubled, Alex.
Well, they played 25 ends or 24 ends before, and we're up to 22 now, so it's what, 46 and 5 kills. They haven't been losing a game for about 50 ends.
They've
been in
controlled, haven't
front
they?
for 50 ends. This game, the closest anyone's got to them is within sort of 4 points. About this buffer we've got now. It'll be interesting to see if Peter Hodson can get closer. How must it feel to have been winning every game you've played for 50 ends of bowls and then be 2 points away from losing? It'll be some interesting pressure, interesting psychological things happening if it gets any closer than what it is now.
2 good bowls, 2 opening good bowls here from Tom Taroa. And first time I've seen Tony Grantham, he's over with his first. He's going to be under the head with this, but he's going to have very, very good weight.
Beautiful weight there.
Come on, mate. Draw down there. Draw right to it.
And one shot here called to Barry Andrews, a holding one. Draw down here on that forehand where we know the nice draw is.
On his forehand side.
The touch on the jack is fine for the. Again, how's the weight? How's the weight?
Oh, he's got a lovely line, just fallen short there.
Needed that extra metre, didn't need to get to.
Probably want to be drawing here, I'd say.
Sam, we're 1 down. Calling Kelvin onto his backhand side. On the tight line here, but it does snake a little bit as we watch this bowl. Get to the end of its arc. A little bit of snaking happening, a little wick there. Pretty good there from Kelvin Scott, and Barry may be forced to change his hand.
I think we're probably better there now too. That doesn't need any help.
Very good, so Barry on the backhand. This team, of course, trailing by 4 ends on the 22nd end of 25. Lovely line.
Well, there's a good line on that hand.
Potentially it does drift and steps out at the end.
Yeah, well, perhaps because of the weight.
More the weight, I agree. Yeah.
Because that line, you're quite right, Alex, that line has tended to give a bit of movement at the back, isn't it?
Yeah, and we saw Barry finish in line with the jack, so his green was perfect, and looking like Kelvin on the forehand now. Give this bowler a real chance. On the forehand side, let it go nice and smooth. Now, how's your weight, Kelvin? He'll be willing this one on.
He's liking this, especially if he gets onto his own. It's doesn't get a turn on it.
You'd kill for another couple of rolls, wouldn't you?
Well, the good thing for the Jimmy Pugh side, if he can get through that port, if he gets a touch on the jack, does make this head very difficult for the Pascoe side. Now, this is an interesting line from Jimmy Pugh here.
Close here. How's your weight, Jimmy?
Oh, yeah. Just that was more than likely the best line that we've seen coming down towards the jack there. Just missed that metre of weight. And Shannon McElroy's been quite comfortable, actually, playing that side of the ring.
Scotty on the running, mate.
So you heard Lance
Probably
Pascoe
rams the bowl.
say those are Kelvin Scott's bowls on the run.
Chance.
And if you get past those, you're a chance of sitting on the Tom Taroa bowl, which is the shot directly in behind the jack. See that wind just buff it through there as we play the 22nd end of 25. And that's the Nelson Premier Fours, Speights, and of course all those other wonderful sponsors.
Shannon here on the forehand side. If he gets down square to Kelvin's bowls, he's not going to. It's going to drift and hold here.
By
And there's chances here. Here, there's chances for Pete Hodson to really turn the screw and get closer and closer to winning this game.
well, there's a three-shot touch on the jack.
Yeah, I'm not going to get excited yet, but it's looking like we could have a very, very close finish here. Jimmy Pugh getting caught out in the rough. That was more the rink than his bowl, I think.
And of course, a big thank you to those sponsors: Pack and Save, Richmond, the New Street Steakhouse, Hutchco, Somerset, Retirement Villages, the Postboy, Decra Strip, Nameplate Engravers, Jens Hansen, and all those sponsors. They're the people that help to make these events happen. And of course, to the Nelson Club, who again have proven that to pull a 30,000 prize money tournament together on a one green club. I just got sent the draw this afternoon, Alex, for the Fours event in Australia in Dubbo, the $100,000 Fours tournament at West Dubbo that gets underway. I think it's tomorrow it gets underway.
Fantastic.
McElroy on the forehand. Favoured this line down here. By goodness, he just needs to draw this port. Needs to get under this bowl. Clean. Doesn't do so. Was on the line to it. So what does Peter Hodson do here?
I think he'll be on his backhand, looking to, you just got to draw as close as you can, don't you, Kev? If you move the jack, it's good. Because at the moment, Lance has a good shot on his forehand side, hitting all the bowls up and towards the jack. Well, I suppose Jimmy Pugh's bowl down the bottom right of your screen is quite helpful.
Absolutely.
In regards to any weight that's going to be used.
And I think Peter Hodson was just indicating then that even if he's a slightly narrow there and he got two turns onto Jimmy Pugh's front bowl there, if he's a wee bit narrow, that could roll that bowl into the head. But a touch on the draw, touch on the jack, movement on the jack can make three shots at 18-14.
Absolutely.
In 22 of 25.
So we see Pete Hodson here on the backhand.
So here is Hodson. By goodness, how's this jack looking? How's this jack looking? Oh, is he unlucky or not there?
Oh dear, that was close to brilliant. That was close to brilliant there from Pete Hodson.
Just got the barest of feathers off that.
Got down too quickly in there.
We see Lance now looking to make a decision. I suppose, what is he, 2 down on the head?
Is he 2 down?
Yeah, well, that's the question. At the end of the day.
Is the Grantham jack level bowl, in fact, second shot? There's a call. Come down there with weight. Play the shot bowl through. 3 shots.
Sounds good.
What Lance Pascoe is saying is that would bring in the front bowl there of Kelvin Scott's, the jack level bowl of Tony Grantham's, and with the weight that he would play, his bowl would stay inside the head as well and leave the Lance Pascoe skip side holding 3 shots on the mat, on the backhand.
Here we go. Big bowls. in the context of this match for the difference on the 22nd end of 25. Playing for a $20,000 first prize. Lance on the backhand now. He's going to need to hope for a good result. Oh, nearly, but not quite.
Well, so one shot we know of, definitely for the Hodson side. Really, one would think, though it's a harder hand, Alex, I think that draw past the Jimmy Pugh bowl
Looks nice, doesn't it, on the backhand?
That's really, to me, is the only, because that's a,
He's going to be going that, but so I reckon I should be down there trying to see if I can get down to the white as well.
Yeah, so he's looking for a trail himself. Is he just, you want to miss an area if you're going to trail, Peter?
Yeah.
well, he could get the Jimmy Pugh bowl, of course, get a couple of rolls of it and possibly get it into the head.
So he's going to trail it for 4 on his forehand, I think.
There's
Kev.
1, 2, I'll just wait for Barry Andrews' foot to move. There we go.
Yeah,
And
there's 2 bowls there down the bottom of your screen. As long as he misses narrow, I quite like this. You want to be, if you miss wide, it's bad.
well, it's just a minute how much weight he's got to play to hold himself up. But so here is
Big bowl.
Hodson
Just let it go.
on the forehand.
Well, he's not wide. That's the way to miss it. That's the way to miss it. If he holds up and guts it
So he
square.
might get the Pugh bowl and turn it through.
Yeah, he had good weight for that. I didn't mind that miss. And now, Lance.
Well, Lance Pascoe doesn't want to play with a lot of weight because of how the back looks.
Correct.
So
Don't want to go too silly, eh?
So it's only the one down. I wonder whether he could. Yeah, looking to play down. Well, Kelvin Scott, the general, coming to have a
Kelvin
look.
Scott, yeah, just making sure that everyone's making the right decision.
But one of them's worth 2. So if I get that, it's 2.
Oh. One of them is worth 2.
If I get the jack and don't go with it, bad luck.
Oh, okay, so attack.
Okay, fair call. On the backhand side, in or out. They're at the point where they're 4 up, so if they do score even a point, they're probably looking okay. Lance feeling confident today. He's played some great bowls, so fair call.
Which is good to see.
Yeah, and the good skips. The good skips are the ones that back themselves for this sort of stuff. So we'll see Lance here. Big bowl in the context of the game, leading by 4.
On the backhand.
He's close here.
On the
He's
back
close
drive.
here.
Got it.
What a bowl.
2 shots.
Magnificent.
Game winner.
That was top-notch stuff.
Well,
I got nothing. That was brilliant.
to me, I think Lance Pascoe, beyond doubt, has proven that his spot with a silver fern on the chest is not far away, because the way how Shannon McElroy and himself have controlled the heads, and of course with Kelvin Scott, but his shot selection and confidence of how he's played. Now, yeah, that was a real confident shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good shot. Yeah, it's he said, "Look, I'm playing well." Because if he missed it, wasn't looking pretty. But he couldn't have played it any better.
Well, I think the other thing is that if we look at Lance Pascoe in this particular, the 2 games we've done, Alex, he's played a lot of conversion shots.
Yeah, he has. And he's responded well to the pressure that he has been put under. Although, to be fair, his team has played exceptionally well. So it's not often, out of the 25 ends, I'm not sure how often Lance will cross over down.
It's pretty good furniture you got playing with you.
Yeah. It's not a bad sort of.
It's not. At that end of the context of the match I'm not going to say it was the winning of the final.
Oh, but can you imagine the pressure that would now be on Lance's team if they dropped a couple there? They would
Absolutely.
2 points, having never trailed. Whereas now we see them defending a 7-point lead with 2 ends to go after this.
And Tony Grantham, good bowl to start the head off with from Time Tara, but Tony Grantham's got one close as well, and that's about that consistency. The theorists or the coaching gurus look at these things of how many of what you've done around the head, and this is what we wanted before.
Great bowls from Tom.
Tom Tyrone.
Kill that shot. Try and beat
And if you
times,
looked
mate.
at the effective versus non-effective bowls, consistency, Grantham as an example, along with all of this, that's the side, have more than likely outshone overall the Peter Hodson skip side.
Yeah, it's been a good four, and they've. I think if you had a stat of how many times they've crossed over, holding the shot, they'd be on the plus side of the ledger there.
So
Barry Andrews been playing pretty good this game.
he has. It's been pretty steady. Has Barry? Of course, as we mentioned, a stalwart, absolute stalwart of South Canterbury sport.
They need to score. They'll probably be looking to try build a 3 here, I think, Kev, and be within 4 points with 2 to go. Needs it to run out. It's a beautiful line.
You're out of running.
Well, so Pascoe's already looking at, let's play reaching through the bowls
He's taking his time in making this decision.
to Kelvin Scott.
Play down there, Scotty.
Yeah,
Play with this sort of weight, mate. If you get tiny, it's good.
Just be in the area.
well, it's making sure that that Kelvin Scott's going to be up to the head.
Yeah.
And can possibly move something around on the head. That is under the line. You see that wind come through just then.
Yeah. How's his weight? Probably a little bit shy on the weight, to be honest. So we see Barry Andrews on the back end.
Under the line.
He'll be disappointed with that one.
So there's no danger here, really. If he plays with a
These two
reaching
might
through.
go right off if you hit that white one, mate.
There we go.
Probably
He's
want
going
to
to.
be down there, so we're protecting these. Sorry? Yeah.
If you wouldn't mind.
That's great.
You must have heard that in the microphones in here. Shannon McElroy will be playing with weight that his bowler be lost. Peter Hodson's quite delighted about. But it's a matter of what result that he might be able to get. Trying to arc down towards these counting bowls. Not going to do so. Got rid of the front one.
Yeah, just chipping off. And Jimmy here, surely on his forehand, sitting it down through Tony's bowl. That's at 6 o'clock. The third shot. He'll be looking to replace that one. Sit there for 3.
It's certainly the shot for Jimmy Pugh on what is his forehand. He certainly sent it out on the wider side. Now it's coming back.
Well, he had to
Now
break
it's
back in.
coming back. And is it going to come right back to the jack? Yes, it will.
Yeah, that's just about as good, really. He's tightened up that line. Be good if he's counting. He'll be happy with that.
So really what they're saying here is you can play this with weight, because if you hit the front of the triangle of the bowls, get the triangle, everything can go.
Ah, for goodness sake. Tell me that's not another kill. Yeah.
It is. Well, that's about number 6.
I didn't need that in my life, Kev. At the 6th kill there. That's a good shot there from Shannon McElroy. Not letting the head build up too much and getting it done. You sort of want to get that stuff done with your 3, don't you? You don't really want to leave those bowls for your skip to play.
You don't want to be changing over, having to deliver it. So, of course, tomorrow morning, play will get underway at Stoke.
Yes, and there the Stoke Stakes men's pairs in a great field there. I believe there are, you can go look in and find some, you can have a little go at who might be the winner.
Yes,
Stoke
TAB.
Stakes men's
Yes,
pairs.
the TAB's open for Stoke tournament. And again, wonderful job done by the guys at Stoke, led under Brendan Hodson and his team. Great tournament, great field, and we'll be bringing from 8:30 on Sunday morning.
Yeah, 8:30ish on Sunday morning. I think we started a bit early last week because of the rain, so we'll see how they're feeling. I'll let you know, Kev. But certainly a day full on Sunday, and it'll be, if it's anything like the fours that we've watched and the women's pairs that we watched last week, it's going to be a day of some pretty exceptional bowls.
Yeah, great field for Stoke, just equally, great field for this Nelson Bowling Club for their fours event, and full marks to everybody at the club. And they do a wonderful job.
Absolutely.
And Colin, the man, the cameraman, the setup man down there at the club, done a sterling job. He's got it's a big week, really, isn't it, for the...
Yeah, he'll be good at rolling up the cables by now, I would imagine, Kev.
He would be.
I've got a trick to them, the cables. You have to do some sort of weird flippy thing. Tamara will tell you off if you don't do it right. You have to sort of
very picky about.
Yeah, twist it in the right way to get it just to sit nice. Colin's saying nope.
Well, Colin's the stage manager for this week, so.
Yeah, Cal.
Got my goodies. Tom?
So another two good bowls from Tom Taroa, the lead for Peter Hodson. Kelvin Scott. Of course, and this, depending on what happens, this could in fact be the shake hands in.
Yeah, absolutely. We're at that point of the game.
Here he comes. Here he comes.
Good shot there.
Kelvin
Great shot.
Scott. Front toucher.
They trail by 7 on the 23rd end. 2 to go. I really want to be scoring a 2 or a 3 here, probably a 3 here. Do Pete Hodson's team. Barry Andrew, if he clears this, he wants a clean run now that he knows he's going to miss the head. That's a good enough shot.
But the good thing for Lance Pascoe now, he can just play to that back Tom Taroa bowl, and he's got pretty much all air. You'll hear him then say, get around here, and you literally get all options covered.
For sure. On his forehand side. Glad to be proven right on that occasion. And it's nearly... You got to get some jack movement at this point, don't you, Kev?
Yeah, they certainly do. And it's just the angle, Alex, that makes that jack movement. You know, it's got to be front onto the bowl to get that jack movement. It's not as though you can play it any other way. And as you know, they're very difficult shots to play to get dead onto the shot bowl to get the jack movement. No, you've got to be playing with weight too. And it's a good bowl from Andrews, actually. Very, very good bowl. Sits over the top. McElroy and co don't really have to go near the head because they can draw, as has been pointed out here from Lance Pascoe. Shannon McElroy can, in fact, draw another counter out on the other side of the head. So the bowl of Kelvin Scott's owns the head, really.
Sorry, just about choked on a chocolate muffin, Kev. But I'm back, we're fine. As we see, yeah, Shannon just putting the cover bowl on, as you said. With that great bowl of Kelvin Scott's there as a front toucher. So a very good bowl going to have to be played here. I wonder what weight Jimmy Peel play it with. I mean, the jack's going straight back towards that Barry bowl at 6 o'clock.
Absolutely. Well, he's got to play it with enough weight that's going to hold the line to the shot bowl and not be disappearing away underneath. So, you know, he's got to be playing it with, you know, it's a very difficult shot to play. It's not fool ourselves. It's a very challenging bowl to have to play. And Well, he's trying hard as Jimmy
Close
Pugh.
here.
He's trying very, very hard. Got a touch on it.
Moved it around the
Moved
corner.
it around. So that was well played by the number 3.
Another half, it needs to be another half wrong, really. Of course, biggest gap we choose.
Oh, no, we've probably, it's close.
Well, I think that the same shot can now, Shannon McElroy can follow that bowl down, get to the red bowl,
May as well.
and from that he can turn that bowl through the head, get to the jack, because that's sitting at, well, the Barry Andrews bowl in behind the head, but there's also, of course, Tony Grantham bowl as well. So saying to Shannon McElroy down here on your backhand, you can reach it and you can get to the jack.
On the backhand side.
Has he got the weight to get all the way down to that area?
Just a little bit of weight.
Big help though,
flipped it up.
because it's
Down through yours, couple of rolls
got
out of
to
yours.
clog
Just
that
how
head
the
up a
edge
wee
works.
bit.
That's what edge works.
So here's Pugh, the left-hander, trying to get down to, there's a good attempt here from Jimmy Pugh, but he's going to fall just under that of the Shannon McElroy bowl.
Probably a good thing that he didn't touch anything as it worked out. And Tony Grantham, he's been right a couple of times. Tony Grantham with his very effective finger measuring technique. I don't understand it, Kev. Have they always done that? Is that something
No,
that's...
it hasn't.
Or has it just been
it
new
wasn't
into the
when
game?
It was like, I can remember when I first started playing, you'd have been catapulted off. No, it became an innovation in the late 80s, I think it was, and I've never been something. I know some people can get it dead right, but
Nah.
there's so many inconsistencies, where your fingers
Well,
are.
you'd have to hold your breath too, wouldn't you? Otherwise, stuff would be moving on.
Yeah.
If it gives people some confidence, good on them, I suppose. I've always sort of, I don't know, I find it confusing. As we see Lance here on the forehand.
So really, Pascoe's pretty happy the way how the head's sitting.
Pete Hodson going to have to play a very good bowl here.
And because earlier today we saw the Lance Pascoe skip side in their semi-final defeat the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley skip side, and the Peter Hodson side, they defeated Jordan King's side, because they're all composite sides from players from all around the country. So they're all composite sides. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley was defeated by Lance Pascoe, and Peter Hodson defeated Jordan King in the other semi-final. Here's Hodson now holding. Got the real flick at the point of delivery.
Yeah, and we see Peter Hodson not happy with that bowl at all.
Well, if you've been the theorist of things, you could see immediately at the point of delivery, Alex, couldn't you, that just got that inward flick of the hand.
You know as a player when you do that,
it's, and it's gone, don't you, the minute you do that.
I usually just walk away at that point. I don't bother watching my bowl continue up the rink. There's no point.
It's not going to do anything. Here is Lance Pascoe again today has been
particularly fine form, I think.
Absolutely, he has. I've liked the way that he's skipped, how he's read the heads, how he's assessed him and McElroy especially. They've combined very, very well as a side. And when the big bowls have been required to be played, we've certainly seen Lance Pascoe equal to the task.
And Peter not going to be wishy-washy here. He's going for some movement. We might see a 7th kill of the game, I think, Kev, on his preferred forehand for driving and flipping the mat over.
It's coming over, so
very cool.
It tells us what weight's going to be played, that's for sure.
I'll be surprised if he's short, we'll put it that way. Peter Hodson here on the forehand side, looking for a good result. Just going to go straight up the middle and see what he can get. Got enough balls around the head for something to happen on the forehand. Willing it to hold. And another kill. kill number 7 of this game. Too many kills.
Well, 32 ends we'll finish up with, so that's a long afternoon at the office.
Colin happy with the 7th kill, I suspect. If I could read his mind, I'm sure he's going, cool. I've got nothing to do after this game, he says.
Just, Colin's a wonderful guy, but I would say there would be a frown.
I think a frown would be an accurate assessment. Sorry, Colin, maybe you're smiling. And so, excuse me, a 7-point difference here. That's Pascoe leading on this, the 23rd end of 25. A good bowl from Pete Hodson there.
Well, I can remember, I might have been 2 years ago at Taranaki. Good opening bowl here from Grantham. It was 20 past 7 when we finished the commentary.
Yeah, it's interesting on the topic of kills, because in the indoor game, obviously a kill is points away and you play the next end. But in the international indoor game, where Australia plays New Zealand in a Trans-Tasman, if you kill it, points go away, but you replay the same end and the points accrue. So there's been an international before where the New Zealand men's fours team, I think we were 15 or 16 points up, and in one end we dropped 14 points because we kept on killing it. And if you kill, the penalty goes on, and you replay the end and the penalty goes on, so on and so forth. And you can get some pretty dramatic score turnarounds.
Just, I know you were over in Australia, Alex, when the Trans-Tasman series was played, and so the indoor bowls in Australia, do they play on a longer mat?
They call it indoor bias bowls over there, and they play on a 30-foot long mat, which is slightly thicker, and their bowls are slightly bigger. So it's like going to play in the Northern Hemisphere, if I was to use a comparison. So the New Zealand players are selected, and then international mats are sent out to the districts that they're at, and they practice on international mats. Yeah, so it's a composite game. The two national bodies got together in 1983 and agreed on what the international game would look like. So it's sort of a mix between the two, but New Zealand being very successful in that.
So when Australia come over here to play,
we play on the composite mat.
They play on that.
Yeah, because what it used to be was we'd go play on their mats, and they'd come and play on our mats, and obviously it was felt that gave a big advantage to the hosting country. So they thought we'll divvy it down the middle and go on a composite surface, so we play the same game.
So how many countries is indoor bowls of that, or call it mat indoor bowls?
Yeah, so in England it's called carpet bowls. It's played on a mat as well. It's a shorter than short mat. We think there's probably 20, 25 countries that play it. Most of the Commonwealth countries have carpet bowls, indoor bias bowls, indoor bowls, but Australia and New Zealand are the ones that are the best organised at it. We have the our nationals in the UK, which is where our game comes from. It sort of stayed on at a county level.
You're going to walk all the way back and play your second one.
It's interesting to know that if it's at the UK, there's all sorts of carpet combinations that they have. The ones that have got
a million sorts of bowls over there.
All sorts of carpet and sort of disciplines that they play, isn't there?
Yeah, there is, and that probably, I don't know, it's an older game, and that's sort of like indoor bowls in New Zealand started because someone sort of played at the London exhibition at the turn of the last century, and they got some imported, the friendly societies, the lodges, at the turn of the century started indoor bowls over here. I could go on, but we should probably focus on the outdoor.
Well, they're walking up the other end, and it's Grantham's holding the shot, so
Barry taking his time.
Well, the big thing here for the Hodson side that it can't be short here. He's going.
First drive shot.
So
first time he's played with weight this entire game.
So that's telling us what the next 4 bowls, what we're in for.
Yep, kill number 8, I think, Kev.
Oh, there's no scoring opportunities there.
No, they'll be looking. And the issue is to kill it, they actually need to get the Tony's bowl that's closest to the jack. If they get the one that's short, they run the risk they could just peel them both off, but no kill. You're almost looking for the blue bowl of Barry's that sits at 11 o'clock. Depending on what Shannon does here, he might ruin the plan.
I thought he might have closed that sort of run off to the.
Peter just pointing at it, just going, go on.
Yeah, we're not doing here. Jimmy on the charge.
Oh, he's not short.
And
there's the danger.
That's exactly what was said. Get the back of that bowl. Everything just goes. And so now it's just the beer jack kill.
One down.
Yeah, harder to manage. You almost, if you're Peter Hodson, you almost want Shannon to draw like a side toucher or something.
Absolutely.
Close.
Get a leaner on there so you've got something to play to. Shannon McElroy. Oh, this looks pretty good. This bowl gets a turn onto the
easier kill. Oh, maybe not quite.
Down there, mate. On the draw, got one.
Okay, so they're going to look to see if they can make a 2 or 3 here.
Well, ideally a 3 is the number to give them you would think, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 in 4 on the last.
Oh, this is a good bowl here by Jimmy Pugh, considering the fact that his last one was going at the speed of a speeding bullet shooting up the green. He's drawn a second shot there. And that's well played there by Jimmy Pugh.
So, we're not far away. Of course, this event hasn't been played for 2 years.
No, it's good that it's been run. I'm sure the organisers behind it will be satisfied having seen it run as well, Kevin. And certainly well and truly onto the bowls calendar now. As we see, Lance on the back end, 2 down on the head, 7 up on the card. 2 ends to go after this one. Not a bad equation. That's Pascoe on this hand. It's the drifting hand. So how much turn can he get out of his bowl at the end of its track? So we see it make its way back in. Oh, not quite. Goodness
another
gracious.
Bowl on the head.
I just got to try and draw 2 within there, Peter. He's got 3, 4, well, probably 2.5 feet to play with. So he'll just draw on his backhand, see if he can make it 3. And pray to your gods that Lance misses his next bowl.
Peter Hodson makes his way back to the mat on about Ian 32. And on the backhand, we play Ian, counting ends, we're playing Ian 23 of 25, and that's going to be short.
He'll be disappointed with that one. He would have liked to just add that, not really added pressure, but just made a 3rd shot, maybe even got one in the way of Lance and make it not a clear run to the jack.
He's holding 1 shot as the...
Yeah, Lance was close with his last bowl. He'll make a little correction here, and I would expect to see him draw the shot.
Well, he can sit inside, of course, the bowl of the Tom Tara bowl. He can sit inside that and get shot on the backhand. Here is Pascoe.
On the backhand, he might get caught out in the rough here. Oh, it's coming back though, Kev.
He's got it out pretty well.
Through this
Get
bowl.
his own.
Brilliant. Good shot. Oh, do you hit Lance's last bowl? See if you can cannon it off.
Well, Lance Pascoe to me in this game, I don't want to carry on about it, but those are the shots to me that highlight how well you're going, really, because they played that shot so well.
I'll just try and drive the bunch. If I get the inside and squirt it, see if get the white out again.
Here we go. Here we go.
Here comes kill number 8, folks, ladies and gentlemen.
So the match's been turned over by Peter Hodson.
He'll drive it on his forehand.
So we know exactly what weight is going to be played. And 1 down on the head is Hodson on this as we come to the end of end 23 of 25, leading 21 to 14 and through and nothing.
Yeah, got fresh here and they're so close they can almost taste the $20,000, Kev.
They're closer now. Play in 24.
Penultimate end, 8 the difference.
And Jimmy Pugh just standing there, he knows that
No, you're right. Yeah.
We're now 200 to 1, at
Yeah.
least 1,000 to 1.
$20,000 on the line.
And just before we get to the end of the event, it's only right that we thank those wonderful sponsors, the organisers, of course, at the Nelson Club, hard work of their organising committee, and to those sponsors, Pack and Save Richmond, the New Street Steakhouse, Hutchco, Somerset, the Postboy, Decra Strip, new nameplate engravers, Jens Hansen, and of course Lion themselves as the naming right sponsors of this event. It was Speights, I should say, my apologies, as that's how we can got a $36,000 in prize money, $20,000 to the winning side. It's a fantastic prize money for a 3-day event, as we see Grantham, who's been steady throughout, Alex, hasn't he?
He has been. He's played well for 50 ends, really, because he played well in that semi-final too. And a good shot here from Tony Grantham, coming home strong. They know that if they score 1 point, if they score on this end, $20,000 is theirs, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Not bad. Tom Tyra here on his backhand now. Giving the ball a chance to turn. Plenty of chances to turn. It looks like it might just be slightly overplayed, but if he goes past and back to the centre line, that's a good shot. He's happy enough with that one. From Peter's point of view, you need to find a 4 realistically if you want to have half a chance to get another 4. And you're not going to get a 4 there, as we've spoken about before. When your lead puts a bowler a foot away from the jack, you know, it raises issues, because you need a bowl to either move the bowl that they've put there, or a bowl to move the jack back to a place where you can score a number.
Well,
and Kelvin Scott covering lovely. That's a really good bowl there from Kelvin Scott.
So that's in between, both lengths, isn't it? So just straight away making it very difficult for the Peter Hodson skip side. Andrews on his backhand will start to work now. And there's a good bowl here from the number 2 from the Hodson side.
Good shot.
Maybe still hold on just.
Just see the bowl of Tony Grantham's fall in towards the head. It may have made shot. It was a measure prior to that. Kelvin Scott, Mr. Steady.
On the backhand.
Well, he's on a different line, Alex, to what he was at his first. Just depends how
How's
much
his
weight. Hasn't quite
he's
got.
going to run out of oomph there, I think.
Hasn't got the hurry.
Barry Andrews here. Be tempting to call him on the forehand
I was
side.
just going to say, Alex, as we move to a change of hand now to try and either set the bowl, get a touch on the jack.
You almost got a swing down there, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Down to the bowl. Might be able to get back to the white.
He's looking just his goal will be to get around Kelvin's bowl. You get around Kelvin's bowl and you've got good weight, you'll be there or thereabouts.
So Andrews looking at that line that Alex was just talking about. But that's going to be...
It's hard to play because we know it's a bit snaky, but
Correct.
you're narrow. He probably underplayed. That's probably more the weight, really. I think if he had more weight, it might have pulled out for him.
We know very well, you're right, Alex, we know very well that if you just get out that fraction, you're just not going to get back.
As we see Shannon on the backhand here.
Oh,
This is
there's a good
close.
line to the jack. This just going to...
Needs it to hold. Not going to be
Well,
doing that. So a chance here for 3. Jimmy needs to be effective with his first bowl. I'd play it on Jimmy's backhand, stay the same hand.
Well, I
as,
think
Good
that's
weight,
not-
mate. You try
Yeah,
and get
that's-
down, try
Oh,
and
that
get to the
works
bowl.
too.
Might get a couple of them. Get the white right through.
so his point is to get rid of the second shot, isn't it? It doesn't matter which hand. With that weight that he's just called there. Jimmy Pugh here, hoping for his bowl.
well, he
This is
doesn't want to do this.
possibly not the one he was looking to remove.
It makes that harder now.
Find the best back, mate, somehow. Be down there or around that.
The last just I just want to bowl as far back as possible, please. You
Yes.
pick here, you get there.
Give me the deepest bowl.
Shannon on the back end side.
And this is more than likely the best hand to get that back.
You know it's going to turn at the end, don't you, Kev?
You know it's going to come back towards the centre. And that's going to be the deepest bowl to the Lance Pascoe skip side. Now, here's Jimmy Pugh again on the mat. On the charge is Jimmy Pugh.
Not short.
And going to get the front bowl.
Oh, he's got rid of the block.
Now it's up to Peter Hodson as they change over. On about end 34, 33 or something.
End million.
But the Lance Pascoe side, as you rightly said before, Alex, have been pretty convincing right throughout the whole day, haven't they? Of course, Bowls New Zealand, it's our pleasure to be able to bring so many of these events live now. You can sit at home, watch on the various platforms, and there is a full summer, I can assure you, of events that will be covered. And of course, if you go to the Bowls New Zealand website on a regular basis, you'll see what events that will be up and coming. And of course, we'll be live again on Sunday. We will be bringing you the quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals of the Stoke pairs. We're a few Stoke men's pairs. Last week was the women's pairs. This week's the men's. Field of 32 from around the country will line up. Section play tomorrow and Saturday. And then we'll be having quarterfinals, semi-final and finals on Sunday. The weather forecast looks good.
Yeah, and they're good. I quite like their format. They have the top two qualifiers go straight through to the top and bottom of the semi-final thing, and everyone else sort of comes in on at the quarterfinal level, which I think is pretty cool. And we saw that the top seeds were the ones who contested the final at the women's one, so they were top seeds by fair enough. As we see an attempt at a kill here from Hodson on his, well, it doesn't matter which hand he's on, forehand. Close. Oh, not going to be. Got rid of the shot bowl.
So Lance Pascoe will go nowhere near this head.
No.
Be quite happy for,
even if he was shortening the line.
quite happy for them to hold the one shot.
Yeah, you got to go for a kill. Going to wind up here on his forehand. It's could be the last ball of the game, Kev.
Could well be. I disrespect to Peter Hodson, but it could well be. Here is Hodson on the launching pad. Just checking to make sure he's got the little ring on the inside.
Got 7 kills already. Are we going to get 8 kills here? He's going to chip his own ball out. It's gone. It's over.
It's shake hands time here at Nelson, and the side of Lance Pascoe skipping, Shannon McElroy at 3, Kelvin Scott and Tony Grantham. That's the Hutchco sponsored side. They'll run out the winners. They have defeated the Peter Hodson skip side with Jimmy Pugh, Barry Andrews, Tom Tarua, sponsored by the New Street Steakhouse. And again, we've seen a magnificent event with this $36,000 in prize money, $20,000 to the winners, Alex. And really, I think we've seen, in my view, I'm going to make a prediction. I've seen the new New Zealand skip in action today.
Yeah, it's been a great day of bowls and a very comprehensive win by just a class act of a team there, Kevin. Thank you for joining us in the commentary. I'll let you talk us out.
So that's it for today, ladies and gentlemen. I trust you enjoyed our coverage from the Nelson Bowling Club covering this event. And we'll be back live again on Sunday morning, where we're bringing you all the finals action from the Stoke pairs at the Stoke Bowling Club. This is Kevin Hicklin, Alex, of course, and our hard-working Colin winding up for the day. Thank you for your watching the bowls, and we'll be back live on Sunday.